Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
But you see people laughing. Nah, it's like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
We're live.
Yeah.
So Shad, why were you late?
Because you don't know how to communicate, Gene. You have communication
skills. Yeah. I told him that I pushed back to 9:15 because my power partially went out. I had to go downstairs and deal with the circuit breaker and so forth. So I pushed it back to 9:15. I accidentally pushed it back to 9:30 when Shad pointed it out, and then I told him that I pushed it back to 9:15. But he's got ADD, doesn't pay attention. He's aloof as fuck. He doesn't want to take his Adderall. Why don't you tell your doctor?
What?
Aloof?
Shut up.
See, look at him. He's like, Loofus?
Look,
where'd you get that from, aloof?
John Morgan, who's the project manager here? I mean, who's running this show?
Me. And I told him that we were going live at 9:15.
That's it. I'm muting Gene.
How can you effectively communicate that to Shabisky, John? You're a producer.
Maybe
you were on the same page. Not even a 5-minute warning, 2-minute warning, John. You're project manager here.
Well, there's a new segment that we're gonna do each week. We're gonna call it the Dumb Fuck segment of the week, where when we get some people in the live chat who definitely are succumbing to the Dunning-Kruger effect, maybe we can cover some of their retarded comments. So
I like it. The dumb fuck comment of the week.
This is from Rachel Rowley, and it's we were discussing, here's the context, our educational system and how they cram over 1,000 kids into one building or overpopulated classrooms. And her response is 1,500 people, one building. Welcome to modern society. And does anyone want to go into detail on why this comment's really retarded?
We live in a society, John.
Yeah.
And in those societies, especially populated ones like we have. Well, so that's the thing. I think.
I give you guys the opportunity to speak, and you don't.
God, the fuck, damn, John, jump right down my foot.
Okay,
all right.
Go ahead.
God damn, dude. All right. So yeah, dude, you motherfucker. Really
Chad,
easy.
What's your take?
I think she's dumb, and I don't know. She's not making any sort of good argument. She's just acting like, I don't know. She's
okay, it's dumb, John, because you don't. The dumbest part about this is we don't really have the exact context of surrounding it. So
I just explained it to you that we were discussing the educational system and how they tend to cram over 1,000 kids into one building, which is a very dysfunctional kind of setting, where the science demonstrates that it causes kids to feel a lot of angst. It makes it hard for them to focus. It's like cramming a bunch of chickens together in a factory farm where they all want to peck each other's eyes out. And it leads to a lot of the same kind of dysfunctional behavior that you see in things like prisons.
So I guess you want me to say that it's a dumb fuck thing to say because she's basically saying it is what it is.
The logic is that, hey, laugh out loud. There's lots of buildings where there's lots of people in it in the modern age, and the problem there is, I think she's discussing how, hey, you have like some kind of commercial business, private building like in a city, maybe a skyscraper or like a multi-story building. And hey, there's going to be like 1,000 people in it, or like an apartment complex. The difference is when you're in an apartment complex, you're not really interacting with any of the other people at all, and you have your own space. And when you look at the size of an apartment, it's not the same situation. It's not 40-something kids crammed into one room. That usually has a smaller area than a fucking apartment. It's the same population density, and it's just when I worked in like an office, I had my own office. So even though I had like 20 employees, or maybe like 40 employees or whatever, if you include like the secretaries and stuff, the people that weren't working the same kind of job, there were cubicles, but it's 20 people, each person gets their own cubicle, and it's a much larger space. So, plus, even if you include all the other stories, all the other offices, all the other complexes in that building, you're still not interacting with every single person in that private sort of facility. So it seems like this is a good example of somebody not understanding nuance.
Fair enough. And you know what I'll say in defense of this person by dumb fuck comment number 1, I'm not entirely convinced this is a dumb fuck yet. I mean, you know, just based on this comment alone, I feel like
okay, maybe I should find several comments, but this is the first time we've delved into the segment, but most of our comments were shit like, oh god, kids, like we were talking about how teenagers need 12 hours of sleep. And the way our educational system works is it deprives them of sleep. And she's responding with like, oh, kids need more discipline and stuff. In real life, you got to adjust to that. So it's just, it was a bunch of stupid comments like that. Yeah.
Well, step right up and YouTube.
What did people in the chat think?
Comment of the week.
Well, someone said you look like an EBT recipient.
Okay. So maybe that should be the dumb fuck comment for next week.
Contender, you know, I don't know. We get a lot of dumb fuck comments. Only the dumbest fuckest comment can be the dumb fuck comment.
Nah, maybe we could. Shab said maybe we should cover multiple.
See, I'm so smart.
Maybe there should be the ultimate dumb fuck though. At the end, we should choose which one was the dumbest fuck.
Someone needs a crown, damn it.
There needs to be the dumb fuck award.
I picked Shab.
So anyway, let's get into our first story. So this happened fairly recently, just a couple days ago. So apparently somebody decided to take a car and kamikaze their way into a crowd of people. So kind of reminds me of...
That's bad social skills, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But this reminds me of a few years ago, or several years ago in Nice, which is a city in France. This one dude who was a terrorist, ISIS took credit for it, so we don't know if he actually was affiliated with ISIS or not. But he rammed the tractor trailer into a crowd of people, and he killed like hundreds of people. Mm-hmm. And that was right after there was another bombing that I'm fairly certain they did establish that ISIS was behind that also killed hundreds of people. So it was like within the span of a couple months. But this dude, I think, is like a far-right sort of white supremacist. So let's get into this story. I'm giving a lot of context here.
I know, dude. I don't speak German.
Yeah.
It sounds real scary, though. I'd be pissing myself if I was that guy. Well, I don't know. He's not an American cop. As long as I didn't move, I'd be fairly certain I wouldn't get shot.
And he's white.
Well, this is Germany, dude.
Yeah. Well,
we just learned
Germany has become super woke because they want to distance themselves as much as possible from you know, the kind of stuff that was going on in World War II. So, ironically, if you are a minority, Germany's probably one of the best countries to live in.
10-year-old child is among the 5 people who died after a car plowed into a crowded Christmas market there in Germany. At least 200 more were injured in what authorities are calling a deliberate
Yep.
attack.
Okay.
The suspect, a 15-year-old doctor, is in custody, but investigators say that they need more time to determine a motive. Foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge is right there outside that market in Magdeburg, Germany. Tom, thank you so much for joining us here again. German police just gave a press conference. What more are we learning about the victims and how this attack unfolded?
Please giving that press conference in only 24 hours.
So, if you were going to do something like this, it's like, what kind of vehicle did he use? Because
you would get a bulldozer, you piece of shit.
Exactly, the killdozer.
Oh my god.
From this horrific attack at the Christmas market here, and they said the attack in total lasted all of 3 minutes. The driver.
I mean, I don't know.
In Minecraft, of course.
I would do a Barbie dream car.
Well, it just seems like it's a good thing that a lot of these killers, they're not really that inventive.
BMW, he rented the BMW, he came into the market at that end and basically careered right down. There's a road just behind that police officer there. You can see there are concrete bollards, the red one there, the green one over here, trying to stop vehicles getting in.
And I know it's 200 people injured, and a lot of them are critically injured, so this is like a day or two ago, so I don't know how many of those people have actually survived.
He took advantage of one access point for the vehicles, the emergency vehicles, to get in and out of the market. We're actually joined by Shirin, a local nurse here, who was here at the time with your young daughter and your husband. I mean, just tell us where you were and what you saw and you felt.
Yes, I was here in the cabin drinking some hot drinks with my daughter and with my husband when we felt some vibration, and then we went outside.
That was the car. You could actually feel.
Yeah, we felt the car. It was so fast. It was so. We felt the hate in the car, and then we got outside and saw the car rampage over the hallway, took everything with him.
Oh, it's absolutely awful. Honestly, you're so brave for talking to us live on TV, and we appreciate it. And you're, as a nurse, like so many people here, you told me that you rallied round, you were actually treating some of these heavily injured people just over here.
Yes, it was.
So, you witness something like this happening. What do you do?
Fuck. You usually freeze or run, right? I guess this lady, she went down and started helping people.
Well, she actually knows first aid. Would you actually try to assist with medicine?
I don't know first aid, but I'd like to think in a moment of fucking chaos, if I saw somebody who got like their leg mangled by a car or something, I'd think that, you know, tie some shit around their leg or something.
One issue is if you don't really move them in just the right way, it probably will cause more harm than good.
The only thing I would know to do in such a situation would be to look for someone with an extremely bleeding extremity and try to tie a tourniquet around it. That's the only thing my instinct would.
Makeshift tourniquet. But do you think that in schools maybe they should, I don't know, first aid?
Or teaching some emergency first aid? I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. Seems like one of the most likely causes of death for children this day and age in America is mass shootings, so seems like it would come in handy there.
Really many people head on head, foot on hood, some were broken, some
broken bones.
Yeah, broken bones. And
you actually helped reanimate someone. You did CPR on somebody just over here.
Yeah, just over here, yes.
And what is the mood here like in your city tonight?
I think we are all really lovely to each other and really helpful to each other. The city stands still. It's really awful, but I think we can move on, I think.
So what do you think the argument? So a bunch of gun enthusiasts, they'll make the argument that, so are we gonna make it so everyone needs to have a psychological evaluation to own a car?
The liberals are trying to take our cars.
Yeah. Well, like, people will make that argument. What about cars or whatever? Why aren't we regulating them? And it's seems like in most cases, it seems like the death count isn't as severe as what you see with mass shooting. 200 injured, it's pretty significant.
This would have been like 300 dead or something. It wouldn't be just 5 dead if there was a gun instead of a car.
Well, especially in a large crowd.
Yeah. It would be like 50 dead or some crazy, way bigger number.
I think we can get over it.
Yeah. Even the hateful actions of one person, the community's coming together.
I mean, yesterday I saw how helpful everyone are, and nobody looked away, nobody went away, and it was really, I don't have any words right now.
Well, we've had that from other people today.
Now, when it comes to the psychological evaluation thing, don't you think I was discussing maybe things like doing your taxes, teaching first aid, things like that probably should be taught in our schools? I mean, it seems like it's something that wouldn't be that difficult to incorporate in a health class, but don't you think also, like, I know a lot of times there's mandatory eye exams where they'll have somebody come in and give all the kids an eye exam and so forth to see if they have visual issues or BOV or they need eyeglasses. But what about psych evals for each kid? I think it might be useful to know which kids probably have some kind of notable psychiatric disorder. I don't know how, I guess, practical that is, because with eye exams, you only need one eye doctor, and it's not hard to have each kid one at a time go through all the sort of, hey, like, look at this row, this column of symbols, tell me which direction they're in. I do know with psych evaluations, they usually do take up 3 or 4 hours, and they're one-on-one, so you can't really apply that to a large group of kids. But I do think that, you know what, maybe... I mean, I'm not allowed to drive because I have seizures. Do you think maybe people who are mentally unwell to a certain extent maybe shouldn't be allowed to drive?
To what extent, John?
What's that?
Where are you going to draw that line, John?
I don't know. Maybe schizophrenia or...
Well, it's a slippery slope.
I mean, especially if they have thoughts of hurting people.
Alcoholics, maybe?
People who torture little animals. People like that probably shouldn't be able to drive cars.
What about, like, alcoholism? People are like, oh, there's functioning alcoholics, but it's just, okay, well, what's more likely to actually result in notable, like, vehicular accidents or people dying from somebody getting, like, a person getting drunk behind the wheel if they have issues with alcoholism? That's probably more likely than somebody with epilepsy having a seizure and causing deaths behind the wheel. So if people with epilepsy, they do make it where you got to go 6 months without having a seizure. But what if somebody who is an alcoholic, what if, I don't know, they, within the span of 6 months, they're kind of showing that they're having issues staying sober? Maybe they should have it temporarily suspended. What do you think?
I don't know, John. I like the idea now that, you know, I don't like the idea of pre-crime, John. You know?
Yeah. Well, I agree.
You drank 5 times this week. We're taking your license away for a month.
Well, no, I'm talking about notable sort of disorderly conduct or people.
That reminds me of like the China point system. It's like, oh, you lose points if you drink too much alcohol this week. Oh, what? You don't have 1,000 points. You can't drive a car.
You're talking about the Black Mirror social credit system that China has. I don't think it comes anywhere close to that.
I think you're approaching it, John.
I'm saying if somebody has issues with alcoholism and they're found, I don't know, shit-faced drunk in the street, maybe, or they're just out of rehab, maybe.
Or they shit-faced drunk behind the wheel of a car, John.
Yeah, they definitely should.
That's
lose
crazy.
Their license temporarily. But I do agree.
No, you need to predetermine things they could break. Like what? You was drinking. Like,
to be fair, this is just stuff I'm coming up with on the top of my head, so these aren't necessarily things that I vehemently support.
It's because you're
very people.
What do you think, Taylor? What kind of psych disorders should apparently ADD contributes a lot to vehicular accidents. Apparently people with ADD have I mean, Shab, what's that?
I just think, like, if you're drinking, you shouldn't get behind a wheel anyways.
Yeah. Maybe if somebody gets behind a wheel and they're drunk, how long do you think they should lose their license?
Well, I could tell you, my dad got a DUI and he lost his license for a year, and he had to have a breathalyzer in his car and everything.
Oh yeah, I do know they have those where maybe
Hey, John, you don't need to take their keys away, but just give the alcoholics breathalyzers preemptively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta give it to them for free.
Honestly, it would cost less if you took an Uber or a taxi than to get caught.
You know, how about we just lobby the fucking manufacturers, John? How about we get them to put breathalyzers in to begin with? Why isn't it just built?
Because it would cost them money, so it's the same thing with healthcare.
Oh.
Everybody's got to breathalyze in order to start up their car.
Yes.
Bro, Dirk, can you breathalyze for me, man? I drank too much, bro.
Maybe they also have.
You can do that.
Maybe they also require you, in order to start your car, you got to give a blood sample. You also have to get
have to take an IQ test.
No, your heart monitor. Or whatever, because maybe
you have to
somebody has a
juggle
heart
3
condition
balls
that might
for at least 3 minutes.
If somebody stop interrupting me, Jesus.
Thank you very much.
Chap's really bad with that. He's got poor etiquette.
Yeah.
You have to do at least one backflip without hurting yourself.
Brittany says, "Do you guys like Pokemon cards?"
Yes,
I did. I was like 6 or 7, but Shab actually collects Pokemon cards because he's a giant dork.
Yeah, I was gonna say, guess which one of us likes Pokemon cards? We spoke.
Yeah, you ruined it, Gene. Fuck you, Gene.
Yeah, Shab's a geek.
As to why this would happen.
He also plays a shit ton of Fortnite, which is like a kid's game.
And I wear shirts with fucking dorks on them.
Yeah, especially.
Oh yeah, I'm the dork.
Attacked you, and you can.
That's why you're in the middle. You're the king of the dorks.
There'll be a vigil in about an hour for the victims, and as you said, we now.
I think there's kind of like 2 types of geeks. There's the kind that, I don't know, work in some STEM field, and they spend their time doing things like writing or, I don't know, being productive members of society. And then there's the kind that are, and they like take care of themselves, they eat a balanced diet, they apply like pragmatism. Then there's the other type of geek that, you know, they're really fat, they wear fedoras and trench coats, they look like they dump buckets of olive oil over their head before they leave their house, and they play lots of Warhammer and collect Pokemon
they're
cards.
Level 120 on Warcraft.
Yeah, exactly, and you're a retard because you don't know all the lore like they do.
A 9-year-old child was among the victims. 4 adults as well who've been killed so far.
Dumb
Please saying
you don't
41
know all
of
the
the
fucking different night elves or whatever, bitch.
Night elf, yeah. Very important information to know.
Yeah.
I'm the kind, so I find that nerds in my class, they kind of watch shit like Sophie's Choice. They watch 3-hour-long sort of dramas, and nerds in the other class, they like Star Wars, and they like to act like Star Wars is deep and stuff.
Damn, Jane, you're gonna angry the whole fucking chat with the Star Wars talk. Calm down.
Star Wars,
They're gonna revolt.
No, so banal and pedestrian. I
like Star Wars.
Well, I do like Star Wars, but I do think that a lot of Star Wars fans are annoying because they try to act like there's something really sophisticated with it, and it's just like acting like Die Hard sophisticated. They're fun movies. They deserve respect for their groundbreaking special effects and stuff. I mean, the John Williams score in it is something that's deserving of acclaim, but I don't think that the writing is anything that's deserving of any notable level of praise.
John, there's people dead in Germany, and we're talking about Star Wars, man.
Yeah, Gene, what the fuck? Stay on subject. We talked to you about this before stream.
Tito says it takes a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty. Yeah, I don't really agree with that.
I think some aspects of it. They're a lot more complicated than they're...
Now, you gotta have a really high IQ.
Yes.
Process Futurama.
What a robot drinking beer.
Yes. Exactly.
What?
Well, I'm memorial was held in Magdeburg, Germany. Throughout the day, mourners laid flowers and lit candles, reflecting on the city's deep sorrow after the deadly attack at the city's Christmas market there. Among the 5 people who were killed, a 9-year-old child, 200 others.
Apparently, we got a decent amount of viewers from Germany.
So our hearts to the people out here in Germany.
France, out of all the Europe, it's Norway is the European country that we have the most viewers from. Then it's France, then it's Germany, and then it's the UK. So I think that's interesting. But Paris, that's like the third city in terms of like the viewers we get, and the number one city that generates the most viewers for us is Osaka, Japan. So maybe we need to do and they're never participating in the chat, so I know you guys are watching.
We should learn Japanese and do a Japanese version of this podcast once a week.
Maybe.
Authorities say the suspect, a 50-year-old man from Saudi Arabia, drove his black BMW.
Canada, Toronto is, I think, like it's up there in the top 10. I don't think it's the top 5. Chicago is like number 2 or 3.
Into the market bypassing barriers through a gap intended for deliveries. The driver plowed through people for nearly 400 yards before he was stopped. The suspect is facing murder charges.
Now to the search for answers into that horrifying scene at a holiday market in Germany. A car plowing into a crowd, killing 5 people and injuring 200. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burge is there in Magdeburg with the latest now. Tom, good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, now we can show you the view right down into that Christmas market.
So, one thing that did happen in the Nice attacks is I remember the cops, they all whipped out their pistols and fired at the person driving, and they were able to execute them pretty quickly as soon as they figured, like, okay, this person, they're out for blood. And I believe the same thing happened here. Now, some country, it's like the UK, they got the rubber bullets. In other countries, the gun is in a safe in the car, so they have to put in the combination and open up the safe so they don't have it on them at all times. So I imagine if the same thing happened in this scenario, that would be probably, like, I don't know, it would be sort of problematic. Like, a lot more people might die due to not having the proper ammunition on you at the time.
Yeah. You can't, once you have a gun, not every hammer's a nail, John.
Scene of that attack, the suspect using that car to drive up in this direction.
Not every hammer's a nail.
Through this area, you can imagine it would have been packed with families on a Friday night. Police saying the attack lasted just 3 minutes, and this morning, a German official confirming the identity of the suspect. This morning, a sea of tributes to the killed and injured in that.
So Chab always gets upset when I criticize him for getting up constantly.
Just keep track of it. I'll start a timer.
No, he does get up more than anybody else. And speaking of his rude stream etiquette, remember during the 24-hour stream he did that Price is Right game? He is the only person when we were playing it that got up and left for like 20 minutes. It's like, are you not aware that you're currently participating in this game and you just get up and leave whenever?
Look, we tried to take 24 full hours of his life. He did pretty good. I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah.
Attack in Magdeburg, Germany on Friday night. We learn new details about the suspected driver. German official confirming to ABC.
But when I've done the Guess That Country game, same thing. We'll only have 2 people there, and then he just gets up abruptly.
That 50-year-old Taleb Al-Abdelmohsen, who moved to Germany from Saudi Arabia in 2006, appeared in court on Saturday. In a statement, German police said a judge had placed the suspect in pre-trial detention for the alleged murder of 5 people.
He'll be hip to it, but
wait, where'd they say the dude was from?
That 50-year-old Taleb Al-Abdelmohsen, who moved to Germany from Saudi Arabia in 2006, appeared in court on Saturday. In a statement, German police said.
Okay, so it wasn't a, like, white supremacist.
The judge had placed the suspect in pre-trial detention for the alleged murder of 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy, as well as multiple accounts of attempted murder and grievous bodily harm. On Saturday, Germany's interior minister saying the suspect had, quote, Islamophobic views, and a local prosecutor confirming a social media account believed to belong to the suspect is a part of the investigation. It includes posts that engage in conspiracy theories and unfounded claims about the German authorities. German officials saying a motive is still unclear, but said the suspect's psychological state is being examined. At the scene of the attack, I met Shirin, a local nurse who was at the Christmas market with her young daughter when that car...
Already interviewed her, commented on an interview.
Das hat mich tierisch mitgenommen. Ich bin entsetzt, dass sowas passieren kann, trotz Poller, trotz Sicherheitsvorkehrungen.
They're doing a really bad job
Ich bin traurig. Ich weiß nicht,
giving
was
context and insight on what's happening here.
This morning, a sea of tributes.
But what does it say about America when, there's that one attack in Australia where the guy had a knife and he killed 3 people. Here, it's 5 people, a decent amount of people injured. But in the United States, it's just, it's not that uncommon for dozens of people or even just several people dying and mass killings. Happens on a pretty regular basis. So I think maybe there's something wrong with America, the fact that it's far more ubiquitous compared to most of or pretty much all of the developed world. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's gun control, isn't it? That's the reason?
Yeah.
The lack of gun control here, and a lot of other countries, like, people don't have as much guns, and in a lot of them, it's not even legal for
I always thought it was
citizens.
video games.
Yeah, it's fucking GTA, bro. If we got rid of that, murder would go away.
Well, it does show how stupid a lot of people are when they bought into that, where they're too dumb to recognize that
it makes sense to buy into to a level because it makes sense. There's people that are fucked up and that will inspire them to do bad stuff, but that's
but
I think in the average Joe, it's just like the people that think the LGBTQ stuff is gonna make their kids gay or something. It's like they're either fucking that or they're not. Like no video game's gonna make your kid into a killer. They were already a killer before the video game came along.
When it is pretty much exclusively happening in the United States, and what about all these other countries that the kids play video games just as much as kids in the US, and yet it's not. If it is due to games, then it should be more consistent amongst any country.
You'd be able to show stats and obviously line it up, and it would just make sense, but they aren't able to do that.
Well, I mean, Fox News and CNN told them that the video games
those are the
evil.
kind of places you go to, and they really give you a lot of stats and stuff. They really research it a lot, do a lot of research.
Well, I mean, I think it was toasters, because everyone that committed a shooting, they all had toasters in their household.
Yeah,
so
it's just like the stupid
there
music
has to be a
shit.
connection.
It's like, we found a Marilyn Manson album in the murderer's bedroom. That must have been the reason for it. Yep, it's fucking Marilyn Manson.
Horrific car ramming attack in Magdeburg, Germany on Friday night, as we learn new details about the suspected driver. A German official confirming to ABC News that 50-year-old Taleb Al-Abdelmohsen, who moved to Germany from Saudi Arabia in 2006, appeared in court on Saturday. In a statement, German police said a judge had placed the suspect in pre-trial detention for the alleged murder of 5 people, including a 9-year-old boy, as well as multiple accounts of attempted murder and grievous bodily harm. On Saturday, Germany's interior minister saying...
the audio is kind of shit on this one, dude.
Yeah. Here, seems like they're not giving any real novel information, so let's get to the other mass killing of the week.
A clue in the Wisconsin school shooting may have been uncovered in California.
Court documents reveal messages between the school shooter in Madison and a 20-year-old man from Carlsbad. CBS News Chicago investigator Dorothy Tucker is here with more on this development, Dorothy.
For Erica, FBI agents uncovered this new piece of information. It seems to reveal more about the possible motive for why the 15-year-old girl on Tuesday morning went to school, killed 2 people, injured...
Okay, this kind of shows that women should have known guns. Don't you agree?
God.
Yeah, but in all honesty, why do you think men commit far more mass shootings than women? Why is that?
I don't know, John. Violence is in our nature. We're just so angry.
What do you think, Taylor? Why are men committing so much more mass shootings than women? Why are there so many more male serial killers than women? Why is that?
Because the women are better at it and don't get caught.
Yeah, they're good at hiding it. Yeah, women are more Machiavellian. You know what? The plot twist is the Zodiac killer. It's actually a woman. Yeah. every unsolved murder is actually 90-something% of unsolved murders. So those without the Y chromosome. But what do you think would happen if, let's say, all men disappeared, and women just gained the ability to reproduce through mitosis? What do you think the decline in things like war, homicide rates, how significant do you think it would be?
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Significant.
But how often do you think women would engage in war?
Well, let's get technical here. I mean, over a grand enough time scheme, you know, just think if all the women of the world unite and their monthly cycles.
Oh God.
No, I'm joking.
You gotta go there. What do you think of, have you ever read the comic Why of the Last Man?
Who?
The comic, it's called Why of the Last Man.
Nope.
Yeah, well, pretty interesting. Pretty much all men die out except for one dude. And kind of goes in, it's a post-apocalyptic sort of scenario because, you know, most men or a lot of really important jobs are dominated by men because of that element of systemic sexism, but causes a lot of problems when a very large percentage of, I don't know, airline pilots and so forth just miraculously die off. And it's the only comic that I've actually read from beginning to end. So, and I what I like about it is, unlike a lot of other comic book series where it's just, there's 1,000,001 fucking Superman comics, where the hell do you begin? Even like shit like Hellboy and stuff, I tried to read that, and it's like, oh my God, I can't read all of this. I like how Why of the Last Man only has like a handful of volumes, so you pretty much can read it from beginning to end in the span of a week, and you don't have to deal with the fact that there's a bunch of other extended lore.
Others, and then took her own life.
Our lockers are
Damn.
next to each
So I'll
other.
be honest,
She only seemed-
you know, I get my news here, so and sometimes Danny will tell me a thing if something like this happens. So I pretty much get all my info when we do these, and this is fucked. I didn't know anything about this other than it happened, and it was a girl.
And I know BoJack Horseman. There's an episode where a woman committed a mass shooting, and then they passed all these bills through Congress to ban firearms and so forth. And the one, I forget her name, but the other main character, she's like, wow, I can't believe our country hates women much more than it actually loves guns.
lonely, but like she seemed like she liked being alone.
Mackenzie met Natalie Samantha Ruffnow at the Abundant Life Christian School this year and didn't know too much about her. But a 20-year-old man living in Carlsbad, California, appears to have known much more. FBI agents there served this court order to confiscate guns and ammunition from Alexander Pappendorf this week.
This is a really quiet neighborhood.
This man is a neighbor and saw the whole thing unfold outside their condo building.
I pulled in and they had their full guns out all over the street. There's cop cars. There's about 15 cops there, I'd say.
The Gun Violence Emergency Protective Order
That
describes
man
a
was
possible
like
motive.
he
It
was
says
just
that
happy to be on the news.
The other big mass shooting that happened, I guess, within the last 10 years was the woman who shot up the Google headquarters because of the...
I do remember that. Yeah, that was crazy. When did that? Seems like it was long ago, John.
I think it was like 6-7 years ago.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, it's happened, I think, in the last 10 years. Maybe if it happened in 2012 or 13, then I guess it was a little over 10 years, but...
2018, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Pappendorf was plotting a mass shooting with a
And then there, fairly recently, there was another it turned out that they were trans, so there is that controversy of classifying them as a woman. But I'd say that within the last 10 years, it seems like I can only recall 2 shootings, this one and the one I just mentioned, where it was a woman that was behind it.
Wisconsin shooter. It goes on to say during an FBI interview, Pappendorf admitted he told Ruffnow that he would arm himself.
It's just, you look up, what was her name from Slovakia? She was, she's known for being one of the big killers in history. And it's just, if you look up lists of the most evil leaders in human history, and there's like Pol Pot and Stalin, King Leopold, Vlad the Impaler. It's just there's only one woman out of that list of 20 of the great like sort of killers.
Explosives and a gun, and that he
Yeah,
would
I
target a
can't.
government
I never heard of
FBI
this
agents saw those messages.
Lady Pol
She
Pot.
would always walk to class by herself. She never
Lady
really
Pol
had,
Pot.
she'd sit alone at lunch. She didn't really have like friends that were always with her.
Other family court records show a complicated situation with the shooter's parents. A custody arrest.
Seems to be a common theme with a lot of mass shooters is they don't have a lot of friends. Why do you think that is? Why do you think
Well, because children are cruel, and
Yeah.
it's hard to be friends with a child that's also cruel. You know, one that might be cruel enough to do something like this. I'm just saying, dude. At the end of the day, like, I get that, but no, I mean, I'm talking shit because honestly, it is what it is. It doesn't take much to reach across the aisle and, you know, say what's up to the weird kid. It is what it is. Like, you know, I was like that. You know, I would talk to fucking anybody. I would strike up a conversation with anybody in high school because, you know, I could tell, like, dude, this dude is fucking out there. Nobody's talking to him. So I go over there and fucking talk to him. Turns out he's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe he probably watches anime, whatever. But, you know, it's not my bag. But whatever, bro. You're cool in my book. Have a good day. I'll see you around. And then next thing you know, he's got a friend. And, you know, maybe his day didn't fucking suck. And then,
yeah, you probably saved your school from a lot of mass shoot. No, I'm joking. But
that's not what I'm trying to say. But all I'm saying is like it doesn't take much to be somebody's friend, especially in a high school situation.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it is. Like, but we say that though, John. You know, but we had this conversation at the top of the show. You know, you got 1,500 people in one building. You can't be friends with everybody, right?
now, another thing, to be fair, when it comes to mass shootings, they do make up an astronomically small percentage of all the kids out there. So you look at how many kids commit mass shootings out of the stockpile of tens of millions of children. So that's something people ignore. And one thing that's far more likely to happen is suicide. I mean, more people die of suicide than homicide in the United States, and suicide rates are climbing. And that's something people don't really pay attention to, is the amount of kids that die every year due to suicide. And a lot of it has to do with things like bullying. And now, what do you think of kids that are bullied that carry out some of these shootings? Now, a lot of them, sometimes it's like they're pretty popular kids. So it's odd how you look at a lot of the shooters and then you look at the, I guess, statistics on what percent of them actually were fairly popular compared to the kids that actually were more outcasts. And then you look at cases of how many kids had a history of mental illness compared to kids who didn't. And it fluctuates a lot. So it's kind of hard to find a clear pattern.
Arrangement shows Ruffnow was in therapy for a time in 2022. A Facebook photo from August posted by Ruffnow's father shows her at a shooting range. Law enforcement is looking at that and other social media as part of their investigation, while services are being planned for the victims in Tuesday's attack.
I knew the teacher very well. She was such a good person. I just wish I could have gone back and, you know.
Yes, I agree. Again, Big Tito. It's a issue with mental instability and genetic, environmental factors. And I do think when it comes to gun regulation, one thing that they should do is have more consistent sort of or strict policies when it comes to red flag laws. You look at a lot of cases of people who do commit mass shootings, they trigger those red flag laws, and the likelihood of a person committing or triggering those red flag laws is pretty astronomically small. But then the percentage of shooters that have actually triggered it before they've even committed a shooting is pretty significantly high. Some of them even triggered those red flag laws multiple times. So that does seem like, you know what, maybe people who are gun enthusiasts, maybe you should agree with the reality that maybe if somebody triggers some of those red flag laws, they shouldn't be allowed to own firearms for a pretty long time. Maybe they should need to go 10, 20 years before they're allowed to have some of their guns back. And one of the red flags of people who commit mass shootings is they tend to be really engrossed and obsessed with other mass shootings. And I know the kid from Virginia Tech, he, when he was in high school, he wrote an essay about the Columbine and how he admired the Columbine shooters. And it's just, maybe somebody like that should not be allowed to own guns. Maybe that's a scenario where you write an essay about how you idolize some school shooters. Maybe they don't need own guns.
Yeah, I was actually gonna like bring that up.
Yeah,
and then there's the exact same thing.
Yeah, that kid who he was the brony. We actually did covered him on High Crimes. He was obsessed with school shooters and constantly wrote about it. And it was like 2 or 3 times they seized his guns from him, and he got his guns back. Maybe after the 3rd time.
Yeah, I think we should.
That kind of like reminds me of that one case where like the girls killed their friend because of Slenderman. Like they believed in that.
They did not believe in that shit, dude. They literally told the court they wanted to go to Slender Mansion, bro. That was a cover story. They wanted to kill that girl, and I believe that.
Then recently there's the kid that his parents bought him a gun even after he made what was it? He drew up maps and stuff of the school of like and talked about how he wanted to commit a mass shooting, and yet he was still allowed to have access to firearms. And I think maybe after that, when the school was aware of the fact that he wanted to commit a mass shooting, maybe the police should get involved. And if they find out that even if the parents own a gun, it's just, hey, you have a teen in your household that has shown signs that he kind of wants to commit a mass shooting, maybe you should have your guns confiscated. Maybe they're not allowed to be in the same, or even if they're not confiscated, it's like they don't need to be in the same household as this kid. Maybe you're required to keep them in a gun safe somewhere else.
I mean, it is what it's hard to do, because I mean, how are you going to restrict a man's right to bear arms just because they have a child in the house? Now, listen, I mean, and then what dictates behavior at the point? I mean,
well, maybe writing about in a journal about how you want to commit a shooting and you're drawing maps and outlines. Maybe that's enough to be like, hey, your guns. It's like, we're not going to take your guns away from you, but you need to make sure they're not in this particular building that your kid lives in.
We don't know how common that behavior is found because usually they find that shit out, after the kid gets arrested for committing a school shooting.
A lot of times, like I said, the percentage of kids that actually trigger these red flag laws or these red flag sort of policies is not that rare. And you look at the likelihood of a person, just people in general, triggering that, and it's not like, I don't know, 10% of people are triggering these red flag laws who own guns, or 1%. It is a very, very small percentage, but then you look at the amount of people that commit mass shootings, and it makes up 30% of them. So maybe if you could prevent 30% of mass shootings from happening, that's still better than I don't know, 100% of these mass shootings from happening. And that people do engage in that black and white logic. It's just, even if you can narrow something down by 20% or 60%, it's not, you can't prevent 100%. So you shouldn't do something about, or so you shouldn't carry out a policy that will eliminate 40% of it or 60% of it.
Yeah.
The Madison police chief was asked about the messages.
Yeah, you can't.
Is kids are just so ruthless today. It's actually insane. Well,
we do have a narcissism epidemic.
Anything could set someone off. You don't know what they're going through, and if you're being bullied at school, like, you know.
Saying kids shouldn't bully other kids.
No,
Well,
kids should just be nicer. Like, you don't know what someone's going through.
Yeah.
A lot of it is kids. They don't have the same level of empathy and theory of mind as adults. And maybe when you take a bunch of people that haven't really developed a lot of empathy yet, maybe cramming 1,000-something kids into one building in a densely populated setting, maybe that's not really maybe that contributes to why a lot of the really intense bullying takes place. And there is data that shows that kids' empathy amongst youth has been declining by a rate of 15% per decade. And narcissism and different cluster B personality disorders are on a rise. So that is one thing that you bring that up to people. And it's just you're somebody who's overly cynical and so forth when you talk about this, things getting worse when it comes to people being more apathetic and narcissistic. And it's just, well, that's what the research and the statistics show. So it's just, if the statistics don't pander to your illusionary optimism, it doesn't pander to your rainbows and sunshine worldview, you're supposed to just ignore them. And there is an issue where it's the land without neighbors. It is that toxic sort of gated community, white picket fence sort of culture. And it's a lot easier for people to treat strangers like horseshit. So it's the disinhibition effect. So you see that on the internet, the online disinhibition effect. The reason why people can be giant assholes when they're driving is the other person you're flipping the bird to, they're some stranger that you're probably never going to interact with again. So there's that dark side of human psychology, that sort of Freudian effect, where people tend to have a lot less empathy towards just people that aren't really part of their community of 300 people, because the human brain has evolved to really only process 300 relationships. And throughout most of human history, people lived in villages of 300 people, or they lived in hunter and gatherer tribes of a few hundred people.
Now, John, I like what Jonathan has to say in the chat here, and I like him because he starts by saying, I don't know how effective it would be everywhere, but in his state, teachers are allowed to conceal carry, and there's never been a school shooting.
I don't mind if teachers conceal carry. I mean, I'm not somebody who is completely against people owning firearms. So that is something where a lot of people on the right, it's like, you must be a libtard if you even, criticize easy access to guns at all. And it's just, I don't really care if somebody goes through the process of owning a concealed weapon like a pistol, a handgun. So what I have a problem with is when kids journal about how they want to commit mass shootings and then they're allowed to have easy access to firearms. That's where I think there's a problem.
Between the California man and the school shooter, he said that investigation is with the FBI.
There's been a surprising development in connection with Monday's...
When I was in New Orleans, there was a shooting, and everyone was running and hiding under counters and stuff. A guy ran into the hotel that I was in. We were in the restaurant in the hotel. And he's just, there's a shooting! And it was in the local news. So I saw these officers nearby, and they were all dressed in green. They had earpieces and stuff, and they weren't... It's just they were almost dressed in some kind of military uniform. And they all had, like, beanies that were green and stuff. So I'm like, what's going on here? And then somebody runs in claiming that there was a shooting. And one dude got shot, so then the entire crowd freaked out.
It's still technically a shooting. It's not a mass shooting.
And when I was, maybe if they didn't stop them, it could have progressed to that.
I don't know.
Who knows?
It's been just a personal beef. You never know.
Yeah, maybe.
Not every gunman is a crazed mass murderer.
Shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. Officials now say that the 15-year-old girl who killed 2 others and then herself had been talking online to a 20-year-old man. He allegedly told her...
Dope Voice says girls did a lot of the bullying, though, I should say. I think teens overall are pretty ruthless when it comes to bullying. And I don't know, I think a lot of kids that do a lot of bullying, they're usually kids that it's just they're like Eric Cartman kids. I noticed there was that particular brand of kid that they would go, and there's this one kid I knew where I went to his house, and on his computer, it was all set up just to troll people. He had all these apps and stuff where he would just go on chat roulette and fuck with people, or go. He had this one app that people use just for gaming. It was like it was called Ventrilo or something, and he would go on that, and he had all these like extensions just for fucking trolling with people. And he was overweight. It's all Mountain Dew junk food, just drugs galore.
He sounds like a pretty cool guy.
No, he was an asshole. I stopped hanging out with him because he was a giant asshole. But it's sort of like there's no impulse control at all. It's just, it's excessive drug use, excessive junk food, just giving into temptation, binge watching the most garbage kind of content. And I noticed that those were, that was a particular brand of kid that engaged in a lot of bullying, where they see a kid with a weird haircut and you see the smirk on their face. They just can't wait to approach the kid and start talking shit. So it is something where I find that a lot of bullies really don't have the best future ahead of them. So I think there is some truth that they kind of later on in life become complete and total losers. And I don't think it's really true that popular kids are usually the big bullies. I think they might get away with it to some extent, but when I was in school, a lot of the popular kids, they were kind of just involved in everything. They might be dicks to some extent, but they usually weren't the kids that went out of their way just to fuck with people. It was usually your more Weasley sort of kids. And I went to a school in a good area. I went to a public school, but it's the kind of school where if you beat up another kid, you're going to get expelled. So you didn't have a lot of those like Biff-style bullies. So I noticed that a lot of the bullies were these little sort of Weasley kids, where it's just if they went to the right or wrong kind of school, they'd get their ass kicked. So there was that. And then there was a bunch of the Eric Cartman kind of kids, like the one kid I told you about, where they're just impulsive as fuck. And they're like Satanists. They just can't resist the urge to talk shit. And any chance where being able to just be an asshole to another kid, they just can't, they just immediately give in to temptation.
That he would also carry out an attack thousands of miles away. Police have now searched this man's home. He lives in Carlsbad, California, and a judge has ordered him to turn over any weapons that he has. Ian Lee has more from Madison.
Yeah, fuck this guy, dude. Hell yeah, got him.
It does. Good morning, Gail. Tuesday night, a judge in California granted police.
Wait, what did they say?
Apparently, they found that he had he told, this is apparently some like a 20-year-old guy that was in contact with this 15-year-old girl, and he said he basically convinced her to do this, and then also said that he was going to do an attack of his own.
Jesus.
So apparently, they took his guns.
He was yeah, maybe that's another scenario where you should take somebody's guns.
They're already doing what you thought, John. You think this is going to be a good enough measure?
No. Well, don't give his guns back. I think in a scenario like this, even if you're a big gun enthusiast, maybe you shouldn't be against people like this never owning guns again.
To seize the weapons of a 20-year-old man, according to the court order obtained by the CBS affiliate in San Diego. This comes as authorities continue to look into Natalie Rupnow, the 15-year-old responsible for Monday's shooting, and her alleged messages with that man. Court documents obtained by CBS affiliate KFN.
It reminds me with Chris Chan, that one, like that one girl, or I guess she was an adult, so that one woman who convinced Chris to do you-know-what to his senile mother. Or whether Chris did it or not, because he could have just told them that he did it to shut them up, but still, she was going out of her way to convince him to do that. So that is a scenario with certain trolls. It's like their sadistic personality disorder. They're just completely fucked up. It's just there's people where that's their hobby, like that one kid I told you about. All they do is go online to troll people, and it's just you're a fucking loser when that's your fucking hobby.
Say 20-year-old Alexander Paffendorf admitted to FBI agents that he was plotting a mass shooting with Natalie
And then
Ruffner.
they also do shit where they play video games, but they exclusively play games to go to chat rooms just to fucking troll people. And it's just, they don't even play the games. It's just...
And told her that he would arm himself with explosives and a gun and target a government building. He didn't specify which building or when he planned to launch the attack. The alleged connection between the two comes as Madison's police chief...
Well, that's Taylor. She's one of our fans, Bachelor of Dota. She's a patron, so our rule is
I thought he was talking about me.
Yeah, Dirt is a girl, but we allow one person a week, one extra person to come on the stream.
Chief told the Associated Press Wednesday they do not know if Monday's school attack was planned in advance, but are investigating 15-year-old Ruffnow's social media for a motive that led her to enter the school with
look at that boxer.
43-year-old Aaron West and 14-year-old Ruby Patricia Vergara before killing herself in a study hall classroom. According to court records, the shooter was enrolled in therapy in 2022.
Saw police officers look like a SWAT team. Some snipers across the street.
A neighbor said he saw police enter the shooter's father's home Monday.
Really, really shocking, the whole thing.
So it's no indication from this family that something like this could happen.
They had snipers on the house.
Tributes
That's
poured in
insane.
for the beloved Abundant Life Christian School substitute coordinator and 9th grade student.
They always cared about others, and they were also very playful and very joyful, and they always carried positivity around.
7th grade student Angel Brubé said Aaron West was someone he knew well.
She was always caring, always spread positivity around, and just made everybody feel happy.
And she sounds like she was a very important person to you as well.
Yes.
It's important to note that
in discussing bullying, one thing that's also common with a lot of these school shootings is it's people that went to these schools when they were kids and they're adults, and it's like a decade after they've graduated, or half a decade, and then they go to these schools where nobody that is none of the kids at that school are people they've had any interaction with, so it just shows how fucked up they are mentally.
Order filed against Paffendorf is a civil action, not criminal. When asked to comment about Paffendorf, the FBI declined to comment. Nate.
Ian, thank you.
Preparing to say goodbye, classmates of the 14-year-old shot and killed in Madison prepare for her funeral tomorrow.
And tonight we are learning new information about the 15-year-old. Prosecutors say open fire.
So when men commit mass shootings, why do they kill far more people? It seems like they tend to be more adept at it. So women commit mass shootings, it's always just one person dies, 3 people die. Why do you think that is, Taylor?
I don't know.
Just, and apparently girls are much more likely to attempt suicide. So even though boys are less likely to do it, they're actually, if they do try it, they're much more likely to actually follow through with it, because the way they go about suicide, they're much more, I guess, brutal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they say men are afraid of commitment.
Yeah, dude, men when they make up their minds, they go all out. See,
it's a dark joke.
Officials at Abundant Life
Slip and slide has touched me and my
in Minecraft.
Semester at the school.
Slip and slide in
The attack that
Minecraft
took-
is nothing to joke about, and there's a hotline to call if you want to save.
Well, my thing is, if that guy was communicating with the 15-year-old girl about this whole thing, why are they just taking his guns away? Why aren't they, serving him time?
I do think it should. Maybe technically, he didn't break any laws. I don't know. Are there laws? Because there might not actually be any laws in place where it's illegal to try to convince somebody to commit murder. So maybe laws like that should exist. And also, I don't think you should be interacting with minors online if you're an adult. Maybe if it's something like when I was a kid and I played video games online, I had the friend list. There were adults I play with, and to be fair, the majority of them that I played with were, I guess, formal So they didn't talk about inappropriate shit. They just exclusively talked about the gameplay, and they usually understood that, I guess, how to talk to a kid appropriately. So they didn't talk about sexual shit, and they didn't talk about inappropriate stuff. But what do you think the line should be when it comes to adults interacting with kids online? Do you think that maybe that should be, like, I don't know, video games? There's a kid in the game chat room, and you're playing Call of Duty with them.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He was talking to her when she was 15 and he was 20. Not only that, he convinced her. He was like, hey, if you do this, I'm going to do this. So he manipulated her to do it.
And I definitely think when it comes to chat rooms, you shouldn't be talking to minors in chat rooms. I understand that you might not know that they're a minor. There's no... And again, when people are like, hey, you can't do it 100%, so therefore there shouldn't be any regulations. I think that even if it's not a dating site and shit, I think that if you're in a chat room and you know that it's a fucking minor, and you're engaging in like direct messaging and stuff with a minor, that should be a red flag, and maybe there should be some penalty there. Because it's one thing if it's a video game where it's just incidental, where you like come across a kid and it's just exclusively with that game. So it's just exclusively a Steam account and you're only interacting with them when you're playing Counter-Strike. But I think once you take it outside of Counter-Strike and you start interacting with them in, I don't know, some kind of direct messaging sort of chat that's outside of whatever it's outside of Xbox Live, it's outside of Steam. I think that's to the point where maybe that person needs to have some law enforcement that knock on their door.
The life of a classmate and a teacher and ended with her suicide lasted only 8 minutes.
You don't want people like Shab that tell minors not to drink milk on Xbox Live. You don't want people like that to have access to the internet.
Madison's police chief, Steph, he's making his own headline today.
But Shab, I know you like to just get up and walk away for long lengths of time or whatever, but
my girlfriend needed me to help her with something.
I have a fucking girlfriend. You live in your mother's basement. Yeah. Even though I've gone to your house before, and but what do you think about what level of interaction between an adult and a minor on the internet do you think should like result in some sort of legal penalty?
Well, I do hate the idea of just completely generalizing it, because like Dish Soap in the chat said, he said, I'm 21 and know a guy who is 14 or so from the Netherlands. I only play games with him, and although I swear I don't talk sexually with him. Like I met Brian when he was a kid, and we were hanging out and just playing Skate 3 and other stuff, and like he only, now that he got on drugs and wanted to ruin me in any way, like tried to make that out for me to be a bad guy or something, but we're just playing video games. We weren't doing anything crazy, you know. So I think it's weird to generalize it. Every now and then you could just run into somebody who happens to be a bit younger, and you chill and play Call of Duty with
cutting
them.
in and out.
On your end, I guess, but not for them.
Yeah.
I don't know why. But yeah. But I do think Drake hitting up Millie Bobby Brown was pretty fucking sus.
Yeah. So we did mention that when you were gone. The like video games and stuff. You meet somebody on Steam, you're playing games, and you hang out with them exclusively in that gaming platform, exclusively on Xbox Live. But my thing is, once you start being like, hey, do you have an Instagram? And then you start, you take it outside of Steam or Xbox Live, and you start interacting with them on Instagram and talk. Yeah, that's where I think there should be some kind of legal repercussion, or some sort of red flag should be triggered there.
But I mean, like, when it comes down to it, like, if the only thing is they're, you know, they're trying to be friends, then it's like, it's kind of weird to generalize it completely. Even if you kind of might look at it weird, it's like, if it's only a friendship thing, then
But
You
when
know,
it comes to minors
at some
being,
point
or adults being friends of minors, I don't know. I think it is sort of inappropriate.
Should adults not associate at all with children? If it's
a
no
job
conversations
thing,
at all,
you're an
you know?
educator, a camp counselor. I think if it's a relative, you're having a conversation with your younger cousin. But I think if it's outside of some sort of family or occupational thing,
So if you're blood related, it makes sense. But if you meet on Call of Duty, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
so
if
how
it's
does that
incidental,
relation make any sort of difference?
I mentioned that if you're meeting a kid on the internet and you happen to meet up with them or meet them on Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or something, keep it within that gaming platform. I think there's boundaries, and I think that
So basically, we're on the same page. I believe Shabisky would say the same. It's okay if you're playing Call of Duty and you're like, oh, this kid's good at the game. Surprisingly, he's funny. Whatever it is, whatever. That'll be my little protege. Come on, let's play ranked. Whatever. That's the difference. But the second you're saying, so what street do you live on, little Jimmy? Then that's when.
Well, that's too far.
That
But
should be
adding them on, following each other on Instagram. And that's I don't think that's where it becomes a red flag. I think it's when it gets way more personal.
What happens when you're chatting with them about shit that I would think that's weird if I had a kid and they met this dude on Instagram and they're talking about things that
I used to go on my Xbox and play with a dude. His name was something like Crow on Xbox. He was friends with my dad, and he was probably in his 30s or 40s, and I'd go on there and play games with him and chit chat with him and make jokes. I don't know. I think if it's innocent, then it's innocent. There's when they're asking where you live and stuff like that. That's where it's now it's becoming weird. But
what if they're talking about personal shit with the kids? Or
that's what we're saying. That's not okay. We don't think that's okay,
not to drink milk.
Yeah.
I don't know. If they're talking about maybe mental health with the kid.
There's lines that need to be drawn when talking to anybody, but especially there's more lines that need to be drawn when talking to a child. But it's only weird when it's actually weird. I think when it actually becomes inappropriate.
Or here's a good example.
I'm groomed.
When I was younger, and I went to those hobby shops when I was in middle school. There's this one weirdo who, and I don't know why they were okay with this. He would take kids out to eat, and it's just okay. I think that's crossing a line. It's one thing if you happen to be in that setting with kids playing Magic the Gathering. And it's just the interaction is playing Magic the Gathering in that sort of setting. But I think once you start going out to eat with kids and they get in your car and you take them somewhere, it's just, that is something where I do think there should be some law that's being broken there. And I don't know if you're exchanging phone numbers with the kid, hey, let's chat and text. Even if you don't text about things that are sexual or anything, it's just I think once you take it outside of that setting, that's where I think the person
What was
should.
this place again?
It was a comic book shop where they played Magic. And
one of the guys that worked there took the kids?
No, he was one of the regulars, and he was some.
Oh, he hung out there and.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, sounds like my 5th grade teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go. Sorry, son. You're not allowed to go get pizza with Mr. Zana, dude.
Yeah. No. Mr. Zana's no safe. No safe.
Yeah, I kind of with Big Tito. It's you're saying these kids can't be a mentor to these kids online. I think it's kind of fucking weird. I think when it comes to mentors sort of talk, talking to a kid about relationships and so forth.
That's different. I'm talking about mentor, like, here's how you get to platinum in Fortnite.
Yes.
That, I think, is fine. I think when you start mentoring kids on relationships with other people, it's just, that's kind of odd. When you start entering the social worker realm or guidance counselor realm of discussing things with kids.
Oh,
I think there's
You called your mom a bitch today? You're so mature for your age.
Yeah, fuck them.
Cutting Kim as the
Well, to be fair, it's just I had issues with my parents, and if I talked about it, like I said, all the adults I played with online were professional, and if I mentioned it with them, it's like, well, I mean, I don't really know much about it. I think this is personal. You shouldn't be talking about it with me. And I think that's the appropriate response. I think once you start talking to kids about family troubles or family issues, you're crossing a boundary there.
Yeah, especially if it's like relationship stuff too. Like,
yeah. Maybe they should lose their Steam or get suspended from their Steam account or Xbox Live account at that point.
Chief Barnes announced today he's taking his skills to Seattle, but tonight he remains focused because police still want to figure out what motivated the shooting and how a man from California could be connected as well.
We have joined an exclusive club, and that's a city that's had a school shooting.
Just 4 days after a 15-year-old opened fire at Abundant Life Christian School and killed 2 people, police in the community in Madison are all wondering the same thing.
We have to get to the underlying issue of why these
things... You know how they're like...
Jonathan says, I feel like that some young men having a mentor figure like that can be extremely helpful, but it's a risky game to play because you never know who is the creep. And that is something where it's one thing if you have like an adult role model, the kid doesn't have a father, and this one neighbor or whatever acts as sort of an adult mentor, but the parents should know who that person is, and the parents should have or the legal guardian should have some sort of insight on this person that is interacting with their kid. So I think that if you're somebody with a sound mind, you should understand that, hey, when I'm interacting with this kid on the internet and I don't really know much about who this kid is living in another state and their parents aren't really aware of...
yeah, like I imagine...
Yeah.
If I had a kid and they like if I allowed them to talk on Xbox Live and stuff or whatever, like I'd probably like pop in every now and then and grab their headphones and be like, "Hey, I want to talk to your friends for a minute," you know? Like I'd like a lot of these a lot of parents don't do anything of the such. Like they're just completely separated from it. I wouldn't want my kid.
You do keep cutting in and out on our end, so I think it's just your Discord settings.
Did you raise your noise gate in Discord, Shab?
Yeah.
Nah, I've never messed with that. I didn't know that was a thing in Discord.
Well, there might be some setting that's on that you're not aware of, so
maybe I just need to be close to the mic.
Or noise sensitivity.
Put it in my asshole.
Things are happening.
What motivated Natalie Rupnow to shoot and kill a fellow classmate and a teacher and put 6 others in the hospital?
The most troubling thing is that, the age of the person involved, the shooter, was 15.
A school official tells the AP Rupnow was only in her first semester at ALCS. But now Chief Sean Barnes says the FBI is involved in investigating a possible link between Rupnow and a man in California. A man who investigators say told her he was planning his own attack on an unspecified government building.
What we need to determine is if that was an actual connection, if they actually knew each other.
Connection or not, school officials say Monday's attack lasted 8 minutes. Police were at the school within 3 minutes of the 911 call. And just 20 minutes after that, patients were being taken to hospitals. But the 15-year-old girl behind the gun shot herself inside the school and later died at the hospital.
We knew something was going on, and then we were alerted to the fact that there was a tone alert for an active shooter.
We know the names and faces of the 2 innocent people killed, 14-year-old Ruby Vergara and 42-year-old Aaron West. Of the 6 others hurt, 2 are still critical.
Everyone in that building is a victim. Everyone who was in that study hall had an equal chance of being hurt or killed, and so they're all victims.
In a time of reflection, a time of healing, a time of grief.
I think they're victims because of what they went through that day, not because they could have been hurt. They're victims because...
Well, I think you're being pedantic with
whatever.
How you're
I just didn't like the way he said it.
The point is, they're in a traumatic scenario. They could get hurt because there's a gunman there, so that's the big reason why it's...
It's so crazy how young she was, too. It was a female, right? 15.
Well,
this is why you
15.
can't trust girls, right?
I don't think 15's that
Right,
young
Taylor?
for a mass shooter. Aren't they usually high school? It's usually between like 14 to 18.
Even as his new job was announced.
I just left a debriefing with some of our command staff, and to put it mildly, emotions were high.
And Chief Barnes' work isn't done in Madison.
She was a gift to everyone, and that's what loved ones.
So, how much time do you think shooters, when they're minors, should go to prison for?
To me, it's a weird idea to ever let them back out on the street because it's like everybody's in danger.
But what kind of... The problem is...
I think that's the wrong question to me. I think I mean, we sit here all the time and talk about how horrible the prison system is in the United States. Really, it should be, I mean, what kind of mental rehabilitation can we offer these people? Because at the end of the day, locking them in a prison is not going to do it. Locking them in with a bunch of criminals who can, you know, are just going to be shitty to them because, well, they're, hey, look, it's an even worse criminal than me.
Yeah.
Fuck
There's
you.
probably be some other thing we put them in, and don't let them come back out into society and walk around the rest of us and put us all in danger.
They do that with PDF files. They keep them away from prison and they put them in mental health institutions so they can fucking not be attacked in prisons. And then they claim they're mentally rehabilitated and they get.
That's what
out.
happened with my 5th grade teacher that I read up on him. He did it in some other state, had to go to rehabilitation, came to this state, and then became a teacher again, and did it again.
He was already caught by the time that.
Good God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Holy
Isn't that
shit.
crazy? You can do something like that, go to rehab, and go back to being an elementary school teacher.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
like,
agree with
what?
that. I think if you just sexually abuse a kid once, you should never be allowed to work with kids again.
Yeah, you shouldn't probably be anywhere like near a school in general,
Yeah.
let
No
alone work
fucking
at the
shit.
school. It's so psycho.
But I do think with, especially when a minor commits some sort of crime, like homicide, I think the setting you put them in, a lot of people feel like if you go to prison, you need to be tortured. And I do think that, okay, they should be put in some kind of confinement. If it's not permanent, it should be for a really long time. But I don't think... it's like one of the things they usually do is they put them in solitary confinement because they're at risk of being attacked. And solitary confinement is pretty much torture. So you're gonna take this person who, I know it's terrible what they did. So many innocent people died, but a lot of times they are fucked up in the head. They are mentally ill, and it's just they're also it's the fact that they were a minor when they committed the crime as well. So it's just, should they be tortured for the rest of their life because of it?
About 14-year-old Ruby
Someday
Vergara, she was killed in
we
the
should
Abundant Life
maybe
Christian
cover
Church.
that on the stream. You can look into Gene, my teacher, my 5th grade teacher, and we can go over that a little bit.
No, we went over him before.
I don't recall.
I showed the article on
I feel
stream
like
and stuff.
it was a like off the cuff thing though. You didn't do the research and say like because I took a little bit more time to read into it like when I was younger, and I ended up running into a page explaining what I said there, where he got in trouble for that, went to rehab, and then became an elementary school teacher again somehow in this crazy world.
Dude, you keep cutting out on our end, Shab. It's pretty bad.
Huh. It's weird.
I mean, seriously, go into the Discord settings and just play around with some of them. See what because it's probably just something where there's one thing you need to turn off, or one thing you need to turn down. I think it's probably noise sensitivity. That might be too low.
School shooting earlier this week in Madison. Durante Matthews shows us how her family is now leaning on faith and forgiveness.
There is no one way to grieve an unexpected loss.
This week, our family had waves of emotion, heartache to joyous laughter.
So loved ones of Ruby Vergara are doing it the best way they can, with love.
Thank you, Ruby, for being our gift.
And laughter.
Well, Shab's using OBS, Jonathan. So the thing is, we're listening to him from on Discord. So it probably has something to do with the Discord settings.
This is our all-time favorite. How do you make a Kleenex dance? Put a little boogie in it. If this is truly a celebration of life, then let's do it. right?
Community members packed City Church in Madison
What?
City, remembering 14-year-old Ruby. She was killed Monday in a shooting at Abundant Life Christian School. Her uncle says they do forgive the teen police say is responsible.
We hold no bitterness or unforgiveness towards 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow and her family. They lost.
So, what do you think of the sort of principle or, like, I guess, approach when it comes to victims of a particular crime, where it's forgive the perpetrator? It will allow you.
I think the reason he says that is because it's something in the Bible, kind of.
Well,
thing.
I don't know if the Bible. Well, no, there's a lot of. Like,
There's a lot of stuff that
cultures or-
contradicts each other, but I'm pretty sure that if it's not in the Bible, it's just something that Christian people. I don't know.
Well, the
like-
Bible's pretty
like forgive.
like condemning when it comes to crimes. I don't know if that actually is something
Well, they'll
that's
tell you to turn the other cheek and forgive and forgive.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, it's a Christian thing. That's why, and that's why I think he's saying this. But is it really genuine, or is it just something?
What about child abuse?
What
Do you
the
think,
biggest
it's-
fucking.
if somebody, I do think, Dirt, I was talking before you actually cut in there. But yeah, what about child abuse when it comes to, forgiving the abusive parents? Do you think maybe that's toxic?
I only forgive your parents because I know.
Oh
you.
yeah. Oh, there's this one person I probably should cover. It's this mother who, her daughter cut her off, and her entire YouTube channel is being a parent estranged from your kid. And everyone's like, this woman is a giant narcissist. Maybe I should find a bunch of videos from her, and we should cover her.
The daughter too.
During the ceremony, loved ones reflected on Ruby's talents.
Oh,
as
it's
a
fine. It's
musician.
not funny anymore. Go ahead.
What the
They say she
fuck?
started
Fine, sometimes you gotta.
piano when she was 8 years
Sometimes jokes, you gotta let some jokes go. You're not gonna be able, like, I do the same thing when other people talk and it's too late.
old.
She sang like an angel and would harmonize with anyone.
They also say she was an artist who made gifts for those she loved.
Please meet Pete, the peaceful potato. Isn't he the cutest?
Loved ones say they'll never understand why she was taken away. But
It's not even funny. Okay, I'll say what I was gonna say. What blew me away the most about this was how he opened with a fucking put a little boogie in it. Like, what the fuck? If it was my kid who died at that fucking school and this dude is up there,
I think he was reading jokes that she liked or something like that. It was in relation to her. I think he was saying she had a great sense of humor. She loved this joke. I remember. I think it was that. But
it's sort of a, when it comes to Irish wakes, that I know that's something they do, where everyone comes up and talks about things they loved about the person and good memories and so forth. So I think that, I don't know, that is sort of a type of funeral that I think definitely is much more adept at helping people grieve with the loss and so forth.
Yeah, that's cooler than just like rows of people crying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
that's what my dad had. He had a celebration of life instead of funeral.
Yeah, like I don't like going to funerals because that's my experience with them is just being in a big room full of people crying, and it's just like I don't really want to be here.
I think it's okay to people, like, even in like those sort of wakes, life celebrations, it's okay. They get up, they talk about what they enjoy, they might break out in tears.
Yeah,
but
you
I think
might cry.
overall it's a much more healthy approach, and it's just it's like also the more I guess upbeat positive elements of this person's life and so forth, instead of just being completely negative. And I think that's what funerals are. They're just
a cry. Just a group of, like, I don't know.
It's 100%
a cry
mourning.
meeting.
It's 100% mourning. It's 0% like sort of praise or sort of positive memories and so forth. And I think that there should be a combination of the two, and that's sort of like what Irish wake is. So I do think the sort of Catholic Christian style funeral is just sort of toxic.
But there is
I've been to several funerals in my time, and I've only been to one where it was like that, where they asked people to come up and say something. And every other funeral I've been to has been, you walk in, you either see the body or you don't, and then a priester comes in and fucking gives a little sermon, and usually the same shit depending on how the person died, and then you move on, and it's just like you said, a room full of people crying. But I went up those words for one man.
One of my favorite shows, 6 Feet Under. One of the things I like is how every episode there's a different sort of a funeral that they have to, like in the funeral home that they have to host. And they'll host funerals of all these different religions or cultures and everything. And I think it's sort of interesting because you'll see one, like, sometimes they show that other types of funeral, like, templates are definitely much more positive and much more spiritually uplifting.
You in our hearts forever.
Jesus,
Family
Jonathan,
members say
I'm
this
sorry for your
particular
loss,
memorial for
but that's
Ruby,
true.
her name in the center of a heart surrounded by loving words, still brings tears to their eyes. Loved ones say, although not physically here, her love and light continues to ripple through everyone who knew her.
Yeah, I think I'm having more issues with word retrieval today because I got this weird forehead pressure. I don't know why.
Reporting in
Deep breaths,
Madison,
John,
Dorothy
you
Matthews,
got
Fox 6 News.
oxygen.
You're growing a horn.
Yeah.
The community is also mourning Erin West, the teacher killed in the shooting. Her funeral will be Monday at noon at the Baptist Church.
Well, it's more like like the headband headaches, but it's more pronounced.
Oh, the beanie
like in the
is
forehead.
cutting off your circulation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In Madison.
The beanie.
This is TMJ4 News at.
We need to protect the damn kids, not the predators.
Agreed.
Well, we're not. When we're talking about protecting people in prison, we're talking more about the shooters and minors that commit crimes as opposed to the predators. But we need to protect everybody.
Illness,
yeah.
People with mental illnesses should be put. It makes sense to separate them from the average person in jail. That they are victims to some extent, if not, just fully. Like they have a mental illness. They can't control it. It's like being mad at somebody for being a paraplegic or something. Like they can't control it.
Oh no, mental illness is no excuse for having any signs of mental illness. Chad.
Yeah.
A person who has a psychiatric disorder, they should go their entire life functioning as if they don't have the disorder, and they need to use willpower
it's
to make
like
it so.
So many people haven't experienced mental disorders themselves, so they aren't able to just grasp the idea that someone could not have control and actually be a victim in their own body. Like,
well, even me, with some of the speech disorders I have, like dysphoria of speech, there's been people who have claimed that my voice not having enough, like being reflective enough, that use your condition as an excuse for bad behavior. And it's just, I think you're using the term bad behavior a bit too loosely there. It's like this person has a limp. They're using their condition as an excuse for bad behavior, not walking normally.
At 5.
Although our hearts are entirely shattered at the thought of all the things that will never be, we are profoundly grateful for what we were given. Ruby was a light in this world, a reminder of what it means to love, create, and cherish those around us.
Right now at 5, an emotional day in Madison as family and community gathers to say their goodbyes to 14-year-old Ruby Vergara. She was one of 2 victims shot and killed Monday at Abundant Life Christian School alongside teacher Erin West. 6 others were also shot, including 2 students who are still in the hospital in critical condition. Today, family and friends remembered Ruby as a creative soul who loved music and art. But more than that, they say she was caring and a gift to those who knew her. Glenda Valdez has more from today's service.
Ruby was a beautiful young woman inside and out, and I am forever grateful for the time we had with her. Though we will never know why this tragedy happened here on Earth.
Family, friends, and community members gathered today to say their final goodbyes to 14-year-old Ruby Vergara. Through tears and memories, loved ones painted a picture of a young girl who brought light to everyone around her.
Ruby brought into our lives her beautiful gift of music. Ruby started playing piano at the age of 8, and she has been able to listen to a song and then play the...
I do think this is healthy, what they're doing.
Yeah, it's sad as fuck. It's making me sad, John.
Notes she heard.
Well, welcome to the PPP.
She sang like an angel.
The sadness just started setting
Her
in.
artistic talents extended far
We should
beyond
just
music.
change
As with her art, she brought
this
joy
to
to
the
many.
sadness show.
We'll call it the stages of grief.
The sadness show?
Yeah,
I'm
you don't
sorry,
like
Chad.
that? The sadness podcast?
Not creative enough.
Oh.
We'll call it the stages of grief, John.
Well, I've said we should probably change it to the misanthropic podcast or
oh god, yeah, let's make it something nobody understands.
Who the fuck understands?
You
the
don't
Pedantic
know
pedestrians.
You don't know what a misanthrope is, or you've never heard that? That's kind of I've say
heard
common
you say
knowledge.
It before. I don't.
It's sort of common knowledge, Shab.
It's hatred for humanity.
When you say the average American fucking reads at like a 5th grade level, but then you expect everybody to know what the fuck
not
misanthropic
the average,
is.
Not the average, just the majority.
Just
no,
the majority.
It's a third of Americans read at or below 5th grade level.
Why do all these people read at or below a 5th grade level and not know the word misanthropic? Gosh, I'm surprised.
Well, I think
Gene.
that
you just you identified yourself as one of the third, Shab.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only read at a 4th grade level.
Ways to show love and care for others.
Thank you, Ruby, for being our gift. We'll carry you in.
But to be fair, that is like the only word that sort of fits that definition. So if you want to accuse people of using big words, it's just that's a scenario where what's the alternative?
Our hearts forever.
Here you can see the outpouring of
I
love and
didn't
support
say
from those
big
who knew
word.
Ruby.
I said
No,
most
but
people don't
I
fucking
guess-
know that word, bitch.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times when people accuse something of being a big word, a lot of them aren't necessarily like words that have a lot of syllables. Sometimes it's just, hey, this word is less common, so therefore it's a big word.
Best.
Yeah,
Customer
I mean, I
service
feel
is
like
not
that's
just a
what
farewell,
people
but a
mostly
reminder
mean when they say a big word.
Yeah.
They just use
of
the
the
wrong
impact Ruby
term.
had on the community.
As they hug goodbye.
But I'll have people that will accuse me of using big words when, like when I say epistemology, when that's the name of a area of like research and study, so it's a noun, and that's a scenario where, you know what, when you're accusing people of using big words when they're using the name of a theory or something, it's just okay. Well, that's a scenario. It's one thing when it comes to things like adjectives, where it's like you say this is superfluous, like instead of unnecessary. But when it comes to discussing titles and nouns and so forth, the name of certain areas of research, it's just, well, there isn't an alternative there. What else are you supposed to say?
I never imagined that would be the last time we'd see Ruby. I thought they'd grow up and do something amazing with all their creative ideas together.
Ruby's family expressed their gratitude to first responders and the Madison community for their overwhelming support. They also extended forgiveness.
We hold no bitterness or unforgiveness towards 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow and her family. They lost a daughter too. Somehow this precious child of God lost her way.
While today was filled with sorrow, it was a celebration of Ruby's life, a life that...
Shab, let's hear your criticism of their religious rhetoric.
I think that most likely it's bullshit, and I don't really feel that way personally. He's just trying to follow the rules of his religion and seem virtuous based on what he's been told to believe.
Isn't he a pastor, or he's like one of the administrative staff at this Christian school? So I don't know. I think apparently people who study religion or priests or whatever, they're much more likely to actually become atheists. So it's just the more you know, kind of
people
really,
that become priests are more likely to become atheists.
Well, they're more likely compared to people that study other like trades or invest in other trades. They're more likely to shift their stance to atheism.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
My boss is an example of that. He was a deacon at one point, and now he's not.
Yeah.
That brought beauty and love to everyone that knew her. In Madison, Glenda Valdez, TMJ4 News.
Glenda, thank you. In that same church where today's funeral services were held, says they plan to hold caroling and camp.
Again, when it comes to religion, because I want to establish this with people in the chat, it's I do think that there's nothing wrong with believing in a God. The problem is when it comes to a lot of the popular established faiths, the Abrahamic faiths like Christianity or something like Hinduism and so forth, is you look at the scriptures and history, it's very clear that these are man-made. It's very clear that I don't think if there is a God, or a deity or something, it had direct involvement with these faiths. I think that they clearly were made to control people.
I think that believing in God is bad, Gene.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily terrible for somebody to be like, hey, like, what if there is a creator? Or like, not even a god, like, something like a celestial, where it's a really powerful being, but it's not necessarily an omnipotent being. It's just, I don't think somebody, like, that sort of agnostic approach, I don't think's necessarily terrible. But I think the problem is, you look at a lot of these established religions, you look at the scripture, and the scriptures, there's so many inconsistencies. People have to interpret it in a very figurative, tongue-in-cheek sort of manner. And it's just maybe the fact that you need to follow it in such a cherry-picked manner kind of shows that it's kind of antiquated, and it's very clear that some all-knowing, all-powerful being probably did not have an involvement there.
Yeah.
The fact that it's so broken.
I also genuinely think that the parents feel bad because they also lost their daughter, but they also have to live with the fact that their daughter did such a horrible thing as well.
Now, what do you think about people that claim that it's the parents' fault? It depends.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of signs do you have? I can't necessarily say that if I had a child who was 15, who I thought was mature and could handle it, that I wouldn't be like, all right, son, let's do it at the range. All right, now here's the gun safe. Here's the code. If I trust them like that. And, look, just in case you need to defend yourself and I'm not here and God forbid, whatever, there's a gun. What if, who am I to say, Mike? I just, you don't know your kid well enough,
Yeah. And, most kids, their parents don't monitor what they do these days.
There's no tone. I don't know. It's hard because, Jonathan in the chat earlier was saying how he hates how people always rush to blame the parents, which, again, it's
a case-by-case basis.
It is, but, of course, that's always the first question. Well, how'd they get the gun?
Well, it's not just how they got the gun, even if...
it's usually the third or fourth question.
Well, I'm saying, maybe it is the first. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that it's not just that. It's also the fact that, hey, what if the parents were really abusive towards their kid? What if the kid clearly showed signs of distress and the parents just ignored it, child neglect and so forth? So even if the kid gets the gun from somebody else, they buy the gun from, I don't know, some sketchy person online or something, it's still where, okay, how the parents weren't paying real close attention to their kid. Or even if it's okay, the kid did it to a point where they have the kind of freedom that you'd expect any 15-year-old kid to have, so how would the parents be able to really detect that? It's just, our parents supposed to give their kids some kind of... I don't know, security search every time they come home and stuff, always check their book bag. So it was something where the kids from the Columbine, they were building bombs in their garage, or one of them was, but they were hiding it in the walls and so forth. And it's just you can't understand why the parents probably wouldn't pick up on that, or they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, I do think there are scenarios where you look at their life at home, and the parents treated the kid like complete total horseshit, and maybe then being abusive towards the kid is something that pushed them over the edge.
Candlelight services on Christmas Eve to give further comfort to the community. Meanwhile, loved ones and neighbors will gather once again on Monday.
Okay, next story.
Again, with the search for answers on those mysterious drone sightings.
UFOs.
They have now been spotted in 6 states. The federal government is investigating, but lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say officials are not doing enough.
Pause. It's still, we got a ghost picture of it. So that's like I said, John, the title says New Jersey drone sightings. It's beyond that now. That's fucking New Jersey, fucking Connecticut, and Virginia. And I heard Ohio as well. The UFOs are coming, John. It's an alien invasion.
So I do think people some people are saying it's a hoax. So they think that maybe it's just like the clown sightings thing.
Yeah, commercially owned citizens, like it takes 100 people to fly 100 drones at the same time.
But, well, is it all at the same time, or is it at different...
Oh, there's people are seeing, like, fleets of drones, yeah.
Oh, well... well, if it's, like, how big of a fleet is it?
They're seeing, like, thousands of reported sightings, like, in a night.
The thing is, if it's reported, how many of those people are just kind of hopping on the bandwagon?
There's a good bit of it, because there are people literally reporting airplanes.
Yeah, so there's that, and then there's also, like, the clown sighting thing. It's just other people see it, and it's like, oh god, like, look at these,
mass hysteria.
Well, look at these sightings, I'm gonna take my drones now, and you have this person in another state that starts doing it. So, I do think maybe it's, you have this one particular drone sighting that's somewhat significant, and then a bunch of people see it, and they decide to, like, jump on the bandwagon, and then because people hear in the news that there's these drone sightings, people start reporting airplanes.
Did we cover the UFO debriefing on here?
No.
Okay, well, there was one of those recently, right? And they were saying how there are these UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, who are apparently monitoring our nuclear sites around the country, and apparently they have displayed capability of what did they say? Slowing down our nuclear readiness or interfering with our nuclear readiness.
There's the Chinese spy balloons, so it could be.
That's what they called that, but people are saying that was a UFO. But again,
well, a UFO means unidentified flying object, so that's not inaccurate. It's just people think, oh, UFO, it's automatically people claiming it's flying saucers, and that is like an official abbreviation that the government uses. It just means it's an unidentified flying object, so they are unidentified flying objects.
Where multiple drone sightings have been reported. Tom, what's going on?
UFO might be their spy jets. I mean, hey, there's this jet that's flying by and so forth. We got a UFO. We don't know who's flying this jet. Sometimes it is just people who are like it might be somebody with their private plane, but they're flying in areas they're not supposed to. So, hey, we got a UFO.
Good morning to you. Well, that really is the million-dollar question. Here in Hazlet, New Jersey, police say that they've seen an uptick in the number of drones being reported. And while the federal government says that these drones don't pose any sort of threat to public safety, local leaders are asking for more authority to deal with the drones themselves.
And they're huge, too. So I don't know what's going on.
Questions and concerns are mounting.
So people in the chat are saying that they're flying in regulated space and so forth. So, I mean, I think it might just be a fucking hoax.
Over those mysterious nighttime drone sightings.
Like they're recording people, or like just going around and sitting there, just looking at you?
On Friday night, drone activity forced New York State Stewart Airfield, which serves commercial and military flights, to shut down for 1 hour. In Boston, 2 men were arrested Saturday near Logan Airport for what police say was a hazardous drone operation. And here in New Jersey's Monmouth County, police released a heat map to help track drone sightings in real time.
This is a national public safety and security issue, right? If they aren't foreign drones...
I do know an issue with, like, if there's a drone that's detected or a UFO that's detected in commercial airspace. The issue is they are able to detect it within a certain radius on the radar, but they don't know the exact location. So it's just, okay, you can't really avoid it 100% if you don't know the exact location. So that is pretty dangerous. And it's sort of like the Schrodinger's cat phenomenon, or with you can know its position or its velocity, but you can't know both at once. It's like it's kind of like that when it comes to detecting things on or aircraft in a radar. So probably is, if it is a hoax, they definitely are fucking or they are like treading on like thin ice here. It's like the likelihood of serious accidents happening. A plane colliding with one of those drones can cause serious, or it can result in notable casualties,
then it is a state public safety issue.
Local officials are urging the federal government to give them more control over their skies, calling on them to extend investigative capabilities to state and local authorities.
At the state level, county and local, we don't have that tech, we don't have the authority to even take one of these down.
And Monmouth County tells people not to call 911 if they do believe that they've seen a drone. Instead, use the non-emergency line. That is, unless they see 5 to 6 drones hovering around doing weaving patterns at a low altitude.
Okay, Tom, thank you very much.
Well, an urgent
I do think, like, when it comes to having 5 drones, I mean, there is AI. So you do have, like, software where you have the one drone that's controlled by a person, and the other 5 use AI to follow behind that one drone.
The FBI and state police about all those drones spotted in New Jersey. They're urging the public, do not shop.
The problem with using AI with shit like this is, like, AI isn't perfect. It can be pretty finicky. So it might be notably sufficient when it comes to following behind the other drones, or when like collective AI, because some of the drones are completely self-piloted. But still, there is the issue of the drone doesn't detect, it's a self-flown drone in a fleet and so forth, so it doesn't detect certain types of geography or certain types of objects, so that one drone might detect something else that's highly elevated, and then it flies off, and then because it relies on AI, it doesn't know exactly what to follow, so then it goes off the path, and it's definitely something where you shouldn't be flying them in residential areas, and you probably should not fly them at high altitudes if you're fucking around with that kind of AI.
Laser pointers at them after several incidents of plane and helicopter pilots getting hit with the lasers in their eyes during flights.
Right. The White House finally has broken its silence on the topic, saying that the drones seen over the Northeast are a mix, they say, of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones, saying no public or national security threat has been found.
We've got ABC's Perry Russin with the latest.
The White House today working to calm concern over the
See, imagine it's just like it's Amazon doing some deliveries, and everyone's like, "My God, there's UFOs."
No national security threat we're seeing at this.
Well, maybe it's the federal government doing it, and they just don't want people to know that they're doing it, and maybe that's why the state governments, local governments don't know about it. Maybe they're testing around with shit, and they're just playing dumb.
This time, and no threat to public safety.
ABC News cannot confirm what these videos show. National Security spokesman John Kirby on GMA this morning saying people are seeing a mix of law enforcement, commercial, and hobbyist drones in the sky.
That's a fucking airplane.
Well, even the ones that aren't airplanes.
It's a fucking airplane.
If the federal government isn't really taking it that seriously, and they seem pretty like permissive, I would predict that it's just federal government's just testing shit.
Most of these aircraft are doing good things. They're delivering products. They're being tested for science purposes. They're conducting law enforcement missions.
Drones have been reported in.
They're stealing our jobs.
7 states in the Northeast. Federal sources tell ABC News they're deploying infrared cameras.
Dude, maybe Uber Eats should do that, where they just replace instead of Uber drivers, it's a drone
pilots.
Yeah.
No, like the pilot AI drones.
Yeah.
It's done.
Hey, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah.
May I go get a drink?
Yes, you're excused.
Please, sir.
Listen, at least I'm not gonna be like Chef
One
and
more.
just get up and walk away for like 20 minutes.
It's etiquette.
Ensure those flying over.
And Shab does get up far more than everyone else.
I was helping my girlfriend with something.
Thousands upon thousands
Shut
of
up.
guys
Stop
legally and
bullying
lawfully
me.
every single day, doing all kinds of good things for the public good. And the
That
Northeast
was the
corridor is one of
last
the busiest.
I'm still maintaining the stream. Everything's still going good.
More government transparency.
I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep.
You look at demolition drones and a lot of militaries that are investing in those, and those are kind of scary because they can easily level an entire building like it's nothing.
People in suspense.
The FBI says it's concerned after.
And that is, like, with Israel, it's just okay. They know that there's 5 militants in a building. Why don't they just use demolition drones to collapse the building instead of, like, using an airstrike or ballistic missiles? And it's just, hey, it's a viable military target, and if a bunch of other buildings get leveled and a bunch of innocent people die that aren't in that building, well, hey, that's war. Just I don't know. When I bring up the demolition drone thing to people, they don't really have any way to refute it.
Increase of pilots being hit in the eyes with lasers after people on the ground think they see a drone. Investigators say do not aim lasers at suspected drones.
We are also concerned people will take...
Power Paul says it is government. Yeah, I'd say if it's not a hoax, then it's the federal government doing it.
Into their own
and I don't think there's anything really significantly malicious with what the government's doing. So I don't think it's like, hey, they want to spy on people. It's like they already have the ability to do that very easily. I think it's probably they're just testing shit, and they don't want the state. They don't care about informing the state governments, and they're just plain dumb.
And fire a weapon at an aircraft.
Drones have also been reported near Trump's estate in Bedminster, New Jersey. John Kirby says that area is restricted airspace, and they are confident in their ability to keep that airspace safe and secure. Perry Russell, ABC News, Washington.
It's like their own little light show going on up there. It's the flashing red, green, and white lights.
Mysterious drone sightings seen on the East Coast are now being spotted here in the Pacific Northwest, specifically in Tacoma.
That's where we find Fox News Dave.
So if the federal government is behind it, what do you think their aims are when it comes to these drones? What do you think they're trying to test?
Well, they could be anti-drones, ready to come and defend the eastern seaboard. They said originally they were saying these drones were coming up over the Atlantic Ocean.
Maybe they're just testing more advanced AI when it comes to drones being able to operate on their own. Drone fleets, maybe it's just that.
No.
With a couple who want to share the video.
What's that?
I wonder if you're going to get any of the things where people are like convinced that it's like, because I believe there are reports of like some of these UAPs as well where they move in ways that defy the laws of physics. I think some of these are being reported as well, but I could be wrong.
They got over the weekend. So what are you?
It's aliens.
Hearing about the drone sightings in our area, Dave?
No doubt.
Reached out to Washington State Patrol as well as Tacoma Police. They say they are aware of these sightings, but say no one has filed an official report. As for the Tacoma family, they say the drones that they saw yesterday in the night sky matches similar to the ones on the East Coast, and they too want to know where these drones came from.
They like circled around like that way.
Peering up at the stars in Pierce County.
Oh, I know somebody inside the internet that their theory is it's Hamas. I think they're fucking retarded.
Yeah, I feel like if it was, shit would have got way more hairy by now.
There's this it was a camera drone for these filmmakers, and this one guy shot it down because he's a dumbass. And it's just that's a scenario where somebody has a gun and they just can't wait to find a reason to shoot at something. But like when they interviewed him, he's like in this day and age, you don't know who it could be. Could be ISIS, and it's just okay. I think these particular terrorist groups are an issue, but they're mostly an issue in the countries, the set of borders that they're actually located in. I don't think they're engaging in drone operations overseas.
County. Coming up through here. Kristen and Shane Eldoin won't find any answers in the sky, but they will remember what they saw Sunday night that made them push record.
See if we can see them flying up in the sky.
It's the reptilians.
Sure enough, there was a bunch of them coming in from all sorts of directions.
When we were out here, probably saw like 8 to 10 of them, I think, in just a span of like maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Dirt lost power.
Cell phone video shows what the family says are drones in the sky.
What a
They
dork.
say these drones are much bigger than what we're used to.
First off, it's like their own little light show going on up there. It's the flashing red, green, and white lights. And then when you do like get a shape of it, it's almost like a plane.
Whatever type of drone, it's now making its presence known in Tacoma. Local officials say they've heard of reports of drones seen around the Narrows Bridge, flying over Commencement Bay, and
now, I do know it is established that some of these drones are pretty big. They're not your typical sort of drones that you think of that
are
usually...
We saw one like 5 or 10 like back in the video, and I was like, holy shit, it looks like something that could pick me up and fly me around.
Most recently, above the Eldoin's heads.
Doesn't seem like anybody really knows what it is, and it's happening all over the place.
The Tacoma drones appear to be similar to...
You know what I think it is? I think that now that there's all this universal hatred and bigotry towards CEOs, especially health insurance CEOs, I think the uber wealthy, they're they're the ones behind it. They want to find a way to use drone technology to fight the masses once the CEO uprising happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're teaching us a lesson now.
No, the CEOs, they're creating the UFOs.
They're like, what?
The
You guys
CEO
think Luigi's
UFOs.
a hero? We'll show you, bitches. We'll fucking
Others
show
popping up in New
you.
Jersey, DC, and beyond. Tacoma's own mystery drone video already has people chiming in on social media.
Somebody asked about what direction they were coming in. Somebody else had asked about why there was no interception. I believe that anything is possible out there.
Somebody's flying these things around, or I don't think they're flying themselves, but I mean, who knows what they could be. But yeah, I think we need answers or something from somewhere.
And a lot of questions remain about these mysterious drones. Now, meantime, the federal government says while some of these drones are flying in protected airspace, none of them pose a safety risk or threat. We're live tonight in Tacoma. Dave Detling, Fox 13 News.
Above you, look up.
Flying in the night sky.
People just want to know who's flying it, what are they doing?
It's the latest unidentified drone mystery, this time in White Settlement.
We haven't seen the formation of drones like that before.
Slowly moving.
Officers capturing video of the hovering drones last night after getting multiple calls about 6 drones flying together in a no-fly zone near Lockheed Martin and Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base.
Pretty serious concerns when you have drones operating that close to an active runway and airfield.
Now, Elon Musk, he's starting to have a lot of ties and affiliations with the federal government. I think maybe Elon Musk is behind it.
He did it.
Dude,
Tesla
you have
drones.
drone money.
It comes amid a surge in unidentified drone sightings happening all across the country. Sightings have been reported in at least 7 states and in other military bases.
There's no national security threat we're seeing at this time and no threat to public safety.
A former U.S. Navy fighter pilot pushing back.
I would pose to Admiral Kirby, why is this just an issue that's popping up now if these drones are so common within our airspace? I assure you that our adversaries are watching our reaction to this and they are taking notes.
White Settlement police say identifying the origin of the drones hasn't been easy.
Is this a ploy just to get attention? Is this, again, a copycat kind of situation because you're seeing what's happening in other parts of the country? We just don't know because we haven't been able to identify them.
Right above you, look up.
The sightings prompting the FBI and NCIS to intervene to figure out who is behind this. Meanwhile, curiosity surrounding a series of mysterious drone sightings nationwide and now locally only grows. In White Settlement, I'm Adriana Dell.
Drones in the sky. The FAA.
So, what do you think of sniper drones? Yeah,
They probably exist.
well, they do. I mean, they're not even like hidden from the public, so
Yeah.
they shoot with pretty sufficient accuracy, and they have like those 50 cal anti-material sort of rifles, or not rifles, but embedded sort of guns. And imagine that, where you just have a fleet of 50 cal sniper drones that hover over a particular region, and you look at the particular range that they have, and like the radius that they can cover within miles, and imagine just having a bunch of those that are all dispersed within this very wide radius, and they can just snipe away their like enemies, the different like belligerents and everything. Don't you think? I don't know. Do you think that would be useful against Hamas?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably. I mean, well, who am I kidding? They're not actually trying to identify Hamas agents, John. You know that. Anyways,
It keeps going back to that, but I'm sorry. You look at the kind of military tech the U.S. has access to. You know, Israel probably has access to the same kind of tech and everything. I mean, the United States could definitely grant them access to that kind of technology, or I guess weaponry. And it's just, if they're going to get involved, even if they don't donate or provide them with those particular like drones, they themselves could just deploy them and utilize them to go against Hamas and so forth. And it's just, why don't they do that?
DHS, FBI, and DOD have said that there is no national security threat, but they did confirm there have been some drones seen flying near or over military installations.
And some people in South Florida have claimed to have seen them in their own backyards. Sophia Hernandez gets to the bottom of it.
Many of you across South Florida have been sending into our newsroom videos of what look to be like drone sightings.
that's the most. So, what do you think about this, John? You're not allowed to shoot down a drone that's just sitting up over your property, unidentified or anything. That shit can just trespass on your shit. And you better call a cop to handle it if you have a problem with it.
I think, I don't know, if it's hovering in your backyard, I think you should be allowed to probably shoot it down. The problem is shooting bullets in the air.
Yep.
Yeah, I do think maybe you should call a cop. I think
we need anti-drone nets.
I think if you destroy it and you destroy it in a safe manner, I don't know, you run at it with a shovel and like bash it. I think okay, that's fine.
Far Cry 5, you spear chuck a shovel. Yeah.
Well, no, I think if it's like hovering there and you swipe at it or whatever.
I don't think they're gonna get that low, John. They might do like, "Ooh, you almost got me." It's a drone, John.
Well, what if it's just some neighbor being a creep and they're flying in your backyard and shit? I think in a case like that, where it's somebody who doesn't really know much about what they're doing.
Well, that's the thing too, John, is you never know. It could be the cops trying to surveil on your ass.
Ooh, maybe.
But how can you tell that what you're seeing is really a drone? Well, we took our eyes to the skies.
It was like a flashing white-green light, and we followed it, and I pulled over, and that's when I took out my camera.
This video Rebecca Davila shot on her phone.
I mean, there are laser sort of cannons that are on like aircraft carriers. And they're designing those to shoot down nukes and ballistic missiles. It's just they can fire at an incredibly large radius. And one of the things that they one of the systems they have with ballistic missiles is usually when they're fired, there's also a bunch of dummy sort of debris that makes it very difficult to identify it. But if you can create this sort of electromagnetic sort of projectile that shoots, encapsulates that entire radius of the missile and all of the debris, that could be really efficient. Plus, you don't just have one laser cannon, you have dozens that fire within that radius. I mean, you might accidentally destroy some commercial aircrafts, but I guess it's worth it if you stop a fucking nuke. But maybe you could have like a mini version of that. The problem is, what if you accidentally hit a commercial aircraft? Just take down a drone and you can have like a Sentry laser cannon drone.
But she believes
I was gonna say,
drones in
dude,
the
it's
sky.
the FBI already had to put out a warning, John. Fox News told us, dude. People were trying to blind pilots.
So there was no noise. We usually feel the airplanes here really loud, where we can actually kind of shakes a little bit our home sometimes because they take off from the airport. So there was no noise. It was very quiet. And also that circle of light was pulsing.
No idea what you're talking about. Unemployment at its finest.
What? You're right, dude. Me and John Taylor here, we never worked a day in our life.
Yeah, anybody that streams and does a podcast, they're automatically losers that have no life. But people that watch podcasts,
Unemployed.
well, it's just I like the logic there, where it's like, do you not see that you're in front of a screen? It's just you're watching a podcast doesn't equate to having no life, but actually engage or streaming a podcast, that's where you're a loser who has no life.
Pulsating, and it was getting brighter, and I even took pictures, and it didn't look like a planet or a star. It looked like something very different that my eyes ever seen.
And miles away in Sweetwater, Eric Stanley saw something similar.
And then I saw all the weird colors, and I was like, this doesn't look like a drone to me. Like, it's more like a plasma ball.
Sightings of what looked to be like orbs and
Plasma
drones
ball,
like this
see
one
here.
at the 79th Street Causeway, leaving people confused.
But what else would it be? And that's where the question is. Like, we just want to make sense.
And I also like it when people like to play the let's talk shit about them probably being a loser that lives in their mom's basement shit. When I talk about people who live in white trash Hickville, and I start talking about education and having a job that actually pays a decent amount of money and so forth, then I'm an arrogant asshole. It's just, what is it? It's like, pick a lane.
The night sky is full of lights.
But the FAA wanting to clear the air as to what the different lights in the sky could signify, releasing this video explaining all aircraft, including drones, are required to have certain lights at night. Planes and helicopters.
Yeah, it's not like I pay Shab like hundreds of dollars or like $100 a stream, and I also pay dirt and so forth, so I clearly have a disposable fucking income.
Helicopters typically have lights on the front
Every
of their
chance he
wings, and white
gets, he
strobe lights
brags about stuff like this. He'd be like, yeah, I donated to the homeless guys. I don't know. Remember if I told you about that.
Is it bragging if somebody wants to talk shit about, like, I don't know, your living sort of status or your financial status.
Yeah, fuck
your
you,
employment
John.
status.
John doesn't need a job. He creates jobs.
Exactly.
And a red
He's
beacon
a
light that flashes on their
creator
tail. The FAA says drones need to have strobe lights that are visible for at least 3 miles, fly below 400 feet, and have lights to help the drone pilot know which way it's pointing. Rebecca says what she's seen fits the bill.
Pretty close. Yeah, it was pretty close. The light was, at one point, it felt like a flashlight that was pointing, and it felt like it was pointing right at me.
Now, the big question that many residents have as
What is the Star Wars Legos is going on? I don't know.
well as lawmakers,
If you like Legos, you should watch this Dark Master dude.
who is operating these drones. The FAA says that there are more than 1 million registered drones in the U.S. Sophia Hernandez, NBC 6 News.
We are here because I have been personally affected by my health care and my inability to get health care because of my insurance and our just frankly terrible American healthcare system.
Universal healthcare now or free Luigi?
And privatized health care is a crime against humanity.
Oh God, what a bunch
Every
of
other country,
weirdos.
every other industrialized country on the planet has it.
Luigi hats. Dude, you know what? They need to have Luigi, what is it, Mangione? See, I had
Luigi Mangione. No, it's Mangione.
Say it again.
Mangione.
Mangione. See, I have issues with articulation and so forth, but they need to have a skin of him in the next like Mario Kart or Smash Bros. game.
Fortnite.
Yeah, put him in Smash Brothers.
No, because it needs to be a version of Luigi, so it needs to be a Luigi skin.
They should put him in Hitman.
So I don't think we would struggle that
He
much
can
to
be
find
the
one.
Hitman.
The systematic murder is the same as murder with a gun. There's no difference.
That's a cool hat.
So he should be dealt like he would gun down a serial killer. You know, so someone has to have the courage to say the truth. I think Luigi has much more courage than I have because I would never do this. So I have to stand by him and show support because he did a very courageous thing. Because he's going against the wealthy people, you know. And this is, well, I would not risk my life to sit in jail. No way, you know, no thought about that. So I need to show support that he did something very important for the country.
Do you think? So, what do you think about the people that are praising him?
I don't like it. I think it's immature and
Now,
stupid.
here's the thing: people get mad if you job shame or generalize certain occupations like police officers. Then why is it okay to hate on CEOs? Seems to like no one claims that you're generalizing and that hey, like you shouldn't just assume that. And politicians too. Unless it's the president. That's one thing I think is funny is that people are okay claiming that any politician is a scumfuck except for the politician that they happen to vote for in the last presidential election. Do you think maybe it's because people are just being stupid?
Yeah. Everyone they've
did a
been
good thing,
born
you know,
stupid.
even if it's.
Well, I do find that when it comes to Congress officials, whether they're Republican or Democrat, people seem to just they're perfectly fine with claiming that yeah, they're all a bunch of piece of shit politicians, even if it's a politician affiliated with their party. But it's only the president where people will actually get pissed off if you talk shit about them and talk about them being a shitty president.
To do. He did the right thing to go.
Just to play devil's advocate, John. What other recourse does the common man have to a system that is fucked and is fucking everybody and it's fucked and it's no good? I mean, fucked to the point where there are people cheering when you die because, well, yeah, this person's choices and their greed led to.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Indeed, but the sword got results in this instance. Now, I could never, like Jonathan says, you never want to normalize cold-blooded murder, and normalization is definitely not the goal. In fact, you can never really justify murder in favor of political gain, but in Minecraft.
So, my thing is, when it comes to healthcare, it shouldn't be privatized. That is something where maybe the proper thing to do is to push for universal healthcare. And It seems like one of the things I'm shocked about is it seems that even people on the right are supporting him and are against these sort of like healthcare CEOs, but
they still don't want free healthcare for some reason.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. And it's just they want affordable healthcare. They want they don't want health like insurance companies to drop people. But it's just I find that this is something where, you know what, it should be handled by the social sector, not the private sector. But if you discuss I don't know, making any sort of like particular institution or any sort of practice, if you want to claim that it should be handled by the social sector, then you're a communist. Because nuance isn't a thing. And they're too stupid to understand that public schools are an example of social institution. Social security is an example of social institution. And we've had people like discussing like the dumb fuck like comment of the week or whatever. One that would have been a good contender several streams ago is somebody's like, give an example of a country where socialism worked. And it's just, well, if you're classifying universal healthcare as socialism, then look at all of these other developed countries, you know, where people are much more well off and they're more developed than we are, that have universal healthcare. It's just, if you look at Norway, Finland, Denmark, South Korea, I don't think they're like doing worse than America.
Gunned down a serial killer. Because this person is a murderer, doing it, well, the government is not stopping him from doing it. That doesn't mean it's okay. Because he's paying over the government. There's no way to stop him legally. No politician is willing to do this because they get, you know, they have lobbyists and everything, and they have money for the court to fight in the court.
Yeah, exactly. Firefighters, police, they're the social sector.
It's going against these wealthy people, the CEOs. So this is the only way to, you know...
What people don't understand is that it's just every country, even countries that have been, that have come the closest to being communist, still like usually always have some level of capitalism. It's kind of hard and not really possible in the modern age to have a country that's 100% communist. And it's just, if you're going to claim that any sort of social institution means that it's communist or socialist, then based on that logic, a country should be an anarchy. There should be no government. There should be no social sector. Everything's just run privately. But then that would be anarchy. It would be an aristocracy, which would just turn into a government. It would just turn into a dictatorship. Because it would turn into the richest people having absolute power with no checks and balances. Like monopoly would happen. Same thing, the same reason why communism results in authoritarianism is that there's no checks and balances. It's 100% controlled by the social sector, and then there is no sort of electoral system, and then it becomes authoritarian. So if you sway too much to either side, then it's just going to become authoritarian. So the right thing to do is you need to find the right balance.
To stop this serial killer, what's going on? The mass, no, it's not with a gun, but it's killing people much more than most serial killers do. You know, much more people are dying from the CEO and others.
Well, Unspecified says, I don't think they are better off at all, Gene. I think they're definitely better off when it comes to their health care. I think they
said nothing that has anything to do with healthcare.
CEOs, any government can show that.
So I think it's important to understand that while murder is not something that needs to be glorified in any way, the health insurance industry is oppressive to people. It is violent. It inserts itself as a paywall between people and care, and we need to recognize that. It's been brought to our attention as a populace now, and I just want to take this moment and push for more recognition of needed change in policy.
Finally, people realize that? Fuck.
I don't think they're... Wait, what do you mean? I don't think anything they're saying is indicative of them claiming that...
They said
like,
it
hey,
rises
they just
to the populace now. Like, as if now everybody figured this out.
I think they're just saying that, hey, people are finally, I guess, engaging the right kind of, I guess, resistance or the sort of.
Shouldn't take someone killing a CEO for them to understand something that is obvious like that.
Do you think we're gonna have copycat killers?
I mean, like, I wanted to become a celebrity, so.
No. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I think it's important to recognize that people feel backed into a corner. People feel like they haven't been listened to for years and years by anyone in the establishment. So, I'm not going to discuss justified or not. I'm just going to say it's.
So here's the thing. I have lupus, and I have like epilepsy, and my job provides me with healthcare, and I make a decent living. But even though I have access to some pretty decent healthcare coverage, I still have to spend probably like $2,000 a fucking month on my like all my medical needs. So the fact that I like have to spend this much money on it, and I'm somebody that can afford it, but that's kind of a problem that even somebody that has I don't even need to pay for it because I get it through my employer. I still have so much stuff that's denied, or I have to pay for half of it. And imagine it's like a third of Americans can't afford a $200, $300 emergency. So you look at somebody in my case where I have to pay like $1,500, $2,000 a month. They'll deny certain medication that I need because they're like, hey, you're already on this kind of medication, so why would we provide you with coverage for 2 or 3 like forms of medication? And it's like, but it's just I kind of need all of these fucking things. So it's like it's common for people who have seizures to take more than one sort of anticonvulsant medication, because sometimes it just works like that, and yet they'll like they won't give me coverage on the different type. Like I need to take antibiotics because the medication I take for like my autoimmune disease, it actually suppresses my immune system. But they won't actually, like, they don't cover that because they try to claim, or they try to deny it. So I have to keep fighting against it because they claim that that isn't necessary, even though it's just, well, my immune system's being oppressed. So if I don't take it, it's like I'm probably gonna fucking die or deal with serious medical issues. I'm going to get sick constantly. It's going to be dangerous for me to even leave my house. I mean, like, I never actually got COVID, but that's a scenario where if I didn't have those, like, if I didn't have antibiotics and I got something like COVID, I'd be fucking dead. I'd be screwed.
Kind of a predictable outcome of a violent system. I think most people, probably normal people, had the same reaction, that there was probably some motive behind it related to.
Yeah, just switch to essential oils. Yeah, exactly.
Just complete disgust.
And marijuana. Don't forget marijuana.
Oh God.
And that it is an industry.
I mean, I don't have any issues with marijuana, but it does irritate the hell out of me where people act like it's this golden sort of cure, this end-all be-all cure for everything. Have you tried,
just
like,
so people
CBD
know,
oil?
I just took a big fat rip of marijuana too.
Yeah.
For the health insurance industry. So I think that was pretty clear to most people.
He had, medical issues, medical things, and he was heard, and he was heard by a lot of people, and that's why we're here. And he's kind of given people a common enemy, I should say, instead of having this side fight over this side fight over that. It's brought a common issue, and he's awoken the people to a true issue. And when the masses come together,
and he did it in a horrible way.
Over 300.
He did it in
No.
a horrible way.
Another
Is there no more, like, morally better way to go about getting attention to this cause? It's the only way blowing out somebody's brains on the side of the street. Is that the only way for people? If that's true, then everybody's an idiot.
Are you against assassinating Hitler?
Oh yeah, that CEO and Hitler. They may as well be the same person.
Hey, look at all the people that are dying from getting their health insurance denied.
But what about the people? What about the people that were saved
by having their health insurance denied?
No, by having the health insurance that he was a CEO of. Boom.
Well,
he's a hero.
Apparently, UnitedHealthcare is responsible for the largest amount of denials. And plus, it's not just denying health coverage; it's also delaying coverage because people have to jump through all these hoops when it comes to contacting this person, having their doctor call back again. And there's a lot of scenarios where people do die because they delay coverage for so long. And sometimes they'll delay it because the person's more likely to actually get terminally ill and die. So if they do give coverage, they don't have to give coverage for that long, and that saves them money. So that's pretty fucked up.
He's a hero, Gene. Just accept it.
Oh, yeah.
Just accept it.
Now, how many people need to die before... don't you think, hey, maybe in Minecraft... there needs to be some uprising.
What isn't there? But this happens with every insurance company, right?
Yeah. So maybe
what makes more sense
in Minecraft? The CEOs of other kind. Well,
yeah,
hey, you can only
just
do
Minecraft
so many at
every
once.
CEO in the world, or try to work your way up the government and change laws and change this kind of stuff in the way our system works.
What about,
that would be stupid.
What about the fact that an astronomically small percentage of people have control of an astronomically large percentage of all the wealth, and they lobby the government? And what about the fact that
if Donald Trump can become president, you can work your way up to government and make changes like this.
Isn't he a CEO? Isn't Elon Musk a CEO? I mean,
Elon Musk just got hired by Trump for something. What was it?
He's made a cabinet. He's one of the nominees for a cabinet official. That's pretty big.
Yeah, exactly. See? You just got to keep making money, Gene, and you can become that.
Yeah, because everyone is born with an equal foot in the door.
Yeah, my foot's way more equally.
It's the blank slate fallacy of, everyone has access to the same opportunity, and it's just how much you apply yourself.
It's true. Even if you're born in the worst ghetto in the country.
And it's one thing to make that argument with at least, I still don't agree with it, but it's one thing to make the argument of hey, it's just how much you apply yourself when it comes to getting a job, like being an accountant, a lawyer, getting a scholarship to school. You can hold everyone accountable to that extent. That I think is a little bit more reasonable, even though I don't support that sort of mentality. But when people try to make the argument that, anybody can be a millionaire or a billionaire if they just apply themselves, or if they're creative enough, or people that try
if their daddy gives them lots of loans of millions
of
dollars.
The majority of the world's wealth is inherited. So this logic of hey, they worked hard. The Atlas Shrugged sort of attitude of, hey, people are just leeches. They don't appreciate the work that these billionaires create. And it's just, well, what percentage of billionaires were the middleman? And they, because of their innovation, they actually were able to work themselves up and earn those billions of dollars. And plus, a lot of the scenarios where that does happen, which that was something that you saw in the dawn of the industrial age, where you had a lot of inventors. They'd invent something, and then they'd make like the equivalent of billions by today's standards, but I'd say that that's not really something that's that attainable. And
it was way easier to accomplish that back then, at least. Like,
but then there's the genetic factors where a lot of those people were geniuses, and it's just, you know what, most people aren't born with Einstein, Benjamin Franklin's levels of intelligence. And then there's also the factor of, even though they weren't uber wealthy, they still had access to higher education. They were some of the few people that were literate when illiteracy was even more common back in the 19th century. So you still have that element of environmental factors mixed with the genetic factors. So I don't know. I think, do you think people that conform to the link slate fallacy are retarded?
Yeah, you're pretty dumb, Gene.
But cold-blooded murder is not something that Americans.
I don't agree with murder.
No, murder's not right. Murder's never right.
I don't agree with
The
that.
people
Like,
that say, oh, you can't go around killing people in cold-blooded murder. You should probably take a look in the mirror. Some of those people.
100%. I wasn't really shocked.
But how many people are murdered by these CEOs and their fucked up, like, shitty private healthcare policies?
I was waiting to see when it would really happen. Somebody's straw.
Another shooting in America?
To break the camel's back.
Yeah.
And it was allegedly Luigi. And I get it because there's a lot of worse things, and I'm actually surprised, like maybe a mother or a father, this did not like retaliate in like the same sense. Because I've heard some horror stories.
We have to fight for our lives on a phone.
Medical bill shouldn't be $450,000 a year. I can't afford that. Only state insurance can afford that, and I have to be poor in order to get my medications paid for.
Wait, now Dirt's here, and Taylor is here. So, you guys have, read or listened to parts of the book that I'm writing.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm done, what do you think the likelihood is of me publishing it?
0.
Yeah.
I don't know,
You're
John.
not competent enough.
I don't know anything about publishing, so I don't know if it'd be wise for you to sell it to a publisher or try to self-publish it. I don't know, John.
Well, what do you think the likelihood is of it actually, doing well when it comes to sales?
You advertise it, John. I mean,
You're friends with me, okay? You're basically friends with a celebrity, Jane. Everybody's gonna know about your book. It's neat.
It's not justified at all. But he brought the people together.
People, okay?
Yeah, no, I agree. But I did say, like, violence makes changes in American history. War happens that created our freedom. George Floyd happened. That created reform, and we need more reform.
His audience loves 800-page sci-fi epics.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's probably going to be longer than that.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I like, with each chapter that I write, it's like I got to 40-something pages in the first chapter, so I just split it into 2 chapters.
Oof. Yeah, that's a lot for first
chapter. We just need to make the movie, okay, Gene? That's what matters.
Yeah, it's just...
Well,
call me.
You know what? I do think it's kind of annoying when I'm like discussing it with people or sharing it, and they're like, "Why don't you just like make it into a movie?" It's like it's kind of hard to make your own fucking movie when
I mean, I'm guilty of that too. I said that too.
Yes.
Especially when you're talking about a big budget
Gene,
sci-fi epic. Yeah.
Gene, but I mean like me and you.
Oh yeah.
Make the movie.
Because we have the resources to do that.
Yes.
It's not like you look
You're
at
the one that's like, I'm
it's
so
not like
rich
you look
and
at the
shit.
Well, it's not
we
like
have
you look
the
at
resources, Gene.
It's not like when you look at the credits of a movie, it's usually the population of like a small town. It's like we clearly have the resources to hire that many fucking people.
You could do all those people's jobs,
think,
Gene.
We have the
strength of 10 Don't you think it's more likely to get it published, and then if it's successful enough, a studio will pick it up?
This is why you'll never be a billionaire like Trump. Yeah. Okay? You're too lazy, Gene. Like,
I think most...
What excuse could I come up with for not making a fucking good movie? What a pussy bitch. Okay.
Seemingly out of a movie. Luigi Mangione, the 26-year-old man accused of killing UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson, brought to New York to face charges for the early morning murder.
This act of terrorism.
Now, there's also another person that I was talking to where he's like, why don't you make it a video game? And I couldn't really get it through to them that when it comes to that kind of narration, it's kind of hard to apply that to a fucking game.
And the violence that stems from it is something that would not be tolerated in the city.
Arriving in New York City shackled, a slow and very deliberate perp walk for the entire world to see, roughly 5 miles from the infamous crime scene.
This show of force seemed to almost be performative in some ways, maybe to show people how serious this case was, and also the fear that I think a lot of law enforcement has that others may take up the mantle of Luigi Mangione to do similar acts.
In an unusual display, New York City Mayor Eric Adams and multiple high-ranking city officials.
Now, he's from Baltimore, Maryland.
Gathered for the suspect's arrival.
We wanted to personally be here to show.
See, isn't he? This kind of shows that Maryland, where the geniuses are generated,
symbolism of leading from the front.
And he went to some prep school where went to Gilman, and I knew a lot of kids that went to Gilman when I was younger, and just like Gilman, I don't think it was that bad. Like usually the kids were more buttoned down. You know, David Packman? A lot of them, they're kind of like that level of, I don't know, upper middle class. You're sort of buttoned down, like modest sort of, like middle class. But Loyola, that's a private school where the kids were the biggest smarmy little fucking shits imaginable. And it's where a bunch of like far right leaning Christian parents sent their kids. And they were the kind of kids where if you played like basketball or football with them, they spent an hour arguing over who's on whose like team. And they would play the stupid, like, my school's better than your school. My mommy and daddy pay this much for me to go to school. And then every single time a kid would make a basket or score a touchdown, they'd have to argue over like, hey, you took an extra step. No, that's a foul. And it's just play the damn fucking game. If you're so good at it, why do you need to argue for 20? Like literally, they'd have to argue for several minutes every single time a kid made a basket. And it's just, I don't know. I think
I'm Gene. You were traveling. I'm Gene.
I wasn't the one doing that. I was the one criticizing them for being a bunch of like.
No, you were the one cheating, John. You're like, fuck it, just play the game. God. And they're like, stop, Gene. You're being unfair. You're just playing the stupid fucking game, dude.
God, Gene's a jerk.
Apprehension.
We lost Taylor. Oh, she said her internet went out.
Some of these detectives will finally sleep tonight.
He will be arraigned today on his indictment for the killing of Brian Thompson, CEO of UnitedHealthcare. And he'll be...
Well, here's the thing. Another thing they would do is, like, I did play on my basketball team, and I was good at three-pointers. And you would shoot, like, I'd make three-pointers. They're like, okay, no more three-pointers. They would, I guess, move the goalposts with the... like the games.
Create new rules,
yeah. Make new rules. Like if you could dunk at the hoop, they would actually like, okay, raise the hoop now.
Arraigned in federal court.
At the federal courthouse, Mangione charged with 4 counts, including stalking, murder, and weapons charges.
That murder charge makes Luigi Mangione eligible for the death penalty. Now, each one of those charges serious in themselves.
Prosecutors quoted entries in a notebook.
And another thing, like criticizing the younger generation. Or I guess my generation growing up, where I've mentioned the daycare generation, the pussy, pampered suburbanite generation. I mean, I'm a geek. I think if I grew up in the 80s or 70s, I wouldn't necessarily be the more, I guess, gritty sort of kid, or the kid that has some kind of edge to him. But the fact that me, as geeky as I am, and I'm hanging out with the average suburbanite, and the fact that I'm the one that's like, okay, stop being a fucking pussy, just play the fucking game. What does it say about, like, the Zoomers and the, like, I guess, younger millennials and shit? It's just, the fucking daycare, I'm telling mommy generation.
Well, look, John, I'm not trying to brag when I say this, but me and my friends, you know, we would just shoot each other with BB guns. You know, John, you say you weren't friends with those kids, John, but I would have shot you with a BB gun, John. We could have been friends.
On Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
Or there were kids where
on Minecraft.
Okay, there's this one kid where it was like this air bazooka or whatever. They had it laying around, and it was like a cylinder, and it had this plastic sort of it had this piece of plastic that was attached to these strings. You pull it back, and it would shoot a gust of air. He was turned around, and I shot that at the back of his head. It's just a gust of air. He's like, "God, why'd you do that?" And then he went and like told on me, and the adults actually took it seriously. And it's just when it comes to that basic sort of hijinks, kids were you throw a snowball at them, and they get all upset. Why'd you do that? It's just you can't handle somebody just throwing a snowball at your fucking back, and like that kind of mild horseplay.
You put rocks in it, John.
Yeah, fuck you, Jane. What a jerk.
Police said they recovered from Mangione's backpack that read like a countdown to murder.
Exactly,
One entry
yellow
reading,
snow.
The target is insurance because it checks every box. In October, 1.5 months, this investor conference is a true windfall. The complaint says the notebook describes an intent to whack the CEO of one of the insurance companies at its investor conference. Mangione did not enter a plea.
We're going to respectfully decline to make any comment at this time. Mr. Mangione appreciates everyone's support. Thank you so much.
It's the story that has captivated America's attention for the past 2 weeks. How did this Ivy League educated engineer from a wealthy family get so disenchanted that he was
support. What the fuck? I don't like that fucking response. It's just like I said, like he's
Shab, you don't think he's a hero? He's standing up for...
He's just a shithead. Anybody could fucking be a shithead and have like no fucking moral
Shab's
values.
a shill for the 1%.
So this other person killed a bunch of people by not. I'm like, just stop. It's just stupid. It's just like people who want the chair for anybody. You know, if they're a murderer or something like that, like, oh yeah, put them in the chair, and they feel so good about it, about saying that they.
Oh yeah, he might actually get the death penalty. They're recommending that.
Are they gonna cheer that on? I don't know. I think it's the same kind of logic. It's just like, yeah.
Well, don't you think it should be?
I don't like that.
Don't you think it should be illegal, Shab? For it's one thing if you're gonna have private healthcare. It's one thing if they, I don't know, drop coverage or whatever because it's too expensive. But what do you think about shit like what I described, where they'll delay the coverage knowing that the person will get terminally ill, and then they're likely to die quicker, so they won't get terminally ill, and they're more likely to survive.
Laws in the country, not murdering people in the
country.
country.
Yeah, but this is where, hey, people were following the law when they were, leading the Jewish people, the gypsies to the gas chambers in World War II, so they were following the law. When do you get to the point where... I don't know, just because it's legal.
The CEOs and healthcare company kind of thing would be compared to like Nazi Germany.
What about segregation, where it's just, hey, Rosa Parks wouldn't get up from the back or from the front of the bus, and the police that arrested her, it's like, were they on the right side of things when they actually followed through with arresting her?
Would Rosa Parks been on the right side of things if she just would have started murdering every white person in fucking in Eye's view at that time? Like, oh, she's a hero.
Well, not white people, but what if? I don't know.
Probably most of the white people around here held that ideology that she should be sitting back there.
In the North, people were fairly against it, so it depends.
So she tried to.
So she should only took out like half the bus, right?
Well, she was in the South, so probably a decent percentage of people were.
I don't think that would have made her a hero to just murder, like,
allegedly on a street. in New York early one Wednesday morning, and now being charged with shooting a major corporate CEO.
The UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson shot and killed.
Now, what about certain, I don't know, skinheads or white supremacists?
So, Gene, we just got a donation from Bryant. I don't know if, it says some message. So look at the StreamLabs.
Killed at point-blank range in Midtown Manhattan early this morning.
Gun down. We maybe got multiple.
Restream. Yeah.
Well, maybe not. No, I don't think we did because we started at 12. This is our first tip from Bryant. Read it out, Gene. Thank you, Bryant.
Cool guy supreme.
Wow, you're amazing, Bryant.
Log in, talk to the chat.
I'm talking to the chat. I'm talking to the chat. Look at me.
Tyler Perry starring as Rosa Parks. Jesus.
What the fuck are we even talking?
Medea's segregation? I don't know about that, dude.
Oh, damn. See, yeah, I'm the good liberal on the panel. The rest of these guys are skanks.
Now, what about people like when it came to slavery? What about the CEOs, the rich plantation owners? I mean, those were they made up the majority of people that owned slaves were all the rich plantation owners.
I don't know if we should compare owning another person to a CEO.
Well,
health coverage.
You own their right to live, essentially. So the reason why this man was so hated is because he was quoted as saying and using the words deny, delay, and depose as any excuse to put off someone from getting their insurance claim. So literally do whatever it takes. I don't care if they die. In fact, I would rather them die waiting to get the payment for this treatment than for them to actually get it, because then I make more money. My company makes more money. That's the mentality that gets you to CEO of a company like that.
Yeah. So the whole point is he was a rich business owner that had policies that resulted in the death of countless people. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say that he was a fucking murderer, and I don't think it's that unreasonable to compare it to these rich plantation owners that, you know what, they were willing to exploit slavery. They would lash their slaves and so forth. And then you look at the people that worked under them, where it's like, okay, the people that were actually in charge of supervising the slaves and lashing them if they got out of line, or the people that were in charge of actually like trafficking them through the transatlantic slave trade. It's a lot of these people working on these healthcare like sort of coverages, and the people that deny it and so forth. It's like, okay, they're the underlings that work under this dude, and they're like there to sit there, like they're the ones in charge of following through with that sort of policy that Dirk mentioned, where let's put it off and we're going to deny it and so forth and follow through with this policy that the CEO is enforcing. So, I mean, you kind of have that umbrella systemic effect of, I mean, that's the problem. It is very fucked up. And don't you think that some, like, what about CEOs where it's like with Apple and third world countries, or like in China, there's factories that have nets installed to stop their workers from committing suicide. What about all these CEOs where they exploit cheap labor that they'll even exploit slavery in third world countries, but people will sit there and like, why don't they deserve to be like, what if they're murdered? It's like, don't you think they're kind of a scumfuck in Minecraft?
What if the CEO guy just had a mental disorder and he's really the victim, James?
Oh yeah, really. So Brian says, I don't condone murder, but JFK had a quote I believe is relevant to the Luigi Mangione situation. Those who made peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Yeah.
Well, that man was a president of this country once upon a time, and that man got clipped.
Yeah.
Police calling it premeditated, pre-planned. The gunman, they say, was waiting.
All eyes riveted by the week-long multi-state manhunt to find the suspect.
We start with breaking news.
I don't know. I think Taylor lagged out.
Today on ABC News Live, the arrest of a person of interest in Pennsylvania.
And the surprising show of support for the alleged killer.
He's awoken the people to a true issue, and when the masses come together is when change can really happen.
Oh my God, did you see? He just walks up and blasted him point blank. I know, it's awesome.
Oh, no, I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Matter of fact, I'm blind in my left eye.
I fucking hate TikTok.
No one would turn on Robinhood, and nobody's gonna turn on the adjustment.
This is about a lot of people.
Can we do the brain rot episode next week?
Well,
Or, I guess that'll be an extra show, right?
Well, I kind of want to do that shit on Tuesday or during the week.
It's a bad week for me right now, I'll be honest. So maybe not this week, honestly.
I hate you, Dirt.
I'm sorry,
People are
dude. Literally,
extraordinarily-
I work 7 days a week this week, John. I work Christmas Day.
Why don't you have a job like mine where it's like 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and they never require you to work on the weekends? Why don't you just work one of those jobs?
I kind of like enjoying what I do.
I don't know. I enjoy what I do. Ooh, 72 concurrent viewers currently.
About the way the healthcare industry is allowed to treat us.
Thank you.
And one person went off the deep end and did something about it.
The story begins on West 54th Street in New York City.
Well, my job title is technically technical writing.
Yeah.
So when you've looked at my writing, don't you see some of that?
It's pretty technical, John.
Yeah.
At that point, a relatively normal Wednesday.
Don't you think it works well with sci-fi?
Yeah, I'd say so.
You see this shooter walking up 54th Street wearing a hood that was up. He had a mask on in the vicinity of the Hilton.
Shortly before 7 a.m., Brian Thompson, the chief executive of UnitedHealthcare, crosses 6th Avenue, headed...
Thompson. Now, I know there's some other famous person with that name. Who am I thinking of?
Brian Thompson or another Thompson?
I think it is Brian Thompson. Who am I thinking of?
At a Hilton hotel for an investor conference. As soon as the suspect sees Thompson, he springs from behind a car and aims.
You see him come up behind Brian Thompson, about 10 or 12 feet away. He fires 3 times. You see a bystander run out of the frame in the other direction. Brian Thompson is on the floor.
A deadly shooting.
There is an
in Midtown
American
Manhattan.
actor named Brian Thompson.
For a suspect that fled the scene.
A manhunt ensues, with police searching for video from thousands of cameras that blanket New York City, tracking his movements after the crime, riding a bike into Central Park.
Brian Thompson was in
Leapfrogging over one camera over another over another. They were able to track this guy to this youth hostel on 103rd in Amsterdam. So at the youth hostel, they find this amazing piece of video.
What's that?
He's checking into the...
Sorry, it's a little sidetracked, but Brian Thompson was Buffalo Bob from Joe Dirt.
I don't think it's the actor I'm thinking of.
Well, that's another famous Brian Thompson. He did lots of TV work too.
Youth hostel, the lady behind the counter.
Who's that guy from like the PlayStation 3 commercials? I don't know why I'm thinking of that.
I have no fucking idea, John.
Well, he was like in all of them.
Asks him to drop his mask to see his face, to see his smile, and he obliges. And that was the picture that went viral.
That viral photo fueling an exhaustive search. Finally, investigators get a tip from a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
You have one customer saying to the
His name was Kevin Butler. I don't know why I thought of him, but I do know there's some Brian Thompson dude.
other, hey, doesn't that guy look like the wanted killer that everybody is searching for? And then the employee at McDonald's overhears that conversation and calls 911.
Within hours, police would give the mysterious face with a flirtatious smile a name.
Now, one thing people pointed out is the eyebrows. Look at the photo.
Well, wait, with this
that's hair.
specific
That's his
picture?
hair poking up under his fucking hat, dude.
He has these gigantic fucking eyebrows.
Yeah, I think
they're not bushy enough. So do you think? I don't know. Is that him?
I think that's a little tough. The curly hair poking out of his hoodie, bro. That ain't nothing. That ain't no eyebrow.
Well, I'm saying the point is that you look at all the other photos, and he's got some pretty bushy eyebrows that almost connect into a unibrow, and these eyebrows look a bit too thin. They don't look like his typical bushy, thick eyebrows. So do you think the eyebrow defense might work when it comes to getting him acquitted?
They got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Police in Altoona, Pennsylvania are questioning 26-year-old Luigi Mangione.
Details uncovered about his life make the story even more...
How fast do eyebrows grow?
I don't know.
Details uncovered...
Yes! There you go. It's not the same dude.
About his
What do you
life.
think of the eyebrow
Just give it
theory?
a couple months.
story even more intriguing.
He was the most nice, unassuming kid you've ever met. A lot of really good friends, really athletic, two-sport varsity athlete.
He went to the University of Pennsylvania, the engineering school, where he majored in computer science.
His personality was, I've never heard anyone say anything negative about him. He was always someone that at the time I looked up to him, and I wanted to.
See, this is the sort of, I don't know, like upper middle classness that you saw from kids in Gilman. The kind of, I guess, upper middle classness that you saw from kids from Loyola were sort of your Nick Fuentes. They gave like Nick Fuentes vibes, or who's the one very right-leaning YouTuber? Like, is it Hunter Avalon or whatever?
Yeah, that turncoat who went and turned to the left, he became some kind of retard.
But I mean, you look at his demeanor and his attitude, his personality when he first came on YouTube, and it's just that was your typical Maryland suburbanite brat. And he's from Maryland.
Yeah, I've never liked him. I remember
for.
when The Amazing Atheist just destroyed him. Like, they had a video thing back and forth, and he just did so bad on it.
But it's just the sort of elitist snobbery and so forth. There are so many kids that sort of have that, like, sort of a personality in Maryland and so forth. And when I go on the internet, I realize that, the United States, every state's different. There's definitely this variation when it comes to personality, but I don't know, like, Maryland has the wealthiest middle class compared to any other state, and you do see like the worst when it comes to the spoiled little brat suburbanite private school kid culture.
Why just to relax and enjoy his life, and I thought to myself, he's gonna have a really good life.
But Mangione's social media post revealing a darker side.
He commented on the Unabomber manifesto, and at a certain point, he refers to him in
See? An obsession with other killers.
That people have taken.
Now,
I like Dexter. We should keep an eye on me.
Yeah. Unabomber, wasn't he was a giant Luddite. That was his beef. And I think he's kind of retarded, because I think Luddites are retarded.
As almost sympathetic.
We don't know how he went from thinking that the world was broken.
Well, what do you think about people who just hate any technology outside of the decade that they grew up in? It's all bad. I know I criticize TikTok, but I also will praise other platforms and other elements of the internet. So it's just, anything new sucks and is bad. And then there's...
Sounds kind of like Jared just trying to live in one time, like, and never let things change. Just constantly obsessed when he was like 14 years old.
Shep keeps cutting in and out.
Oh, you gay.
But what do you mean? Like, is he a nostalgia tard where all new?
He's obsessed. 90s, bro. Just like he acts like he's like 14 and still lives in a crappy bedroom and it's all a mess, and he like is obsessed with all the stuff that existed at that time. He's obsessed with Ninja Turtles.
He's not
and Power
open to
Rangers
new experience.
Yeah.
Or people that want to people from the 80s, Gen Xers that will sit there and talk about how all modern television sucks, and it's just compare Breaking Bad and Dexter and all the like, we're in a golden age of television series. I know they're stream. Yeah,
I think it's kind of like they probably are only saying that because it's the same way with music, where there's a way more content to go through in general, and so there maybe is more crap to sift through, but that doesn't mean there isn't way more gold that exists. Because like with music, it's way easier for someone to get a mic like this. Like back in the day, you'd have to rent out a studio and spend thousands of dollars to record an album.
But that's a bad thing. That anybody that has the potential or anybody that has the capability, that there aren't all of these barriers in place. But they're also the kind of people that want to play the blank slate fallacy game as well. But then when something actually makes that more, I guess, feasible, where there is more equality when it comes to I guess, potential or being able to follow through with some sort of trade, and there aren't all of these sort of systemic barriers in place, then they hate it.
Yeah, see, this is why, Jane, we need to make a movie. We can make it happen in this day and age.
I think movies are a bit different than music.
Dude, what about the Jurassic Pastor movie we watched? We could make an awesome movie like that.
I think that kind of movie would work, but I think when people talk about the book that I'm writing and that being adapted into a film, I don't think it would be
take
good
it slow but surely, Jane. We'll do.
I don't think you can do a story like that justice with
a velocipede.
You need no. Shut up. You need to believe, Jane. Okay.
Cardboard sets.
He allegedly took.
Exactly. It's like I think a story like that. You need a decent budget, and you want actors that actually know how to act. Drama.
Communicating with people. And then 2 weeks before the shooting, his own mother filed a missing persons report referring to him in San Francisco.
Investigators saying Mangione's mother later telling the NYPD she could envision her son committing this crime.
They had a conversation where she didn't indicate that it was her son in the photograph, but she said it might be something that she could see him doing.
Mangione's online post revealing his anger had a specific target.
The NYPD Intelligence Bureau put together a confidential assessment.
What? TJ Sexbot Uprising movie? Dude, when I'm done with my novel and I release it, I am thinking of just releasing it on Amazon. Because it seems like I've been doing my research and publishing, and it seems like that's probably the most, lucrative way of going about it. But I wonder, maybe we should compare the two. Which one do you think people will think is a more well-written narrative? I wonder.
Assessment that ABC News has obtained.
What do you think? Do you think what you've read what you've read so far? Do you think maybe it's more well-written than Sexbot Uprising? Yeah,
I'll have to see Sexbot Uprising.
In his mind, this was quote unquote a symbolic takedown of the healthcare insurance industry.
He kind of ruminated on ways in which to carry out this.
Oh, C-Shab?
What is Unibrow?
He ruminates, Shab.
Oh yeah, just like fucking Gene, dude.
Well,
dude,
Shab,
you can't trust this guy.
That was one of those words that I used where Shab's like, God, don't you think there's a better word to use than that big word? And
the healthcare insurance industry.
He kind of ruminated on ways
in
which to carry out
I think
this
I probably
attack.
only respond that way because when I don't know what word it is, you act like I'm a dumbass. It's like, what?
No, I don't. If you ask me,
just like earlier, you were like, what was the word earlier? You're like, wow, you don't know that.
Yeah, but that's because you sat there and acted like I'm like pretentious for using the word. Then I sat there and claimed that it's not that uncommon of a word. So when you sit there and do that, that's usually where I act like you're being kind of foolish. If you just ask me what that, well, if you just ask me, oh, what does that word mean? I'll just casually tell you, oh, this is what it means.
No, you pick on me about it.
No, I don't.
You act
it's
like
only
I'm a
when
big
you
dummy, Gene.
No, it's only when you act like I'm pretentious. Then I sit there and criticize
bully,
you.
Gene.
Oh yeah.
You probably
the
have a
healthcare industry
unibrow.
considered a bomb, but then decided that he didn't want to kill innocents, and so he wanted instead to target an individual.
He writes, according to authorities, that he wants to take out a CEO at his, quote, bean counter conference.
Despite the brazen crime, the 26-year-old has become an unlikely hero. In a recent Emerson College poll, 41% of U.S. voters between ages 18 and 29 said Mangione's actions were acceptable.
I have never seen a case like this. It has a life and an energy of its own on social media.
Policeman, he come and take Luigi far away.
And the outpouring was instant and intense.
It's too much. And then all the merchandise that people are trying to sell.
And it speaks to the degree to which folks are identifying.
Well, dude, Shab, you just like to support mass CEO serial killers like
yes.
Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson, he needed to be stopped in Minecraft for all the murder he was committing. Look at how much, dude, look at how many people Osama bin Laden killed, and then look at all the people he killed.
But how many people got saved by him?
Oh, so don't you think healthcare should be a right? And he's profiting off of a basic need that
food
people...
should be a right.
Yeah,
access to food. So should companies that sell food and make a living selling you food because you're hungry and you need to survive, should they be boomed in the head?
Are they denying access to food or whatever?
Yeah, if people don't have the money. How many people die a year off
food stamps and so forth? So what if people are being denied food stamps?
Well, there's ways around, like, not being able to pay your health insurance and stuff from the government assistance.
Oh, really? There is?
Yeah.
Really, Shab? I don't think you're well read on this when you're saying that.
I don't think you know.
Because they fuck people over and people are put in bottlenecks where it's like they have no fucking way to... Because the thing is, if you want to get Medicaid or Medicare, you need to be, like, pretty much poor. You need to be somebody who has, like, no health... Like, you need to have, like, no income at all. So, unless you're making, like, $200 a month, you won't be eligible. So it's either you're rich enough to actually pay for it, but if you're somebody who, I don't know, your kid has some terminal illness or has like cystic fibrosis and they need the appropriate treatment or else the likelihood of them dying is very high. If you're a trucker, an electrician, and you're not able to, like, you can make a decent income and still not afford certain treatment because it's in the thousands of dollars. And these health, like, insurance companies, do they really need the billions of dollars more when they, like, could still make billions of dollars off of it? Is that worth, like, all the people that are dying due to, like, being denied, where it's just, he would still be a fucking billionaire even if they didn't? It's just, how many billions do you fucking need?
I need a couple.
I mean, don't you think somebody is a scumfuck if you already have billions of dollars, you're already making billions of dollars, but you still need billions more? And those billions more is more worth it than the millions of people that are dying due to having denied coverage. And it's just, don't you think you are kind of a greedy scumfuck? When it's just, I'm sorry. I think once you're already making billions of dollars, you don't need billions of dollars more. I think when you're willing to allow so many fucking people to die.
But don't you think this is making a problem between the classes in a bad way? Because it's like it's not a just fuck CEOs who denied insurance. It's fuck the rich. It seems to be mostly the mentality.
Yeah, but I do think that people that have this attitude aren't like, hey, all CEOs, like a CEO of a tech company deserves to be unalived in Minecraft. They seem to be focusing more on CEOs that work in industries that are responsible for, like, a person, like, the lives of innocent people. And it's just these healthcare, like, insurance companies can easily afford it. And it's not like, hey, look at all the lives they're saving. Do you honestly think that it's like, when there isn't universal healthcare, so it has to be something that is provided by the private sector, do you think the CEOs, like, born into these rich families where they inherit hundreds of millions of dollars and they invested in a health insurance company, do you think they're doing that out of the kindness of their heart because they want to help people, or do you think they're exploiting a fucked up system?
They're exploiting a fucked up system.
Exactly.
I guess Drunken Crow's right. I guess.
And they will lobby the government to prevent policies from being placed that provide people with not just universal health care, but more affordable health care. They spend their money to make sure that certain legal policies aren't passed to provide senior citizens with certain care aid that they need, to give, I don't know, certain tax cuts to certain companies that do provide more adequate healthcare, because if they do that, then there's going to be competition and more people are going to support those healthcare companies. So they do everything they can to use their wealth and influence to fucking lobby the government to obstruct certain like any policies whatsoever, even if it's not getting laws passed that provide people with like free universal health care. They'll just obstruct things to make it more fucking affordable, where they would still make billions of dollars even if those policies are passed. They would just make a few less billion if they were passed. And I'm sorry, you're a scumfuck if you're making billions of dollars, but you still need to fuck people over to make billions more.
All I can say on the subject is, I really don't care if this puts the rich elite, if it makes them lose a little sleep at night. At the end of the day, yeah, they should probably think about the people they fuck over with the decisions they make, because, you know, you never know when one might turn out to be a fucking crazy bastard who might just find you.
Yeah, you never know when someone might end up being a gene.
Not to say that that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not even saying that's a good thing in Minecraft. I'm just saying it's a thing. And I think if people, you know, I mean, people were more aware of that and was something that was actually, you know, common knowledge. I don't know.
Well, and it's not even the healthcare CEOs as well. It's like fucking Amazon drivers that have to piss in their fucking van because they're, you know, they get their fucking wage docked if they, you know, take a break or whatever.
And here's the thing. People, it's just the human brain isn't really good at processing really large numbers. So if you do your homework and you look at just what they are able to afford with the hundreds of billions of dollars that they've accumulated, and it's just, you look at paying their fair share, where you have scumfucks like Ben Shapiro who are gonna like defend it. I'm sorry, it's just, you look at how much they're paying in taxes compared to like when you compare their wealth to most people, and it's something where it's just they make like 700 like you look at the millions of wealth that they're accumulating compared to the average person, and it's just, do they really work that much harder than the average person? Like, it's like you look at the amount of taxes that they pay relative to the amount of money that they make, and it's also just, you know what, they could still accumulate billions of dollars if they paid their workers not just a livable wage. They could pay all of their workers a decent living. They could provide them all with like life insurance, health, like dental, health insurance, and they would still make billions of dollars. And it's just like, why don't they do that? There's no reason for them not to do it. Well, I mean, it's not like, hey, you are a millionaire. You have $30 million, and you might own a company, have some employees, and hey, if you do spend that much money on your employees, it's just, you'll have less millions, but then you also have your estate. And then when you have 3 kids and they inherit that money, it's like, then you see how that those millions really, that's not a whole lot. But you look at hundreds of billions of dollars and people really don't process how much more a billion is than a million.
I watched something. Someone said like 1 million seconds is like 11. What is it? 11 years? 11 days? And
yeah.
And then a billion is like 30 some years or 300. I don't know.
Oh no, it's more than that. Here, just look up million, like how many
seconds and whatnot. Yeah, but like just you're right. No, like when we think in the United States, we have so many millionaires, so many billionaires, we got a trillionaire, whatever. We can't really conceptualize the difference. We were kind of stupid that way.
Mangione is behind bars in Brooklyn at the same facility housing Sean Diddy Combs as he awaits his next court date.
The man accused of killing the CEO of one of America's largest health insurers remains in a New York City jail this morning. Luigi Mangione could face the death penalty in the shooting death of
There's a good video that goes over this.
Brian Thompson this month. On Thursday, he was brought back to New York from Pennsylvania, where he was captured. The murder is sparking new concerns about violent extremism bubbling up across the country. Allie Bauman has been covering every step of the case, and she is here now with the very latest. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Dana. Luigi Mangione is in the same federal jail in Brooklyn where Sean Diddy Combs and cryptocurrency fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried are being held. Mangione faces arraignment on state terrorism charges Monday. Prosecutors allege the suspect intended to sow terror, and now federal authorities say this killing and the public's reaction to it are emblematic of a broader domestic extremism. Surrounded by law enforcement, Luigi Mangione returned to New York from Pennsylvania this week for the first time since investigators say he assassinated UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan. The 26-year-old suspect faces state charges, including murder as an act of terrorism, and Thursday appeared in federal court on 4 additional charges, which include stalking and murder, and could make him eligible for the death penalty. Anna Kaminsky is director of the Criminal Defense Clinic at New York Law School.
Okay, so another thing people have mentioned is that they're charging him of, for terrorism, and who was it was in Georgia. He shot up the black church, and he did it he had straight up white supremacist ideologies. I'm doing it to send this message, and they didn't charge him with terrorism. But then they're going to charge him with terrorism. Maybe it's because instead of killing a bunch of, a bunch of black people who are your average citizens in terms of wealth, because he killed a rich CEO, yeah, now it's terrorism.
Throw the book at him, dude.
Throw the book at him.
They're gonna make an example out of this guy, and I imagine they would. Damn, we bet on the election. Can I place a bet on whether or not he'll get death?
Wasn't Dylan Ruth? Was he the dude that shot up the black church, and he did it for straight up? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like. And I don't think it's just completely race related. I think that they would still throw the book at somebody if he killed a black CEO. So I do think that once you make enough money, it's like the race bias or whatever when it comes to systemic. Yeah, but I think it's not until you get into the hundreds of millions of wealth. I think even somebody who makes just who has a few million. When it comes to their net worth, there's still going to be that notable racial component when it comes to holding them accountable. But I do think once you get into the uber wealthy, the sort of racial element does start to disappear.
School. What is the likelihood that he could now be facing the death penalty?
The U.S. attorney has to make a decision about whether they want to move forward and ask that this case be a death penalty eligible case. And ultimately, if there's a conviction, then ask a jury to make a determination about whether that sentence should be imposed.
According to a criminal complaint obtained by CBS News, Mangione expressed hostility towards the health insurance industry and wealthy executives in particular in a notebook seized by police. Writing on August 15th, the details are finally coming together. The target is insurance because, quote, it checks every box. The crime has unleashed a wave of anger directed at the health insurance industry.
They don't see the systemic violence, I guess, that these
companies
put on.
Yeah, baby.
Go ahead, shill for the health insurance industry. How many lives they save?
There's
how there's easy workarounds if you get denied, Shab. Go into more detail there.
The thing is that they only did it for the stockholders. They don't do it for the whole filling their pockets. Yeah, it's what the stockholders want, and they don't want them to sell their stocks, so they want to keep them happy. Gene, you don't understand.
So what you're saying is stockholders are the real problem.
Yes, we should Luigi all the stockholders.
Aren't the billionaire CEOs, aren't they usually the stockholders?
Should we? Well, there is insider trading, John. So, maybe we should just send all of the stockholders to Luigi's mansion.
Luigi's mansion.
We need to teach these stockholders a lesson. Gene, you own any stocks by any chance, you fuckwad?
Dude, the next Luigi's Mansion game, they need to have a Luigi, God, what is his name? Mangione, Luigi Mangione. They need to have a Luigi Mangione skin where you can play Luigi's Mansion as him.
Sure.
In an interview set to air tomorrow on CBS's Face the Nation, Homeland Security Secretary...
What's that?
If you read it phonetically, you might be able to say Luigi Mangione. That kind of sounds like Luigi.
Mangione. Dude. Yeah. What's Luigi's last name in the Mario games? Isn't it Mario? It's Mario, Luigi, Mario.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, it's the Mario brother.
Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yeah.
Says he's alarmed by the reaction to Thompson's murder.
We have been concerned about the rhetoric on social media for some time.
And that's against CEOs, that's against the government, that's against leadership.
We've seen narratives of hate. We've seen narratives of anti-government sentiment. We've seen personal grievances in the language of violence accompanying or being a part of those narratives is something that we're very concerned about. That is a heightened threat environment. I still am alarmed, though, by the heroism that is being attributed to an alleged murderer of a father of 2 children on the streets in New York City.
And this week, the Center for Internet Security sent a bulletin.
So that makes him innocent.
Its law enforcement partners warning online support for Mangione could encourage copycat attacks. In a statement, Mangione's attorney called the concurrent federal and state charges unusual.
I don't know. It's just when it comes to the copycat attacks, I know I might sound like a scumfuck here, but I don't know if there starts to be a series of copycat killers in Minecraft. I don't know. I kind of...
You were worrying me, John, because you seem to have gone back and forth on the issue.
Well, I'm saying it's, if we start seeing that, I don't know, it's sort of like, do you not see it?
No, I totally do.
All I could say, I said this last time we talked about this.
I'm sorry, it's like...
There was an immediate reversal of a policy change that was going to, like, cost people a lot of money and,
Terrorists win.
Literally the day,
The terrorists won.
And another scumfuckery, and this is like with some companies, do you know what dead peasants insurance is?
No.
So some companies, the major one is Walmart. If you work at Walmart, the corporation knows your, your background for your health and whatnot. And they will take out life insurance policies on you. So when you die or if you're working for Walmart and a handful of other companies, if you die while working for them, they have a health insurance policy or life insurance policy on you. So when you die, they get money.
And
can I take help? Can I do that on you guys?
Well, it's also things like you look at how many people commit suicide. Suicide rates are climbing. People are overworked. And you look at these corporations where, again, they could pay their workers a decent wage. They would be able to work them less, hire more people. They can afford it. And the CEOs would still make billions of dollars, but yet they're willing to fuck with people's quality of life to such an extreme just to make billions more when they already earn billions. Lobby the government to make sure that they need to pay people as least as possible. And I don't know, Shab, do you agree with that? What about there's this one dude that he ended up getting caught, but he was almost like a catch me if you can when it came to stealing money from Walmart. Or you look at riots where people are going into Target and looting Target and these big multi-billion-dollar chains. And what do you think of people that steal from the uber wealthy, that steal so much from the people?
They're no good.
They're no good?
They're no good, Gene.
But what about the uber wealthy that they steal much more money? What about them?
What do they steal?
What do you mean, what do they steal? You don't think that... Do you think they're paying their fair share when it comes to taxes? Do you think that they're not stealing money through lobbying the government and so forth when it comes to...
You're talking about moving their money out of the out of the country so they don't have to pay taxes on it?
Well, they do shit like that, but they do a lot of
Shouldn't
they
we
do a
work
lot
towards
of
making
things
that
when it comes
illegal?
to. Yeah. But don't you think maybe some of them should be like loopholes so they pay far less money in taxes lobbying the government so they can get away with more fucked up policies where it's just the average Joe
Yeah, Gene,
pays...
what if the poor steals too much from the rich and then they become the rich? Huh?
Oh god, yeah. Because people who have no choice but to work for Walmart that are not even being paid a livable wage. It's like clearly they're gonna have the capacity to like flip the tables to that extreme.
I like how you're
Fight the charges
all
in whatever
rich
court
and
they're brought,
stuff
Michelle.
until we start talking about Minecraft and the CEOs and stuff, Gene.
Well, am I?
Now you're one of
Am I?
us. Now you're
Am I
one of
rich?
us. You're not poor like me, Gene.
Well,
okay?
here's the thing. I might make a decent living, but I still pay, like, I almost lose, like, half of my paycheck through taxes. And, like, I do think that people in my line of work, people who are, like, your sort of wealthy upper middle class, doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers, like, even though they make more money than the average person, look at how much they're paying in taxes, and then look at the billionaires and look at how much money they're paying like in taxes. And it's just I'm paying like half of my paycheck goes to taxes, which, okay, it makes sense that I'm paying more than people who have less of a annual income than I do, but should I be paying more than the uber wealthy, the billionaires?
Well, we need to work on changing that, Gene, not shooting people in the head. Okay?
I mean, you got to start
change
somewhere.
thing politically. Yeah, that's gonna get a lot of laws changed.
And what people don't understand is when it comes to something like a six-figure salary, this is where people don't process big numbers. It's like being taxed half of a six-figure salary. That's a lot different than taxing half of a multi-billion-dollar salary.
Allie, thank you.
From Ivy League rich kid to inmate number 52503-511.
And another thing that is sort of misleading is, and this is something like Ben Shapiro will do, or PragerU, where, hey, the 1%, how much money does a person need to make to be in the 1%? And they'll include people that have, like, my kind of income. Now, the problem there is that when people are criticized, they'll use the term 1%, but they're criticizing the uber wealthy. So they're not necessarily talking about people who are upper middle class white collar workers. They're talking about like the uber wealthy CEOs. So that is sort of like a misrepresentation of the issue that people are discussing.
That is Luigi Mangione's new identification inside the walls of Brooklyn's notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, commonly known as MDC. The 26-year-old is the latest high-profile inmate at the Federal Detention Center. Former inmates include sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, farmer bro Martin Shkreli, and R. Kelly. Currently, Sean Diddy Combs is also being held there on federal charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. Mangione and Combs also sharing a lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, who is working on Mangione's case with his wife and lead counsel, Karen.
I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time he spends in very, very difficult and I
don't know. I wouldn't trust Karen.
Believe inhumane housing conditions in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Detention Facility.
Agnifilo recently argued to move the music mogul before trial because of the conditions at MDC. While the department wouldn't confirm details of any specific inmate, policy shows upon arrival they undergo a 21-day evaluation to determine in what unit they will be held. Because Mangione's case is high profile, it's likely he will be housed in what's called the SHU, a unit where inmates are separated from the general population, largely for safety reasons.
His interactions will be limited. I think the oversight will be far more significant. I think he'll be subject to a lot less dangers.
We are pushing for basic humanity.
In recent years, inmates, attorneys, and activists have sounded the alarm on issues like violence, overcrowding, staffing shortages, even power outages. In September, a federal judge condemned the facility's conditions, prompting the Bureau of Prisons to appoint an urgent action team to, quote, take a holistic look at the challenges at MDC Brooklyn.
So it's a big deal. And I think that tells you all you need to know with respect to what's happening. Yeah, there.
As for Mangione, a Bureau of Prisons handbook outlines daily life behind bars, including a 6 a.m. wake-up call for breakfast, sweeping and mopping his cell, a new change of clothes 3 days a week, and a chance to shop in the commissary once every 2 weeks, where he can buy candy bars, crossword books, and deodorant. In Pennsylvania, more than 150 donations were made to
crossword books. So, when it comes to prison, here's sort of like an aside. What level of entertainment do you think prisoners should be allowed access to? So there's some prisons where they'll actually have TVs in their cells. Do you think maybe that's a bit excessive?
I think it. I don't know. I kind of see the idea that when people get sent to jail for murder or something like that, they should, like, people shouldn't be inspired to want to go to jail so they can be in some really comfortable place where.
Well, I don't think it should be uber comfortable. I think they should follow strict routine, and they don't really have a lot of free time. I don't know if I agree with having a TV in their room, but what about literature?
Nah, books are bad.
Yeah, books are bad. We should burn those things.
Well, do you think...
I find it pretty crazy to not just at least give them a book. A fucking book, you know.
And I mean, I also think it depends on what they're going to prison for.
Yeah.
To Mangione's commissary account, the Bureau of Prisons won't comment on inmates' accounts.
CNN has learned that commissary money that was in Mangione's account in Pennsylvania will be transferred to the Bureau of Prisons for Mangione. Also important to note, his attorneys in court said that they reserve their right to request bail in this case, possibly at a later date. Bringing Rest, CNN, New York.
Joining us now is prison consultant Sam Mangel. Sam is in touch with members of Mangione's legal team and staff attorneys from that detention center.
Skeptical Jesus said, how bad is civilian life that any prison would be better, LMAO. Well, we've talked about ones that were, like, really cool. They had a lot of stuff in them. They had a studio and different stuff for all the prisoners. Where was that located at, Gene? You remember?
In, like, Norway, Denmark, a lot of the Nordic countries.
Yeah, I don't know if the numbers show that that's the way to go and stuff, but it just wouldn't seem like that's the right way to go, making the prison some really cool, like, place to live, because it seems like people would commit crimes just to go there so they don't have to worry about paying bills and stuff.
Well,
it's real nice.
It does show that when it comes to their recidivism rates, they are a lot better. So people do tend to adjust much more efficiently, or they're more likely to adequately adjust back into society, and they're less likely to commit crimes. But like, there is what you're discussing. I think when it comes to those Nordic countries, they have a different culture. So there's also that element of it's just I don't know, the way people tend to be raised in those countries. Maybe they're just more likely to, like, if they face time in prison, when it comes to that, they're more likely to actually they're more prone to reacclimating into society, or even not just that, but when it comes to what you're talking about, going to prison, so you don't have to work or whatever, you get, like, it's almost like a hotel room and everything. Maybe in that kind of culture, people are less prone to actually do something like that. So maybe if you do apply it in a country like the United States, you probably would see more people exploiting it.
I thought
so maybe it won't work as well in certain cultures compared to others.
Yeah.
I thought in those Nordic countries, yeah, it's all kind of like bougie compared to, in America, but I thought they taught, like, a trade. Like, you had to take up a trade in when you're in jail.
Yeah. But I mean, like, they will do that in certain U.S. prisons. It's a state by state, county by county kind of thing. And I definitely do think that's something they should do, is they have to commit to a particular trade. And when it comes, but the thing is, it's also, like, discipline. And the research shows that, like, excessive sort of draconian discipline isn't really that great of a deterrent when it comes to crimes. So there's that element. But when it comes to discipline, it's like, how much should they receive? Because it's like, You don't want people exploiting it. Do you want people
5
to...
spankings a day, Gene. I think.
Well, do you think solitary confinement is a bit excessive?
I don't know. It's a timeout.
Now, here's another thing. When
know.
it comes to prisons in other countries, even if they're not as, I guess, luxurious as the Nordic prisons, what you'll see is that every prisoner does at least get their own cell. And every prisoner, or you look at the units. So they divide the prison in units, and then it's just each unit will only have like 15 prisoners. And then when it comes to giving them like certain jobs, responsibilities, when it comes to like more therapeutic aspects, they will have certain staff that work at on that unit with those 10, 20 people. And when it comes to each unit, they don't interact with the other unit. So because of that, it's kind of like it does cut back on the violence in the prisons. It cuts back on that sort of fucked up element of it's just one of the things that a lot of American prisons do is they kind of use that back door or kind of sleazy approach to torturing them, where it's like, okay, they're not actually like paddling them or caning them and stuff or giving them the like excessive sort of slave levels of labor, but they will do shit where, hey, let's have them all sleep in this one room where this other prisoners can easily shank them or beat the shit out of them in the middle of the night. Like one of the things that certain prisoners will do is like they give them foot lockers and they'll have a lock and put it in a sock. They call it a lock sock, where three of them will get together in the middle of the night because they have a beef with this other prisoner, and they like bash the prisoner with locks from the foot locker. It's just, well, why would they put them in a situation like that where it's like, are they supposed to sleep with one eye open? And then the problem is, if you have somebody that's in prison for life, why not, if somebody pisses you off, just bash their face in? And the problem is, they'll put non-violent criminals in the setting with violent criminals that are sociopaths that are, like, they're already going to be in prison for the next, like, 20 years, so who fucking cares if they add more time on their sentence seriously injuring somebody? So there's that sort of element of, okay, we're going to have them all, there's more male rape victims than female rape victims because of prison rape alone, and let's have them all shower together. So instead of giving each one their own shower, we'll have them all shower with each other, and it's like, hey, if they do that, it's they're the ones doing it, it's not us. So you don't think that's kind of fucked up, where they design the prisons in a way where it's just makes people as vulnerable as possible? And you'll see people say that, where somebody's going to prison, it's like, good, yeah, they're going to be subjected to the R word and the in the prison showers. They're going to be beaten to a bloody pulp. Yeah, and it's like people want others to just be tortured when they go to prison, and I think maybe that's kind of excessive.
Everyone, hit the like button if you haven't yet. Let's get past 20 likes. Let's get to 25 likes. Yes. That's crazy.
But what do you think of that kind of sleazy backdoor sort of approach to torturing prisoners?
I think it's a weird virtue signal.
What, virtue signal?
Yeah. No, I'm being serious. It's like people who wear shirts that say like, "Oh yeah, kill PDF files." It's like it's a weird kind of virtue signal. Like people who go to jail should be hurt like really bad.
Is that a virtue signal? Claiming that?
I understand what you're saying.
Maybe the PDF file thing, but I think when people are like that with other fucking crimes, things that aren't murder, it's just I don't think that's really.
I think it's a virtue signal. I think so. I think they're trying to act like they have good moral values, and they're trying to tell you about that. by saying that.
They have such a good sense of justice that is
Like-
so fucked up that they should deserve to die.
But virtue signaling usually it's the person's being
Scabebe
pretentious.
agrees.
They're acting like they care, but they really don't care as much as they're leading on.
They
They're doing
think
it
punishing the wicked is virtuous.
Yeah.
But if they're being genuine and they honestly feel that way, is that virtue signaling? Because virtue signaling usually is.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't have to
virtue
be a lie.
signaling is usually covert narcissism. It's like they're getting offended not because they really are offended. They're getting offended so they can just be holier than thou, and they're willing to, I don't know, throw other people under the bus, get people fired. And it's like, do they really care, or are they just doing this to show how woke they are? So if a person honestly feels that a person should be killed, then is that virtue signaling? Because that's like genuine. I think that's more of just being an apathetic sort of draconian scumfuck.
Well, I disagree with your definition. I think you could obnoxiously virtue signal for a virtue you hold. And I think if you hold the virtue that,
Well, there's people that feel that way
or
regardless of the kind of crime. Like, we're not even talking about murderers or PDF files. They'll say that for, I don't know, like if somebody engages...
My bad. But
burglary. Like, if somebody goes to prison for burglary, they don't mind if they're put in those really fucked up environments where...
Or not even that. An American citizen, no matter the skin color, gets murdered by the police, and they say, oh, well, you should have just, did what you're told and followed the police. If you would have just listened to what the cops said,
But
you
is
would
that
have died.
virtue signaling?
Yeah, it is. The virtue they're signaling is saying, hey, back the blues.
Okay,
Support the cops
so
no matter what.
this is kind of like with when people use the word Karen, and it's like you use it so loosely where it just loses any meaning, where you call any sort of middle-aged woman a Karen, regardless of whether they're actually engaging in the sort of Karen-esque behavior. I think when you're using the word that loosely, it loses all meaning, because the whole point of the word is people who are being disingenuous, and they're just doing it purely out of, like, showing how woke they are compared to others. I think when you're talking about people where they genuinely feel that they want to defend the cops and so forth, and they have that, like, very draconian attitude, you're kind of calling that virtue signaling. Now the word kind of loses all meaning.
All right, hold up.
It doesn't have to be a lie. It could be
I
something
can
they
see.
genuinely...
I can see. No, John. Google AI says that virtue signaling is genuinely considered inherently disingenuous.
Yeah, I think
that's a term that is used to describe that kind of behavior. All right, I stand corrected.
Yeah. So
when I look up the dictionary,
well, because
term,
based
it
on
doesn't
that
say
logic, yeah, but based on that logic, when you're discussing politics, regardless of whatever it is, there's going to be ethics and principles. So based on that logic, whenever somebody like promotes a principle when discussing a political issue, it's virtue signaling.
The virtue signaling, it's like
I think. Well, the
like
thing is, words have meaning for a reason, and this is an issue where it's like once you make a word just too broad, it loses all meaning. And the whole point of virtue signaling is you're talking about covert narcissism, which is where people are just acting like they care about it. It's like giving a homeless person money on camera, and you're not doing it because you actually care about helping the homeless. You're doing it for some more
I think in that position you could care about the homeless but still be virtue signaling in your video. I don't think if you did actually care about the homeless while you virtue signal in your video, that makes it not...
Well, I mean, do they do it outside of it at all? Like, are they doing it just to...
Are they bragging about how these people that they view as bad need to be really hurt and tortured long and hard?
If they're only...
Give them as much pain as possible. Like, it's...
Well, if they genuinely feel that way, how's that virtue signaling? It's just, you're kind of...
When they're explaining that to people, I think that's a virtue signal. It's explaining...
So based on that logic, if we're talking about what's going on in war-torn countries, I guess we're virtue signaling because we discuss how we think it's very unethical. If somebody has police brutality, Well, then, based on that, the word has no meaning, because then when you discuss any political issue, anybody that has any sort of ethics that they promote at all, they're virtue signaling. So now the word becomes meaningless.
Yeah, we lose, Sheb. We lose, Sheb.
In your face.
I think what it comes down to is meant to demonstrate one's good character. So what I just said, when somebody explained,
but are they doing it just to?
Well, I'm saying that I think most people that talk that way are doing it to demonstrate how good their moral values are. Like, oh, you know that terrorist? Oh, they should be tortured for hours and hours on end. They need to be taught a lesson.
But what about when people defend police brutality and they like to sit there? It's because they're just shills for the police. A lot of it is just, hey, they're very right-leaning. Cops tend to be right-leaning. So it's sort of just them pandering to those who kind of fall into their group. And it's also shit like a lot of them tend to be racist and classist, and they tend to be the kind of people that don't mind, I guess, excessively, like cops are more likely to beat their wives and children than somebody of any other occupation. So a lot of times you'll see those kind of, like, sort of scummy adults that tend to be abusive towards other people will defend cops. And I think that when people defend police brutality because they're just a bigot or racist or shit like that, these are all a bunch of thugs. And so, like, I don't think they're doing that just to show how virtuous they are. I think they genuinely feel that way. And it is, if it's just some kind of genuine view that they have, like, at that point, if anybody has any political view, any ethics that they're promoting, then they're virtue signaling.
It's with intent it's with intent to try to demonstrate one's, like, good character. So
I think Shab just won't yield, Dirt. Don't you agree?
There's multiple definitions.
What about
of
you,
the
Crow?
word. And also, like, I'm straight up just looking up the dictionary definition. It comes right up. The AI thing told us the longest fucking Fortnite stream the other day was 5 hours. I don't know if I trust the AI shit too much.
I mean, even if it's not AI, it's still just, once you use words too loosely, they kind of just lose all meaning. So you get to the point where...
Skabibi's really smart and he agrees with me,
Oh.
Okay?
Well, Skabibi usually does sort of,
agree with me.
Play the equivocation game as well. What do you think, Crow? Do you think you're using the term a bit too loosely when you sit there and say that when a racist is sitting there and promoting racist sort of ideologies...
That can be a virtue signal.
How's it a virtue signal if they genuinely
Because they think black people are so bad. Oh, I wouldn't hang out with one of those. Oh, they're virtues. They're saying that to the other person, like, how good they are. How they think their moral values are good. They're bragging about their moral values. They're virtue signaling to that person.
But then
or they can
the
be,
word
at least.
applies to 100%.
No, it doesn't. I just said they can be. Pay attention to words, Gene. I already said, like, if it's meant to demonstrate to the other person how great your values are and everything like that, then it's a virtue signal.
Well, I guess I don't agree.
Lost amidst all the drama that unfolded in Washington on Thursday.
You're signaling about your
transferred to New York, surrounded by a phalanx of heavily armed law enforcement. The striking, almost military-looking transfer of this lone suspect is perhaps not surprising, since Mangione faces charges that include murder as an act of terrorism to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. Now, killing is bad, full stop, and I'm not suggesting the life of the man Mangione is charged with killing. UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson wasn't precious. His family is mourning just before the holidays, and he has 2 children who are now without a father, and we should all feel for them. But I think it's also fair to interrogate what message this very intentional show of force against the defendant, who wasn't resisting or presenting an immediate threat, sends to the American public. Because it's also striking that this killing could be characterized as terrorism when a killer like Dylan Roof, the mass shooter who mowed down 9 black parishioners at Mother Emanuel Church in South Carolina in 2015 while they were at Bible study, and who claimed that he did it because he wanted to start a race war, was not charged with terrorism to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. When he was arrested not long after the mass shooting, Dylan Roof was not bombarded with an armada of police.
There you go.
Treated as an imminent danger, but rather he was treated to Burger King by the police who arrested him.
Oh yeah, they did take him to Burger King on the way.
One of the things, now, the thing there is that is something they'll do a lot when they interrogate prisoners.
Yeah,
and
they want to buy them. It's
to
manipulation.
Get a confession.
Yeah, they're trying to get on their good side. So yeah, you're right. Now that you mention that, I don't blame them. They do that a lot on the high crimes videos we do. They'd be like, "Yeah, a cheeseburger. Yeah, you'll tell me more. Okay, I'll go get you some fries and a cheeseburger."
Yeah, let's discuss. And I do think there is some science there when it comes to getting the confession out of them.
Yeah, plus just getting on their good side to begin with instead of getting on their bad side to begin with is a good way to manipulate someone into doing what you want.
Also, getting a free DNA sample.
But the message from on high, from government, which is what the police are, is that murder is different when the civilian population being intimidated are middle-class black churchgoers and when they are wealthy corporate CEOs. The elevation of the wealthy and the powerful, and particularly the corporate elite, to special status also feels like the message being sent by congressional Republicans and their apparent new dad and boss, the world's richest billionaire, Elon Musk. And joining me now is Michelle Goldberg, New York Times columnist and MSNBC political analyst, and Dean Obeidallah, host of the Dean Obeidallah Show on Sirius XM. Thank you both for being here. And Michelle, I was so struck by that image.
Suspect charged in the murder of the UnitedHealthcare CEO is set to appear in a New York court tomorrow to face state charges. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is outside the courthouse. And Danny, we think this is going to be a fairly brief appearance.
It will be. Luigi Mangione faces 2 murder cases, state and federal, in connection with one killing of the UnitedHealthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. Tomorrow, in this courthouse behind me, Mangione will face his state court case.
I've been looking for this one video that...
At that arraignment, they will deal with issues...
Goes over... It explains it very well when it comes to, like, the uber wealthy and so forth.
Like bail, he's not likely to get bail. And of course, his rights, like the right to counsel, he's already got counsel. And he will enter his presumably not guilty plea. The arraignment is likely to be short, but tomorrow is the first chance for his legal team to formally respond to the charges against him. There's already a January 18th federal preliminary hearing, but that could go away if he is indicted before then. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and...
Okay, do you think we've covered Luigi enough?
Yeah. Now let's cover Mario.
The killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO.
It's me and Mario.
Well, anyway, I guess we've gone through all the videos. Now, I did find a bunch of videos of, throughout the years, different children being denied health care that ended up dying or,
Those children voted for that CEO, okay?
Exactly.
Brian Thompson has set off a wave of rage over medical claims denials.
South Florida is included in that. CBS News Miami's Joe Murray has been talking to UnitedHealthcare policyholders about their frustrations and his live tonight in Fort Lauderdale with more on the story. Joe.
Yeah, reaction has been very strong, and it's not exactly what you may think, but it's all because people are just mad and frustrated over UnitedHealthcare's lack of coverage. The game of pickleball can leave Wesley William Parker out of breath, but that wasn't always true. An accomplished high school wrestler, he was 7th in the state last year, but during a match sophomore year, he suffered a serious nose injury, an injury that required surgery, but he said his insurance company, UnitedHealthcare, would not cover all of it.
And most of it had to have been paid out of pocket, and it was like thousands of dollars, and I had to say no to the surgery amongst, so now I just kind of have to live with it, and I'm just dealing with it now.
So, even though this is like a minor thing, it's just, they'll deny things that are far worse, but even something like this, it's just, when it's easily treatable, and again, the billionaires would still be billionaires even if they covered all of these sort of injuries, all of these ailments and so forth. Why don't they? Don't you think it's kind of fucked up, the fact that it's just, even something small like this is going to have a notable impact on this person's life going forward? And it's just, when it's going to have such, it's not going to, make a difference at all when it comes to the quality of life of the billionaires. So why the fuck are, don't they provide the coverage? What logical explanation is there?
They want to do the bare minimum to line their fucking pockets. It doesn't matter.
Imagine? My bad.
No, you're good.
Can you imagine having 4 yachts, John? A 4th yacht?
The problem is they can still have 4 yachts. They could still have 80 yachts with the amount of money that they would get, even if they covered all of these things.
Denial rate, according to the federal government, is at 33%.
A yacht on
Blue Cross
Mars.
and Cygnus rate is about 10% lower. And the targeted murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson has unleashed a social media wave of grievances.
If you think that I didn't need anesthesia to have surgery,
we're fighting with the insurance company.
over her dialysis to keep her alive.
People are upset, people do bad things, and that's just, I'm in a way a form of protest even.
UnitedHealthcare is huge in Florida. 3.1 million people covered, including Medicare and Medicaid. 247 hospitals, over 100,000 doctors. Complicating the crime, Thompson was under investigation for insider trading. The City of Hollywood's Firefighters Pension Fund is part of a class action lawsuit against Thompson and UnitedHealthcare to recover money lost when the stock fell.
As far as we know, no relationship to any of the sad news out of New York.
Attorney Robert Klausner represents Hollywood and said the fund lost more than $100,000.
This will not in any way interfere with any retirees' receipt of benefits now or any current firefighters' receipt of benefits in the future. But as institutional investors, we chase these losses because if the losses aren't made up, ultimately any shortfall in our investment returns to the taxpayer.
Wesley Parker may get...
I think I found it.
Found something, Gene? What is it, Gene? What is it?
What'd you find, boy?
What'd you find?
It doesn't seem like it's on YouTube. So here it is on...
Is Timmy in the whale? Is Timmy in the well? Show us, Gene.
That's where he's been. I was wondering what Timmy went.
Drop it.
Drop the Timmy, Gene. Drop it.
Am I supposed to not hear this?
Yeah, nobody wants to hear this. This is dorky.
Robert Reich? Yeah, there we go. Robert Reich.
Wait, there's still no volume?
You turned it up and then back down. You didn't turn it up and save it or something.
There we go.
There you go. Did
Okay,
just
what the
mute
fuck is
itself
it doing?
again? the website is... Wait,
You
try to
can't
play
even
it.
see... It's Facebook. You
Play
can't
it as
even...
a little screen.
Yeah, just play it in the mini player.
50 years later,
There we
we
go.
got multi-billionaire. Billionaire didn't even exist until 1844. 50 years later, we got multi-billionaire. And for the next 127 years, that was enough. But in 2020, while the working class faced near record unemployment during the pandemic, the wealthiest Americans faced a different problem. Some of them had gotten so rich, there was no longer a word to describe just how rich they were. That's why today I want to bring you one of the newest additions to the English language, centibillionaire. People with $100 billion or more. Now, what's it like being one of history's first centibillionaires? It's hard to even imagine, but let's try it by comparing them to the less fortunate, by which I mean just regular billionaires.
This might be the most depressing thing we watch all night, John.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It was something where they used to be taxed 70-80% if you were making billions of dollars, and now the amount of like their revenue that they're taxed is something like 30% because of lobbying. They can afford to lobby the government to get their way, and then there's loopholes. So because they make so much money, they can afford to hire lawyers that and the thing is, even people who are like doctors, people who make a decent living, 6-figure salaries, hiring a lawyer to do shit like that still a pretty decent chunk of money when you're raising 2 or 3 kids and so forth. So you think of like situations like this where they will hire lawyers that do everything they can to find every loophole to minimize the amount of money, like to give them just pretty much unlimited tax cuts, where it's things like, hey, a yacht, they can classify it as some kind of residential building. You can rent it out even though you're not renting it out, so then it's like it minimizes the cost because it's a business expense. Like a big mansion-esque swimming pool can be classified as some kind of like medical thing for like swimming, physical therapy, and so forth. So they will actually be able to get away with like I guess classifying that as some kind of medical business expense. And it's just, you find the sort of loopholes that they exploit, and it's ridiculous, where they're able to narrow down the amount of money they pay in taxes by like 50% when they're being taxed 30% when they used to be taxed 80%. And that's the problem, is that they probably still will be paying 60% or just 30%, even if they are taxed like 80%. So that's another thing people ignore. It's like, God, why should we tax the uber wealthy? Like, well, they'd still like only be paying half or a third of what they're being taxed if they are taxed 80%. Okay, why does it keep...
Centibillionaire, you can afford a brand new Gulfstream jet every single day for more than 10 years. Not sure what you do with a new Gulfstream jet every day, but maybe give one to each of your closest 4,000 friends. A regular billionaire would struggle to buy their own professional baseball team. It's sad, I know, but a centibillionaire could easily buy every team in the entire major league. If you're a regular billionaire, you can donate to your alma mater and get your name on a building. If you're a centibillionaire, you could single-handedly give every teacher in America an $8,000 raise for 5 straight years. Of course, that's not all you could do. $100 billion is enough to wipe out all the medical debt in the United States, or provide permanent shelter for every homeless person in America, or buy COVID-19 vaccines for the entire world. Basically, what I'm saying is $100 billion is a lot of money. More than 2.5 million times what the average American worker makes in a year. So,
do they work 2.5 million times the or do
they do. They work way harder.
Do they work
than us lazy fucks?
2.5 million times harder?
Yeah.
Okay,
look how strong they are.
So rich because they work more than 2.5 million times what the average American worker makes in a year. So here's the big question. Are these centibillionaires so rich because they work 2.5 million times harder than the average American? Are they really 100 times smarter than the typical billionaire? Personally, I don't think so. The reason for the rise of centibillionaires is that for decades, wealth hasn't trickled down. It's gushed up all the way to the very top. And that's not an accident. As it turns out, the system that the super...
Okay.
What's that?
It was messing up for a second for some reason. All right, play it.
Okay, every time you pause it, fuck Facebook.
It's the super rich. And while you may not own more private jets than your average centibillionaire, you probably do pay a higher tax rate. And thanks to legal loopholes and the Trump tax cuts, when the wealthiest Americans die, they get to pass on most of their centibillions to their kids, tax-free. We've got 2 choices as a country. We can tax the richest Americans fairly and invest that money in ways that benefit all of us. Or we can keep doing what we're doing and watch as centibillionaires get even richer while the rest of us get left behind. If you think wealth and power are too concentrated in the hands of a privileged few now, just imagine what a few more years of trickle-down nonsense will bring. Of course, it won't be all bad. At least trillionaire is easy to say.
That just made me grind my teeth, John. Do I
get
Pedantic Pedestrian?
But here's the thing, Chev. Do you still want to shill for them?
I like Elon.
You want to virtue signal more? Shilling for the
you don't even know what virtue signaling means. I had to teach you today.
It's opened his eyes to the health insurance world.
You're
educated. Really in need of help, and
Okay, I just want to say something real quick. So
UnitedHealthcare
they were going over. He was going over how much $1 billion is. Elon Musk, since Trump got elected, has gained over $200 billion. That's like a little over a month. So, just throwing that out there.
Criticism over their rate of denial, telling one group that we have resolved concerns and we are open to constructive dialogue about ensuring access to high-quality, affordable care. Meanwhile, Thompson's killer is still on the loose. Fort Lauderdale tonight, Joan Murray, CBS.
Bravo! At first glance, Isabella Quintana looks like so many toddlers. But what you can't see are her health challenges.
What's it like to have a 16-month-old daughter with no health insurance coverage and a heart murmur?
It's a lot of things all the time, and it's hard for us because we're like always thinking when she's going to get sick,
Her father, Gorman, says Isabella should be covered by Medicaid. The government.
Sorry, someone in the chat said that the bottom right guy, which is Shabisky, drinks Monster and rides a BMX bike in front of kids.
Yeah.
How much do you?
I'm a show off.
That's dangerously accurate.
Yes, that's me.
Shabisky, the BMX extraordinaire, dude. How'd you know?
Dude, Shab crashes his bike every time he rides his bike.
Shut up.
Shab, didn't you get into like 3 bike accidents in the span of 2 weeks or something?
It was 2. But
2.
And I don't remember. Shut up, Gene. Gene's a jerk, guys.
program ensuring low-income and
my
disabled
friend hurt
Americans.
himself. It's funny. Shut
That's
up,
hilarious.
Gene. You're a jerk.
Shab, you think it's funny when it's just countless lives, like millions of people die due to being denied coverage. You think that's funny. So, I don't know. Why is it unethical for me to think it's funny when you simply just get hurt falling off your bike?
Hey, my wrist still hurts.
Summer, she lost coverage even while her brother kept his due to what her parents believed.
Well, maybe if you had affordable health insurance, that wouldn't be an issue, Shab.
Is a paperwork issue. They say since then, a bronchitis follow-up appointment cost around $1,100 out of pocket, a big chunk of the roughly $35,000 the Colorado family makes a year. Which is why another time, the family tried to wait out a fever, hoping Isabella got better at home. She's far from alone. After the COVID public health emergency, the federal government required states to reevaluate every Medicaid recipient's eligibility. The process, called unwinding, caused more than 25 million people to lose Medicaid coverage, the majority for procedural reasons. As of August, more than 5 million fewer children were enrolled. And overall, it's not clear how many Americans who lost coverage were actually still...
Oh, wait. This one dude in the chat says, Upside Fantasy, top left gets mad just reading MAGA.
That's you, your top left.
You
just read the words MAGA.
MAGA?
Yeah, you see the letters MAGA in your chat, you start foaming at the mouth. You're like,
okay. It's not like we just allow anybody to talk shit in the chat and we don't create an echo chamber by like banning everyone.
No, dude, you're already getting mad. You saw the words MAGA and you're already mad, John.
Haven't I discussed in videos where it's like if somebody wants to wear a MAGA hat, like what the fuck ever?
Still eligible.
So in August, you started trying to get it restored. And here we are in December.
The exodus created a paperwork backlog, and while unwinding largely ended in the spring, kids like Isabella appear to still be facing the consequences.
It shouldn't take 4 months for that connect to happen.
No, it shouldn't. And if that happens, there's something wrong. Something has fallen through the cracks.
Kim Bimsteffer oversees Medicaid in Colorado, where unwinding sent safety net enrollment plummeting more than 30%. Over 550,000 people lost health insurance through the state's safety net program.
Dude, yeah, I'm furious, Skep.
Nearly 150.
How dare we got these MAGA people in the chat? These Nazis. We got to start banning everyone.
Some of them children.
Some individuals will fall through the cracks, and we are working really hard and have been working really hard to find them and get them reconnected.
A third of Coloradans who lost Medicaid got their coverage restored, but Bimsteffer says the state's uninsured rate has gone up.
That's a problem.
Yes,
I mean, people are not finding private health insurance.
Yes, it is an absolute problem. Every American should have health insurance, right?
Bimsteffer says the state created a new way to escalate reviews and is...
Look, it's just they're communists. They just don't want people to pay their fair share. They just want everybody to like just receive handouts.
Expanding automation to make a dent in the backlog.
Well, it says millions of children
not
lose
coming
health
fast enough.
insurance.
Every child pediatric.
Maybe they should get better jobs.
Yeah. These
Since
kids
the number of
should
its
have
uninsured
jobs,
patients
have
is
dental,
climbing,
401k.
and even short gaps in coverage can be devastating, especially for children.
A lot of them are not getting their preventative care, their immunizations. They're falling behind on things like developmental screening. We could miss an opportunity.
So if they can't afford college, why don't they just get scholarships?
That's
common. Well, I mean, couldn't they just work hard in grade school and get straight A's in AP classes and then apply for a scholarship? And yeah.
It's not that simple.
I'm a self-made man.
Yeah.
My scholarship.
Early and get kids speech therapy,
There you
occupational
go.
therapy, what they need to help achieve those milestones, and it really does change their developmental trajectory longer term. So it's a huge deal.
A huge deal for kids like Isabella, whose futures hang in the balance.
It's tough because you want them to be healthy right away, you know? You don't want to wait until something else happens.
Jesse Kirsch.
Well, why should I pay more for this kid that it's not mine?
Damn, Gene.
Yeah.
Gene's a jerk.
Not my
What?
kid, not
Look,
my
like
That's what I said.
these parents, they can't even afford health care for their kid, and look at them having kids.
NBC News, Denver.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
This is 6-year-old Cooper Wood. He was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy earlier this year when his parents applied for a one-time gene therapy infusion that Cooper is medically approved for. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan denied that treatment in just one day.
Blue Cross Blue Shield is just letting our kids have a death sentence without giving it a second thought.
Parents Kaylin and Ryan said a diagnosis earlier this year changed their life forever. Their son Cooper faces a terminal illness.
Instead of muscle tissue repairing, it's just replacing.
You're making me grind my teeth again.
So that's
Joe.
what causes deterioration.
Chill out, Dirt.
This
Seriously,
is
calm down. Calm down, Dirt.
Weakening of the muscles eventually, he loses the ability to walk.
Duchenne muscular dystrophy is a rare genetic disorder that causes weakness and damage of the muscles. Right now, Cooper's only treatment is steroids, but that only slows down the muscle deterioration. And over time, the disease becomes deadly.
What does his future look like with just these steroids?
In a wheelchair.
He'll be in a wheelchair by 12. He'll lose the ability to walk before he's a teenager.
Now, he's not dead, so yeah. well, no, it is like you got Shab, who wants to shill for the uber wealthy and everything, and it's just you want a virtue signal for the 0.01%, but
you're virtue signaling.
What do you think of scenarios like this where it's just even though it's not terminal where they're gonna die due to not receiving coverage, but it could make the difference between a kid being in a wheelchair and a kid being able to fucking walk. And hey, because it's not terminal or life-threatening, we shouldn't have to cover it, even though it's like the CEOs would still be billionaires even if it was covered.
Well, John, right in this clip, you just paused it at the right spot. They're prepping them for the ramps.
Bad crow.
Bad
you don't
crow.
joke about that kind of stuff. But it is just... how much of a difference would that make for this kid? How much would that affect his life overall relative to the kind of effect it would have on a billionaire having a few less billion when they already had billions? It's no, maybe the CEO sort of resistant, like, downfall. Maybe there needs to be the anti-CEO uprising.
The teenage years, his organs will be affected more eventually. Ultimately,
when will the copycat killers come in Minecraft?
Most children don't live past their 20s.
But there is another option. It's called Elevidys. It's a $3.2 million one-time gene therapy that Cooper has been medically approved for.
It gives you a little piece of this big protein he's missing, and it will start repairing his muscles. It can't get back the muscle damage he's lost, but it can repair the ones he has.
This Athens family...
And then that's another thing. Okay, you said, Shab, aren't there workarounds? So here's somewhat of a workaround. But it's like what I said, one of the things that they'll do to, I guess, save money off of coverage or to spend less money on giving people coverage is they'll delay it and just stagnate things as much as possible. So that way, hey, they'll get terminally ill and so forth, and they're more likely to die out, or it's just here, they've delayed it, so now there's damage that's been done that will probably affect him his entire life that could have been prevented.
Mm-hmm.
Has insurance through Blue Cross.
You don't think that's kind of evil? I know I'm virtue signaling, but you don't think it's a bit fucked up?
Yeah, the way you keep virtue signaling and using these kids for virtue signaling is kind of fucked up, Jane. Virtue signaling.
Yeah.
It's
For
true.
Michigan, because that is where their job is headquartered. They applied for this treatment on August 20th, and by the next day, the insurance company already denied it.
He deserves more than 1 day of deliberation.
The insurance company told Kaylin that Elevidys is considered investigational for all indications due to a lack of information showing benefits with its treatment.
This one guy's like laughing my ass off. Top left is definitely trying not to laugh at the chat. Yeah, he's kind of right there.
Treatment, which is similar to what they told me when I received their treatment. However, the FDA approved this treatment for individuals 4 years and older with a confirmed mutation in the DMD gene back in June. Part of the approval was based on an evaluation in multiple studies, which enrolled 218 male patients with Duchenne.
It is a slap in the face, not only to us, but most.
Oh, he says, watch these guys all be in the same room. Laugh out loud. A podcast is too hard to stream.
Yeah, dude, give me a fist bump, Shab. He knows it.
Yeah.
Let's crack the code.
Offensively
figured it out.
to the boys with Duchenne muscular
We're gonna make
dystrophy
out
that
after
spent their
the
entire
show.
lives in clinical trials that have led to the research like gene therapies.
Vanderbilt Hospital appealed the insurance's decision, but time is critical.
And every day is just a little bit more loss of muscles that we need him to keep.
The insurance company shouldn't be able to tell us that.
So what do you think about this kind of shit, Chad, where they delay things and
What if
there's
the
kids
insurance
that
company's right here?
they
What
end
if
up
it hasn't been shown to actually?
they'll get the operation, but it's not in time, so they lose a fucking kidney or they lose a fucking lung.
Well, I blame you, Gene, because they got denied gene therapy.
Time frame we should have with our children.
Cooper's parents have started emails so
Upset
people who would
Fantasy
like
says, I like John. Oh, thank
to
you.
help him get treatment or may have resources can
I'm a
contact
very likable dude.
They also want to hear from anyone who has a similar story. That email can be found on our website at News Channel 9.
The family of a young boy who is fighting a difficult battle says they are forced to fight on their own. 7-year-old Harrison Hazlett has cancer. They say their
You're a monster, Shab.
insurance company will not cover the treatment doctors say he needs. Olivia Correa takes a closer look.
And I mean, here's the thing, Shab. It's one thing when it's non-white kids like missing their limbs in Gaza, but this is a white kid who's suffering. Think you would care
I never
more?
really
you
thought
fucking
about it like
Nazi.
that, Gene.
Struggling. Why the insurance company says this procedure is not part of their plan.
Harrison Hazlett is quite the
That's
prankster.
not a kid. He has a mustache.
With a bagel instead of cream cheese, I put mayonnaise on it.
And who ate it?
Mom.
And how did she react?
Not happy.
He also has big ambitions. A paleontologist is just one of his dream jobs.
He's pretty smart when he knows what a paleontologist is.
Doctor.
Dude, isn't that a big word, pretentious word, paleontologist? Yeah.
I wanted to be a paleontologist.
People that use that word to just try to act smart. It's not like it's the only fucking word to describe that particular trade.
And a YouTuber.
But Harrison isn't afraid of a challenge. He was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, a type of bone cancer.
Yeah, man.
in his right feet.
I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid, and I really hope this kid can grow up to be a dumb fuck pothead YouTuber like me.
No, he can be a YouTuber that discusses paleontology.
At just 5 years old. He rang the bell at Roswell 7 months later.
And we had a giant parade, and then his year scan came, and we found out that it relapsed to his lungs.
Harrison has had several surgeries and...
How many of those surgeries do you think could have been prevented if he just got, you know, the treatment sooner rather than later, Chad?
None. The insurance company was right all along, okay? They're taking the correct path.
2 kinds of
I
chemo,
believe
but
in them.
nothing has worked.
But he always just does whatever. He doesn't complain, doesn't fight
We
it.
try our absolute best to make every part of this.
You gotta love it. How many of these kids get denied shit where they end up dying or they deal with much more like serious complications that are gonna seriously debilitate them for the rest of their lives? It's just you see them in these Michael Moore documentaries and it's just, I'm this many. It's like, oh,
fun for him.
I don't know if I have
and
to love
play
it.
games and
Yeah, Gene, why do you
Harrison's
love
doctors
that,
have recommended an experimental treatment.
well, I didn't say I love it. I said, don't you love it, Chad? Because you're the kind of...
He was supposed...
Yeah, because you're the kind of person that loves shit like this. You're a shill for the uber wealthy.
No,
to start on Monday, but insurance denied.
You're wealthy, and I only half want Luigi to do you too. Okay.
Oh
The
my
other
God.
half of me
Coverage.
thinks it's
His
not
family
right.
filed in a...
Oh, am I the uber wealthy though?
Yeah, I mean in this
And I mean,
podcast
here's the
you
thing.
are.
Do you-
Maybe we should just base it off this
Do you
podcast.
not think that I'm a self-made man?
I'm a self-made man too. I made myself. Okay.
emergency appeal. That was also denied.
Yeah, but you're not rich.
When he's relapsed so many times already.
he's been through hell. I lost it. Yesterday I was crying
Maybe
all
the CEO
day
is a
long. I couldn't talk
self-made
to anybody.
man.
I just
What Richard says, okay, this conversation is taking a turn for the worst.
I know. What are we doing? This kid is dying of cancer. John's like, I'm a self.
It just feels like a
Hi, Mark Blue Cross Blue.
No, I wouldn't have said that if Shab wasn't like, hey, like I wish you were off and unalive to Minecraft.
No, I said only half of me wants
Shield
that.
of Western New York.
Oh, only half of you.
Says in a
The other
statement,
half
in general, treatments that
wants
have
to
not
fight
advanced past clinical trials for safety and have not been approved by the Food and Drug Administration are considered experimental.
Yes, Shab, you're a secret, closeted Republican.
Well, I don't know, Gene,
and are
as
not covered.
CEO
Highmark
of
says the family can have the
PPP, you may be fair game.
Oh,
yeah.
Am I a CEO? That's what you call me?
Request reviewed by a
Yeah.
different
Yeah, and I saw a
pharmacist, doctor,
documentary
and
that
an
said
independent
you were a
review entity.
CEO
They will consider
too.
any.
Well, then, wouldn't that make you a CTO?
Yeah, but that's
Oh,
not...
yeah, he claimed that I said I was the CEO of a company. It's like, when did I ever fucking say that?
Gene, the CEO.
additional.
And I like how he showed clips of me that were like 2-second clips of me saying nothing. And it's just, okay. But then, does he show a clip of me actually claiming that I'm a CEO?
When the decision is re-reviewed.
Yeah, even though he claimed to watch like all of your all the episodes.
And then, dude, we gotta go over that again, because then you look at the clips that he showed, and it's just, it's me saying something like, hey, why doesn't he do this? Without showing any context to what I actually asked that question in response to. Why doesn't he, do this? And that, he claimed that that wasn't me doing my research. It's just, maybe when you can only show 3-second clips of me saying things where there's no context at all, maybe that's a sign that you're kind of dishonest.
And clearly it hasn't worked, or we wouldn't have been putting in for this.
The community has set up a GoFundMe to cover the cost of Harrison's treatments.
It's so nice to have everybody like behind us with this and ensuring that this is going to get taken care of. And if insurance absolutely won't do it, then we don't have to worry. This really helps us not have to worry.
We can just focus on him.
Yeah.
We'll have a link on our website, WKBW.com. Olivia Proya, 7 News.
An Illinois family is planning a fundraiser so their 8-year-old son can have much-needed surgery. Liam Doxey has severe combined immune deficiency. He's been in and out of the hospital for treatment since he was an infant. His family says the surgeon...
This is of PPP, Gene.
Dude, this is all episodes of PPP. Where have you been?
...qualified to operate on him.
Asleep.
Also practices plastic surgery.
Now, you know what? Why isn't Shani and Jarrett depressing?
Because they're
got
not
people
innocent
covering-
little kids dying.
Oh.
So their insurance won't cover it.
That's
They'll be holding
fair.
a benefit next month to try to raise $53,000.
They're just
about
old
theft. I mean, it's
pieces of dog shit dying. You know, that's totally
Oh,
different.
yeah.
Dying much slower.
See, Shab's okay with people, I don't know, being, like, you're against evil CEOs that murder millions of people dying. But then, you're
Jenny
pro...
harassed me with my... I had to
well,
change
you're
my phone
pro...
number.
Yeah, but she's mentally ill, so now you're saying mental illness is not an excuse for being somewhat unstable? I mean, come on. Dude, you're Jarrett
She's
and
not
Shani
mentally
are
ill.
clearly
She's the most
messed up in
mentally
the
sane
head.
person on the
So
planet.
you are okay with seriously mentally ill people killing, like pretty much, the lifestyle that they're living? They're pretty much killing themselves slowly? And you're okay with mentally unstable people not getting the support that they need and just killing themselves slowly and exposing themselves online? You're
I think
okay with
your
that?
opinion about this subject
You're
doesn't
okay
matter
with that?
because you're
But
mentally
then-
ill, Gene.
No,
okay?
but then... Oh, how am I mentally ill? Piece of shit.
How are you not? That's a better question.
Oh, yeah.
it's a pediatric, time-sensitive emergency
Psychopath.
surgery that he really needs.
It's really hard. Because if you were in my body, then you would feel like what it's worth.
Oh my goodness.
Gosh, wow.
You know, from a consumer standpoint, really want to know what this
Dude, he
insurance...
read Mein Kampf once. Well, actually, I had read Mein Kampf. I guess I'm the Nazi.
policy is all about. Just terrible.
But to be fair, the reason I read it is because people would argue...
Oh,
No, people would argue that Hitler was an atheist, so I actually read it because apparently he does include a lot of Christian propaganda. So I read it for that reason.
The more you talk, Gene, the
Supposedly.
more I do think you're the next big
So the
Minecraft
local Liam
shooter,
benefit will
dude.
be January 15th in Coal Valley, Illinois. There's also a
Yeah, I
GoFundMe
read
set up for the
Mein
family. We just
Kampf.
heard from Liam. Oh, my goodness.
Did you not hear the reason I gave?
It's one of my favorite books. I read it
Not
all
one
at
of my
least once
favorite
a
books,
month.
but so if somebody reads it because they kind of want to just delve into the mind of this sort of tyrant in history to kind of get sort of a sense of, you know, why they went about that.
I mean, I'm sure there's multiple, but I remember specifically a murder that read Mein Kampf before they went to do. That was one of their books that they read, and they had
it was his memoir. So maybe there's some, like, if you're into history and so forth, it kind of does make sense to. It's sort of like people that are psychologists that study serial killers to kind of get a sense of how their mind works. I mean, that doesn't mean that you
studying yourself, Gene?
Oh, yeah.
Just breaking down in tears.
You're the one that supports millions of people being murdered by the CEOs.
You're the one that
goes out to both of them.
And you're the one that enjoys your sadist. You like watching mentally ill people kill themselves slowly.
No.
You laugh at it. You're like, well, look at
I just want to see them suffer, Gene.
Look at this King Cobra dude
signal.
who's autistic and clearly mentally ill, and he's drinking himself to death. I like watching all these videos and being a fucking sadist.
You're a bad person, Gene.
He was born.
I enjoy like being a sadistic fuck, and again laughing at mentally ill people killing themselves slowly.
Wow, Gene.
But then
You're really
I'm
into that.
against. I don't want to watch some videos of some kids being murdered by these CEOs that you defend to spread awareness and to delve into how fucked up it is. I don't want to criticize kids being mistreated, but I want to make fun of mentally ill people killing themselves slowly.
I don't recall ever
Born with
saying
a
that,
life-threatening
Gene.
heart condition, and within the first few hours of his life, a North Texas baby was undergoing a major operation, an operation that insurance won't cover. In fact, the baby has been denied any coverage one day after the president signed into law a bill designed to keep such things from happening. Melissa Newton has the story, listed only on CBS.
John, you're having a mental breakdown. Dude.
Houston,
You're gonna
Tennessee
need
is
to
just
calm
10 days
down.
old.
He's my little
Yeah, Gene,
But this
piece
little
of shit.
Come on,
Fuck
Hinge.
you.
I need it.
Boy has already lived through some trying times.
It's heart-wrenching. I hated it.
Houston was born with a congenital heart defect where the two major vessels that carry blood away from the heart are switched. It's a condition rarely detected before birth.
My whole pregnancy was simple. It was easy. I had no complications. Every doctor visit was great. I had perfect sonograms, great little pictures. And then he wasn't perfect.
The baby was rushed to Cook Children's Medical Center where he had life-saving surgery.
He's doing really good. He's a little tough guy.
While baby Houston is now fighting for recovery, his parents have found themselves in another battle, fighting the insurance company.
It's hard to say what's going to happen.
Both small business owners, the Tracys only carry insurance.
Okay, so do you think it should be necessary to fight the insurance company in a scenario like this, Shab?
Yeah, politically, Gene.
God.
Okay.
Dude.
On their two other children.
God,
not
Shab's
themselves.
evil.
You have
They
horrible
tried to get
moral
insurance for
values.
Houston.
I'm gonna have to cancel Shab, fire Shab.
I'll cancel you.
But they found
bitch.
out today they were
And
denied.
the insurance
They kept
company
saying it's
won't
pre-existing,
cover
it's
any of
pre-existing.
your
But I don't
shit.
know how it can be pre-existing on a baby.
Damn,
that was
see
just born.
how psychotic Shab is?
Everyone will have to have health insurance. Tracy wonders how someone can
Yeah.
be denied.
Companies are people too.
While Blue Cross and Blue Shield says it cannot comment on the family situation,
CEOs
it
are
did send out a
dads
statement
too,
saying, quote,
Gene.
"We will work closely with our customers to keep
They're
them informed on any
fathers,
changes
too.
that may result from the new law. We will
Dude, I love the enthusiasm. Tough guy's been stressing, no lie. Who's the tough guy? Am I the tough guy?
continue to
What
review
does
the
that
bill's
even
requirements
mean?
on our
No.
business and their respective time frames.
No.
Did you try to type that once and retract it and then try again? How about you try
I
again
love
for a
the
third
enthusiasm.
time, Snoopy? Try to write out something that actually makes some fucking sense. I know that's complicated.
Well, what's wrong with them retracting it if they, I don't know, had a typo?
Because the second time
sure
they
it's
still
open-
couldn't really type. I mean, I love the enthusiasm.
I
Tough
love
guys
the-
been stressing no lie. What does that even mean?
No. He said though, so I'm like, it's okay. I speak Snoopy. He's saying I love the enthusiasm, though you guys been stressing. No lie. Now listen, you're right. Look at me. I'm wearing.
Man, I don't even. Are they
Hands
talking
none of my
shit?
things.
So if they're not talking shit, then why are you being an ass? See, Shab's a piece of. Shab's a douchebag. Snoopy, are you hating on us? If
It was
not,
an accident,
we'll
Snoopy.
call out Shab on being a piece of shit.
I'll smoke more weed and chill out. I'm
Look
sorry.
at Shad being a fucking spurg where you want to like correct people's grammar in the chat.
It was an accident.
It's like
I've been hanging
casual
around
live
Gene too
chat
much.
text.
I've been
Oh
hanging
yeah,
around
because
Gene
I'm the
too
one
much.
that does that.
Shh, you don't even know that word.
While the Tracys say they'll do whatever it takes for their baby, they have no idea at what cost. In Fort Worth, Melissa Newton.
See, Snoopy's not hating. Apologize to
cool.
Snoopy, you piece of shit.
I already did.
Yeah.
CBS.
Being a pedantic motherfucker, correcting people's spelling and grammar.
My name is
Sorry,
Michaela was
Snoopy.
diagnosed with Crohn's
I
at the
hang
age
around
of
with
4.
retard Gene all
And
the
she was on a
time, and it's
medication,
making
and
me
she's failing the
retarded.
medication.
Dude, look at Shab using the ableist language now. Using the R word.
So at that point, I decided that I was
My
going to get a
word.
second opinion. When Michaela switched doctors, we wanted to see if we played with the dosing levels, if that would work for her. But the doctor was very well aware that the insurance company often doesn't approve it at that level for kids her age and her weight. For us, we
Yay, we're at 10,000 views now.
had to go through a month of the 5 mLs before we could get the 10 mLs approved. And so we just kept trying to get as much data as possible to present to the insurance company that she needed to be approved for a higher dosing level. I was frustrated getting these letters for denial. She's putting something forward for my daughter to get my daughter into a better place, and an insurance company is just saying no. So luckily for us, as far as the appeal was concerned, Michaela's provider had done this regularly, right? So her practice was really schooled in how to handle an appeal, what documentation you needed, what steps you needed to take. And so they were on top of it. From my perspective, it was communication with the provider, collecting the appropriate documentation and submitting it, going through the process. So ultimately the appeal was approved, and so we put her on a new medication, which I'm really happy to say has put her into remission.
So the repeal went through, but how many kids do you think who have a terminal illness, the repeal doesn't go through in time?
Judging by this video, all of them, Gene. This is all happiness.
Well, no, because I think she said
is proof
that
the
kid
CEO
had
is
Crohn's
good.
disease.
Wait, Crow's talking.
Sorry.
I don't think the video said that. I think that the kid has Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease is a term.
Oh, yeah. Well, it can be terminal, depending on
They just
the
said
severity and so
she
forth.
went into remission.
Oh, okay, then yeah.
Right now she's getting ready to go back to school and back into the pool to swim competitively and onto the soccer field.
The other thing is, it's just if they deal with notable debilitating effects that are gonna fuck with them for the rest of their life. Imagine how that affects their ability to work, the amount of income they're able to generate, the amount of I don't know. It's probably going to be harder for them to live on their own. Maybe they're going to have to rely more on sort of I guess communist sort of subsidies and everything. So it seems like people that are anti-universal healthcare and so forth, if they kind of hate the socialist aspects, it seems like maybe people would need to rely less on this evil socialist care if they probably got this maybe giving them that basic level of socialist care when it comes to universal health care. Maybe you wouldn't need to invest, maybe you would be investing this much as opposed to this much down the line.
Go, do what she loves.
You getting tired, Gene?
Yeah.
Talking more and more like a retard by the minute.
Oh, what? Am I slurring my speech and shit? Well, it's only 4:51 in the morning where I am, so.
Only. Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah.
Is that sarcasm, Jane? I got.
So I have more of an excuse for being fatigued and lethargic than you because I've been up longer.
I didn't say
than
that
you.
I'm less.
Oh yeah.
Shut up.
Technically, it's Christmas Eve, so.
I guess, Dirt, are we going to be able to do a Tuesday stream?
Right now I'm gonna say likely doubtful because I believe
Chad.
Wednesday is Christmas Eve and I'm gonna work
baby
all day.
Oh, I forgot. It's almost Christmas. Maybe, do you want to do a different PPP stream later in the week?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Is Tuesday Christmas?
So here, let's get through.
Wednesday's Christmas.
Yeah.
Tuesday's Christmas Eve.
So maybe, well, not tonight, but I don't know, maybe Friday or something. We can get to all the Gaza videos. Well, Upside Fantasy, I don't like. I like doing blows. So if I dude, wait, I don't want to mix my uppers and my downers in Minecraft. I do too much of this shit. So in Minecraft. So I don't know.
We're here to tell the world that
Not killed my daughter. They killed my daughter to make money. Their CEO.
Yeah, do you think it's good to mix 10,000% of your B12 and then what is this?
That's his blow. The
taurine,
blow
silicon
tasted B12.
dioxide, and my 400 milligrams of caffeine. I don't know. I like weed. It's a pussy drug.
Yeah.
It sedates you. I like my choice of drugs. Allows you to get a lot done.
You don't get shit.
He makes 78.1.
Shab would have a heart attack because, he couldn't handle the kind of stimulation that I can handle.
million in 5 years. Why? Why do they need all this money? They should be saving.
Well, hey, I'm not just doing B12. I'm doing a lot of the other stuff in Minecraft. Stuff that I can't actually show on camera.
Stuff that we can't
Right.
disclose.
Should we go inside and ask to see Mr. Hanway?
Edward.
Last year his bonus was $3 million.
Yeah.
I'm about to ask you to actually leave the building. If not, you have to get the cops called to bring.
I need to see Edward Hanway.
What the fuck is B12? It's a nutrient and so forth, but when you take it in highly concentrated amount, it's like B12 shots.
Yeah, it's like
amps you up.
Go look at energy drinks and see what's in them.
Why not? Is he making more bonuses,
Always
money, and
have
killing
B12
people? He killed my daughter.
Bonus would have paid for
At least normally.
hand liver transplant.
Signa killed my daughter.
You're not going to be able to be allowed. Hey, you're not allowed into this building. Please do not go by. This is private property. This is
Her daughter.
This is our life.
You guys denied her liver transplant. She died. I
That's
don't
my
have her.
daughter.
I cannot sleep at nights. You know? You understand? You have a daughter, granddaughters?
Hilda Sarkisian, Natalie Sarkisian's mom.
My daughter is not with us, but we are here to know why you guys.
Now, this is a big case where she was denied the coverage. She ended up dying. And this is, what is it? Cigna, which is a different healthcare company. So this is sort of, UnitedHealthcare is being called out on denying a bunch of people's treatment, resulting in a decent amount of people dying. So kind of shows that this has been an ongoing issue.
Why? We're right here. We're right here. These are my family. California Nurses Association is,
right
that's it. They're my family, and
They
we're
understand
here.
about human lives.
Big G, you're like, does it get you high? It gets you amped. Well, some people call it being high.
Looks like you don't. Your company doesn't. You guys are in the
I
wrong.
mean, high is when you get all, like, sedated. It makes you a dumb
Just
fuck like
wakes you up
Shab.
a little bit. Shut up.
You kill people.
As you're aware, there are HIPAA regulations. You're not allowed to-
I don't know if you do the right combo, Shab, like Stephen King. Comes to creativity writing, your mind goes like 1,000,001 miles like
I
a
want to be
second.
like Stephen King.
We're not discussing.
I'm giving you the authorization. It's on tape. You can take pictures.
Yeah, Shab's the kind of person where it's just I play something on 2.5 times speed. And he's like, he can't even process it at all. It's unintelligible to him. Then I move it down to like 1.3 speed, and he's like, "God, this is too fast."
Pictures. This is my family. There's the California Nurses Association, and they're here, and I'm here all the way from California to give you a message. And I want to see the CEO. Ed,
Why are you so slow, Shab?
You're on
because of your fucking weed. Well, if you did crack, then they're in Minecraft.
John, apparently there's a Gen Alpha or whatever the fuck term or whatever generation term for playing videos at like super speed. It's called like chipmunking or some shit.
Well, I think there's a difference between watching a 30-minute video at 2 times speed as opposed to watching TikTok shorts at 2 times speed. So
I want to see all the money that he's making. He's killing people like my 17-year-old daughter. Who is he to decide? Who is he to make a decision? Who? Why? And my daughter had 65% chance to live. And what did Cigna do? We had full coverage. And guess what? Cigna gave her 0 chance to live. Not even 1%. Deny. Why?
So you guys have to tell your people when you keep selling the insurance, you have insurance, but you are not covered. Doesn't mean you are covered.
Yes.
You can go bankruptcy when you come see. You have to tell them. You have to tell them so they know what kind of insurance they buy.
I do want to do a video where I go over the stupid generation thing. It's kind of a perfect example of people just the in-group, out-group bias, and some people in the chat like to deny the fact that there is this just ingrained element of human psychology that's embedded in our DNA when it comes to the in-group, out-group bias, but I think the generation thing where people sit there and be like, yeah, these Gen Alphas, pieces of shit, like, and it's so fucking arbitrary. You can be 1 year apart in age and fall into those different groups. And then it's like when it's so gradual, where you mention where certain trait like empathy's on the decline. Well, it's been declining for a while, and when you look at people of older generations, it's kind of the culture that they sort of like the culture that they support kind of contributes to that. So it's like you can't just blame the younger group who are raised by the older group.
Why did you deny a couple of times? Why? Why did you put that scam? Why? Tell me. Look in my eyes and tell me.
They told us she's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. But she isn't.
No.
They killed my daughter.
Yeah, I want you to promise.
Exactly how you feel.
Okay.
And it was horrible litigation.
Yeah, and alcohol also kills brain cells.
Prove it.
That's all you can say.
Drunken Crow.
Prove it.
That's it. That's
I'm
it.
fine.
Sorry for this?
Yeah, he's smarter than you.
That's what I want.
I'm not familiar with all the details.
So you're as high level as you can get in the building. You can deal with exactly
What is your position?
It matters what my position is.
What can you show
I
me?
will tell you that we're very, very sorry that your daughter has
All of
passed away.
America is sorry.
She didn't pass
Very
away. They
sorry,
killed
and I
her.
can empathize with how you
How many brain cells do you think Shab's lost so far?
12.
Yeah. There ain't a lot of neurogenesis that comes from marijuana or alcohol, Shab.
Yeah, but psilocybin mushrooms, though.
Ooh, does
Not a
that
lot
make
of
me smart?
neurogenesis.
Yeah.
A lot of Jared
I can't wait to be smart.
Now,
Yay.
stimulants help create some neurogenesis.
So do mushrooms.
Yeah.
Some Jared Genesis.
Apparently, orgasms, sex, kind of like stimulates neurogenesis.
The Trubisky's got
Runner's
way more
high.
brain
Yeah,
cells.
I'm smart as
Chad,
fuck.
do the stimulant stack and run on your treadmill for a few hours. There you go.
And then
You,
beat off.
you might fuck up your
And then
heart,
beat off.
but you'll
And then
grow
have
your
a-
brain.
Have a fucking orgasm with a bunch of bitches. Thank you, Jane, for telling me this. I'm gonna be like, babe, I have to get prostitutes to come over and let's all have.
It's gonna make me smart.
Babe, I have to. It's for my neurogenesis. What, Gene? You're lagging, Gene.
Well,
Gene.
they're big Tito's, like the Nazis took stimulants, and it's just the Nazis also ate food and breathed oxygen. So
Yeah, they also, like, I'm sure they did other drugs that you do.
they
like
also
caffeine
would
and-
like piss and defecate. So I
and-
guess pissing and defecating means you're a fucking Nazi.
They also like to have sexual relations with hot females.
You're
Those
not
sick
supposed to poop and pee,
bastards. They're sick
Just
in the
because you say
head.
piss and defecate doesn't mean you didn't say poop and pee.
Okay, Jonathan, you said your brain is slowly developing or rewiring itself pretty much your entire life. It's rewiring itself your entire life. It is not developing your entire life. The brain stops developing at 24.
25.
And we also need to take.
Well, 25, but it's like, I don't know, it's 24, so usually it stops developing by the time you're 25.
Your message to the
That's why I said 25.
I want to go. I want to go to that. Yeah, I want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go meet people.
Yeah, stop correcting
Yeah.
people when they're right, Gene. Fucking.
Well, he's the one that corrected me, and what I said technically isn't wrong, because it is around 24
Shut
where
up,
it stops
you're wrong,
developing.
Gene. Get over it.
It's your prefrontal cortex is the last part of your brain to fully develop, and that's around the age of 24, a little bit before you're 25.
Yeah, right.
This is a
Happy to
story
be here.
near and dear to you. This is the dreams of a teenage girl who died 6 years ago are becoming a reality thanks to her family. So this is something you've been working on.
Yeah, and Steve, you probably remember when this was happening, you guys
yes.
covered it. It was a national story, a very big story. So they lost their daughter to leukemia, and after waging a high profitable battle with an insurance company, high profile rather, the local family continues to fight for changes in our healthcare system.
Now, how do we know that she still wouldn't have died if she got appropriate care?
Also doing
People are still going to die regardless, so trying to enforce policies that result in a lot less people dying. Well, if you can't prevent everyone from dying, there's no reason to prevent a large amount of people from not dying.
So let's just have natural selection kick in. Just get rid of
But there are people that use that stupid logic when it comes to a large amount of things. Well, hey, it's not going to go away 100%. It's like, well, even if you can lessen it by 20% or even 5%, that's still pretty significant when you're talking about hundreds of millions of people.
Keep their daughter's memory alive.
This December, it'll be 6 years since Natalie Sarkeesian's death.
She left me with so much energy, so much happiness.
It isn't easy.
You feel like it's the end of the world.
This is from The Onion?
You know what we were going to give her for her 17th birthday? A brand new white car. But what did we end up giving her? A white coffin.
But the Sarkeesians promised themselves they wouldn't let Natalie's
It
death.
just mirrors the video
say
shit.
my cause is your cause
It's fine.
What, the quality?
is because whatever happened to our
Well,
family,
this is a pretty old story, so...
Oh, yeah, it's old, yeah.
could happen to everyone. When Natalie was 14, she was diagnosed with leukemia.
After rounds of chemotherapy and bone marrow transplant from her brother, the doctors insisted Natalie's only hope to live was a liver transplant. But that's when the family says Cigna, the insurance purchased through her father's work, first delayed, then denied the surgery twice.
So she had liver cancer, and if she got a liver transplant, probably would have survived. So if it didn't spread beyond her liver, I don't know, do you think...
Well, didn't they say bone marrow transplant first? And then liver?
Yeah. But that's the thing. It probably spread to her liver, and at that point, it's like you either get the liver transplant or you die. So, do you think? I don't know, Sheb. I know you like to shill for the billionaires, but I don't know. Do you think when they could still be billionaires, but people could still get the liver transplants when they need them, so they don't die because it's been denied 4 or 5 times? They got to repeal when it's a do or die situation where any moment they could drop dead.
I don't know what you're saying, Gene. I never made that argument.
Yeah. But you're claiming, like, how many lives have been saved from these insurance companies? Look at how all these people the CEO is also saving, because that's why they invested in a health insurance company, because they just wanted to help people. It's not because they were born into extreme wealth and they inherited hundreds of millions of dollars and they decided to invest in, hey, the invisible hand. If there's a demand, then somebody will supply it. So there you go. They take advantage to this particular market where there's a demand because people don't have universal health care, and they lobby the government to prevent universal health care from happening so they can continue to fulfill this demand and profit off of other people's serious ailments and health issues.
So are you sticking up for the CEOs, Gene? I can't believe you would do that.
Calling it.
Oh, this one Latin boy says, "Dude sounds very smart when he isn't saying anything." So, what was I not saying? So the previous argument I made,
anything, Gene,
you're claiming was unintelligible. There was no coherent meaning there.
Too experimental.
He doesn't know
If they
what
had given her
words
that liver,
are.
Natalie had a chance, 65% chance to live. The
Words
doctors gave her
are
65% chance to live. The insurance company gave her 0.
I mean, if he's gonna say it's word salad, then word salad usually means that when you break down everything they said, it really meant nothing at all. It was gibberish. So if he's accusing me of that, I don't know, Drunken Crow. You're
What?
drunk, but...
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not tonight? But do you think what I was saying was unintelligible? It was gibberish?
I don't know what they're referring to when you were talking.
The
so I don't
Sarkeesians
know.
fought hard. They wouldn't take no for an answer, and they certainly weren't ready to say goodbye. Their fight gained national attention. The California Nurses Association even took up the cause, and supporters staged a number of rallies.
Okay, so, what is it, Miley and Joe that particular user in the chat, they said, I had a lung removed, and it took 21 days for me to go to surgery because of insurance bullshit. Yeah, Sheb, why do you support that?
It was an accident.
Yeah.
I didn't
Fucking
mean
sicko.
Think about how long she'd have to wait for that lung if the taxpayers had to foot the bill, Joe.
That's something where if somebody needs a lung transplant, they should be entitled to that right away. There's no fucking reason why. And the big reason why we don't have universal health care is because the health insurance companies wouldn't make money if it existed. So they do lobby the government and use their wealth to impede on it actually coming into existence.
With all of the negative attention and pressure, the insurance company reversed its decision.
Cigna just approved us.
But unfortunately, it was just too late. Natalie died that very same day. She was 17.
She is my angel. She is guiding me.
For the past several years, the Sarkeesians spend the year working towards a big event. For one special night, dedicated in their daughter's honor, Nataline's fashion legacy. Her dream was to go to fashion school.
When she passed away, we found 22 sketches in her room, and they were signed. And
this is another scenario where people don't really... So when we discuss war and everything, and people, you see the casualty counts, but a lot of people don't consider it's just how many people have serious brain injury, how many of kids caught in these war zones are going to have PTSD and be fucked up mentally throughout their entire life. And you add up all of these notable sort of long-term adverse effects, and people ignore that element. So when it comes to people being denied coverage where it's just, okay, they don't die because of it, but it makes the difference between them living the rest of their life in a wheelchair, them living the rest of their life having to use like an oxygen tank or something. How many of the millions of more people are going to deal with like those notable penalties down the line? When you just add that on to all the people that are dying as well, I mean, you don't think, I don't know, maybe Luigi. Do you think, I don't know, maybe he is fighting the good fight in Minecraft?
Hero.
and we decided
What
on
a
her birthday,
hero.
which is July 10, let's do something as a family.
And so every year, celebrity designer Paula 2 brings one of Nataline's sketches to life. The last dress in the show is Nataline's creation. Saturday will be the 6th annual fashion show.
The whole event is bittersweet for me as a mom, but there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and it's just an incredible event.
All right, so you can get more information on Nataline's fashion legacy. Also for tickets, go to natalinesarkeesian.com.
And then people who don't like taxes because, you know, taxes are evil. Because the CEOs, they pay their fair share and everything like we've discussed earlier. It's just when people are denied and then they deal with notable... Like, how many people do you think they're not able to really find work because they're disabled due to it? I mean, again, how much more money do you think people are paying in taxes just due to that? People would probably be paying a lot less money in taxes if it's like we had universal health care, people got the coverage they needed, so therefore we don't have a bunch of people that are debilitated due to not getting the treatment they need.
Well, people,
be there, by the way.
When they need money for, like, you know, their insurance and whatnot, they fucking start a GoFundMe. Wouldn't it be a good thing for the company GoFundMe to get into insurance? Since they're already fucking pretty much doing the same thing?
I mean, that is an option to some extent, but how many people do you think actually... And the thing is that still delays things. So if they invest in a fundraiser, it takes time for them to earn the money. So there's still that issue of the delayed treatment where they could die before they actually earn the money. Or they could, they might get it, but a decent amount of time goes by where they end up dealing with notable complications that are going to cause a lot of issues for, like, that is going to affect them for the rest of their life.
But
where
that's like the closest thing to universal health care that America has.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do if I had some serious ailment that I wasn't able to afford. And it kind of sucks that people have to do that.
this Saturday. I'll be a part of the event. And
Now, what do you think of like India? They got some decent hospitals and stuff, and I'm serious here. Doing a GoFundMe and maybe receiving treatment, and because the dollar goes a lot farther in those parts of the world.
How much does it cost to fly to India? I guess it would have to be a really expensive treatment for it to make sense.
Well, even if it's only going to cost a few $100s to
go to India.
Well, I mean, at most it might cost $1,000, but if you have some people, it's like you have conditions that it costs tens of thousands, or it's just maybe the amount of money you got to spend on the trip. You look at all the money you'll save.
Yeah.
Might
trip to India is
yeah,
gonna be expensive though. It is
cost benefit analysis.
a nonprofit, and they're giving out scholarships for culinary, fashion, and medical students.
Great.
Cooking because she loved to cook, obviously fashion because she loved fashion, it was her dream, and then for the medical field, they dealt so much with doctors and nurses, and they want to give something back.
I know.
But
Are they still angry?
angry.
Yeah, angry about the whole
Are
system.
they angry?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. And in addition, I was going to say, in addition to doing what they're doing, which is a positive thing with this fashion show, as well as other community events that they do throughout the year, they really want to make a change, and they want to change ERISA law. And this is something that they tried to take the insurance company to court, but they couldn't. Their case was thrown out because of ERISA law, where if you get your insurance through your employer, you cannot sue them. So that's something.
Okay, so it's Taylor says that was a nice nap. Internet came back on. Yes, but 5 a.m. where I am, I probably need to get some sleep before I gotta wake up for work. Yes.
Laughingly grind.
So I might try to do a second stream this week. Don't know. Holidays might interfere with it. But I think how much we got? 11,000 views. And I've given people 5 hours of content. So do you think this is a good time to hit the hay or to end the stream?
Yeah, hit that subscribe button, guys. If you're new to the channel, we're almost at 1,800.
And fun shooting the shit. Come back for more.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
and
right.
people are a lot nicer tonight. Lots of people calling me. I don't know if it's facetious, but they've been calling me Chads and everything, so I kind of like that.
Yeah, they're lying.
Yeah. They're actually being sarcastic, and
we need more people talking shit.
No, we need more people stroking my ego and everything.
No, I need to be cyberbullied.
Yes, free Luigi.
All right. Later.